Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Tuesday afternoon. It's September 10th. He checks his phone really quickly. And I have to slit. Yeah, I guess I can sit here. This is fine. I'm going to sit right here in the middle. I think that's good. I was worried I was going to sit to one side. How's everyone doing? It's been a busy week. Not only here on the Métropole Grid, just online. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of tournaments, a lot of stuff to talk about this week. Free stream bots, Axu, how's it going? Static won the bot selling best viewers. And notice how it's like a B with like a little star underneath it in a different font. That's how they get around that really strict Twitch curation, making sure you can't. Why are there always bots? It's a grid. Kevin, how's it going? I edited together one of your NPC pieces. It was a really fun game. For one player, admittedly, more than the other. But it was a really fun game. I'm glad it's on tape. How you doing? Tuesday morning Metro stream while I wait for class. Let's go. Stab, how's it going? Hopefully class is good. Lazy, hey, how you doing? Dan McCarthy, hey all, welcome to the stream. It's a Tuesday. We're gonna be streaming for like 3 or 4 hours today. We're ahead on editing, which is good. So the channel's in a good spot. We dropped a bunch of videos in the last couple of days. We have our first NPC video that went up just yesterday. Hold on, I think it's open. You can check that out. That's round 1 of Swiss. And then on the Friday, no surprise to everyone besides Jai. Well, actually, no, the opposite. Jai knew. Standard ban list dropped on Friday. We're going to talk about that a bit. We did a whole video talking about the ban list, of course. That came up on Friday. It'll be tournament legal in 2 weeks. So I think like the AMT this weekend wasn't the ban list, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure it matters. Like, for what it's worth, I'm really, in some ways, relaxed about this idea. As I was really worried we had to rush out an NPC because last year we had Canadian Nationals around the same time frame. It was one of the final weekends in August, and then we recorded all the stuff, and then I had to edit all that stuff, which takes a long time, and then you have to do commentary and you have to get it out and all that. And by the time that it got out, we had the same sort of situation. Early September, we have a new ban list for Worlds, which was also in October that year. However, that ban list banned out the deck that won in Montreal Canadian Nationals, which was a problem. That's not good. So we have all this footage up, which shows like people popping off with Hoshiko Dreamnet and making it look as good as it is. And then obviously, like once the footage starts coming out, people are like, why am I watching this? It's not worth anything. Now, in hindsight, especially because that stuff generally lasts as evergreen content, Canadian Nationals was a really fun thing to get up. And I think a lot of people appreciated it. The finals was like really sick, regardless of the fact that there was Dreamnet in there. But I want to say confidently this year, you don't have to worry about it. There's one ban, it's World Tree, and World Tree hasn't been incredibly popular as of late at most tournaments. I don't know why. I think people think it's a difficult deck. I think also a lot of people think it's boring. I think a lot of people thought it'd be banned, so they kind of gave up on it. You can listen to the video to talk about it. But there was only one World Tree in the entire top cut and in all of the Swiss. So you're barely going to see World Tree, if not at all. So we survived the ban list, which is just great. Really great. Just good to hear. When is the pre-constructed stream? Actually, what do you mean? Phil, how's it going? Jnet format's really up. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that. Mind you, I think also NB Kelly announced some other stuff online. But one of the cool changes, NB Kelly actually poked me about this. He's like, I think you want to hear this. So when you make a deck, or sorry, when you make a lobby on Jnet, if you go to new game, one of the options you have, if I'm not mistaken, I've never done it, I just know it's here, is you can go down here to pre-constructed. And pre-constructed basically gives you listings of, I believe, the finalist decks at Worlds over the year. So in 2012, it's Jeremy Zorin playing, I'm assuming, Gabe versus Ben Marsh. I think it might be Wayland. It's been a bit. But you have all the matchups of all the world champions. Right now, I'm doing a drop-down menu, and OBS doesn't show drop-down menus. So imagine you see all the lists of multiple decks every year on the Corp and Runner side. So every year has 2 matchups, Corp and Runner. You can't see the drop-down menu, sorry. I think I actually can make it work like this. Hold on. Nope, I didn't get rid of me. No, you just can't see a drop down menu. Okay, so no idea what that's about. But it has all the matchups. And when you queue up a lobby with this, you'll basically take one of the seats and it'll be obvious to the other person, I'm looking for someone to play the other side of, I think it shows Worlds 2016. And then whoever logs in will get the other side. So you can play pre-constructed without having to deck build, and you'll just have these games up. We will definitely play these. Probably not today, but it's a really, really cool feature that we can just log online and be like, I'm looking to play the 2016, 2017 matchup. It also begs the question, which of these matchups is the most interesting and the least interesting? I think I remember some of these being a bit blown out because of unfortunate like you know, it's a card game. There's variance for sure. But some of these are really close and really interesting matchups. It goes all the way up to 2023. Cable Carnage versus William Huang. And I wonder why it says William and not says Sokka. It says Cable Carnage. I wonder if that's how they registered for Worlds. Anyways, you can't see the drop down menu, but it's going to be interesting for sure. I think it's a really cool feature. Let me catch up on chat. Pinnacle number 4. How y'all doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Fusion, hey, how you doing? Also, Lucille, I saw your message early. I was like, it's been a while before we got a Lucille pre-stream message. It's a Tuesday. I'm here for the Metropole Grid. Welcome. Glad you can join us. Hopefully you're doing well. Eric Hayden, happy Tuesday. Weird efficiency. I'm betting MirrorMorph. Holloman MirrorMorph. There's a couple things I want to try out. I think we're gonna start the stream by talking because there's a bunch of stuff to catch up on. But there's 2 HB decks I want to play. One of them is MirrorMorph. And there was a really cool MirrorMorph that came in, I think, second at Scottish Regionals. And it's not actually playing Restore Holloman, which is surprising. It's on Restore MC Austerity, which to me is less interesting. It's also on YDL, and I think YDL plus Calvin Bailey is kind of fun, as much as I don't think that's a big part of this deck. But I'm just convinced Restore Holloman in MirrorMorph is really, really good. Or at least good enough to like see some amount of play. Because you can fast advance a 4-2 on any board state, right? You do Restore, you get the Holloman, you install your agenda, you hit Holloman, you get a free advance, and then you advance. It's expensive. You can score any 4-2 from hand. Like, it seems good. I don't know. No one's playing it. So I want to see what it looks like. I also want to try this interaction in Thule. So we're going to play some of the non-standard HB decks. Oh, also, Neon Static put this out just yesterday. Neon Static. This is a video, and I'm really interested to hear what y'all think about this, because it is a fascinating part of Netrunner that doesn't get a lot of discussion. So Eric put out this video talking about using After Effects and Premiere to make basically reusable elements. So there's a bunch of channels out there that are putting in-person gameplay, including ourselves and Neon Static, QTM, and they're putting out gameplay. And basically in this 20-minute video, it doesn't explain how to use After Effects and Premiere. It's assuming you know some basics of how it works, but it shows you. And I think maybe Eric could have explained that, like, you can actually technically jump just to the middle of this and not care about After Effects because he provided the template. But in short, how to make a reusable card template so that when you're in Premiere, you can just have a card pop up and down and then just do some pretty basic, as much as it does take time, linear editing. So like if you want this B1001 to animate on and off, and then you can change what the card is, he shows you how to do it, and he gives you the template to make it happen. I'd be really stoked if more people made in-person Netrunner play. Making it approachable and watchable is huge. And what I found really funny, honestly, and I think this is a big success, and I was really happy to see this, is that I was doing the commentary with Pat for the NPC Montreal Swiss Round 1 before I had edited out the motion graphics. So we were doing commentary on top of an empty video without any of these numbers, without any of the card overlays. And it genuinely made it harder to follow. I was like, how many credits does somebody have? What is the card that was accessed, right? And for the first time, I like really appreciated the work that went into editing this sort of stuff. I was like, wait, this actually makes the watching a lot easier. I do it normally because I think a lot of people don't know all the cards. And so like having the card pop up so you can read the text is one of the hardest things about getting into a card game. I watch like Flesh and Blood stuff and I don't know all the new cards, and they show them on screen a bit. But like, if you can find gameplay footage in which it makes it easy to follow, you can read all the cards, it's worth its weight in gold, is the way I see it. But anyways, I think the point is I am kind of patting myself on the back, is that watching it without the overlays versus with the overlays, like these card pop-ups, was a huge difference, even for someone who knows all the cards, which was kind of funny. I appreciated that. Kevs, how's it going? Perfectly lined up with lunch break. Hi, Alcato, how you doing? And Jai took that personally. Lucas, how you as well? I miss Hoshiko Dreamnet so bad. Yeah, I kind of do too. It was obviously too good, and then Hoshiko didn't become interesting, but became powerful and consistent. I'm like one of those folks who is wondering what will happen to Dreamnet if Hoshiko gets, like, at some point having Dreamnet back in the format, is that interesting? Yeah, it's pretty interesting, genuinely. Then we have the build arounds, then Link matters. Like, it opens up some weird stuff, but I just don't think the two of them can be at the format at the same time. I like that you can just, bad course cards don't have like real monetary value like TCG, don't have some time to feel less bad. It's just, I'm sorry, Pinnacle, I don't understand most of that. Sorry. Did you have a Dreamnet as a commission promo? I didn't. Ewan did. In the UK, there was a really good Dreamnet promo that I believe came out right alongside of getting banned. It was a really nice Dreamnet promo, so I think it would be nice. It was not Yeti to get those back into what's it called? Into standard. Were any of the NPC videos this time on World Tree Ari? Just one. Just one person was on World Tree Ari. and they made Top Cut, and then we do see them play a World Tree RE deck in the Top Cut. It was Terrence from Toronto, but I think that was the only World Tree deck maybe of the whole tournament, so it's not too bad. I loved in-person World Tree RE. I know, broken heart. What a cool way to play old lists. That's awesome. It's really cool. It's a really nice function. Hey, Jinxie says, hey folks, I saw someone on GLC mention a browser plugin for Jnet a while ago. What is the name of the plugin? What does it do? Thanos has answered your response. How's it going, Thanos? So the Firefox plugin we use is called Cyberfeeder. It's named after an old Netrunner card from the original 2012 core set. So if you search Cyberfeeder Firefox, it should show up. It does a lot of really great stuff. I don't keep a track of it. Like Rahi, she updates this consistently, and I don't know what the changelog is. Every time I log in, and then Rahi is in chat, and she says like, "Oh, there's a new feature. You should try this out." But in short, when you're in, you can install this. It's totally free. Shout out Rahi if you ever see her in person. But if you're on Jinteki.net, which I think I have open somewhere. Oh, I closed it. You'll be able to have this sidebar. And the sidebar, if I access it, hold on, I know what I'm doing. It gives you all these like abilities to edit certain things. So card text, animations, highlighting run arrows. It makes certain things big. It gives you the memory and log of things that you've accessed and stuff like that. I would say that's indispensable, not only to help you play better Netrunner, but as somebody who like broadcasts Netrunner, for making people understand, and it makes it so much easier to watch Jnet. I get frustrated whenever there's an online tournament and it's on a Jnet client and they're not using Cyberfeeder, because it just makes it easier to watch and easier to understand. Like, where are we? Are we during the run arrow? What have we? I don't know. It's just really good. It's very, very, very much quite good. Now, a couple of the features from Cyberfeeder have worked their way in. I would say on accident, like not intentionally, onto Jinteki.net. Like on Jinteki.net, I believe you can sort your bin and your archives, which is super important. On Cyberfeeder, if I hold control, it sorts my bin and archives, which is really important. So there are some like feature parity across the two platforms, but Rai's been killing it on many reasons. I wonder if the tutorial decks could get a similar treatment instead of being one of everyone's account by default. Oh, Lucille, that's a pretty good shout out, actually. Yeah, having like system gateway specials. The thing is, like, I think the format has to change because you win on 6 points, but that can't be that difficult, right? Installing the agenda from hand, it only is 2 counters from Holloman. Yeah, that's enough though, right? Really looking forward to Neon Static video. I have done a lot of video editing in high school, so who knows the basics, but curious to see how Neon Static workflow. Because Saver, the idea is that, right, like you install your agenda, you restore the Holloman, you click Holloman for 2 advancements, then you get the 3rd. You can fast advance 3 2s from hand. I really appreciate the card pop-ups and overlays. Oh, Prime Cyborg, I'm glad you appreciate them. Yeah, they're useful. They're easy to watch. I like it. Will there be Jinteki damaged shell game archetype when system update 21 rotates? I think that's the question. Probably. It's hard to say. Like, a lot of the cards that are important to that archetype are rotating to some extent, but not too many. Not too many, right? Okay, hold on really quickly. If you're asking if shell game Jinteki will exist after rotation. So I'm going to just search author Bridgman to open up an archetypal list. So cards here that are from system update, I think it's actually pretty small. Yeah, sort by set. System update, snare, and trickle light is not mandatory. So the only card in this version of this deck that is required to make this work is snare. So a lot of the very important cards are actually Ash's cards, like Cerebral Overwriter, for better or for worse, is going to be in the game for a long time. That's important. Sting, mind you, is a really important agenda. That's an Ash's card as well. Now, all the stuff from NSG from FFG is NGO Friend and Rashido, which are definitely important cards. So I'm interested to see like if we end up playing Charlottes in these sort of lists. But then the very important forks like Urtica Cypher, Ronin doesn't exist anymore, but Ronin is incredibly unpopular right now. A lot of the stuff is like System Gateway and beyond, right? Like Blood in the Water's Midnight Sun, that's really important. Mitosis is Midnight Sun, that's super important. Yeah, but Urtica, Neurospike, Clearinghouse, all of those are System Gateway. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Fuji, mind you, is also Automata Initiative. I need DreamNet unbanned so I can play the prize from SC Regionals. That's the one, Lucille, yeah. DreamNet's a fun card. Bummer Hoshiko uses it too well. I like to play Jinteki decks with traps and stuff, but a lot will rotate next year. Do you think there'll be a Spirit of that Dawn? Yeah. Yeah, no. I think it's largely untouched. I think the only card from System Update that has a huge impact on Jnet is Ronin, which is not a big thing. It has been in years, but Snare. And like, I would bet dollars to donuts, if that's what that expression means, that we'll get a Snare reprint. Snare has existed in like since 1996 in original Netrunner. I think it was called like Setup with an exclamation mark. But it had the exact same text, if I'm not mistaken. I have some copies in cardboard somewhere in a drawer. But like, I'd be really surprised if we don't get a Snare equivalent, because otherwise, like, is Behold the only Snare in the format? That seems weird. David, how's it going? Bin sorting rocks? It's huge. They did update the gateway format. I think it now has a bubble selections for regular, boost, and constructed. Oh, cool. So like, when I pick it, I can choose what format I want to be in? Like, new game. Wait, what am I doing? Gateway? Oh, system gateway. Oh, yeah, cool. So I think you just need those sort of bubbles if you did pre-constructed. But like, at that point, if you do this, will it make a lobby? Like, I think what people want is that if I make this sort of lobby, it basically gives the deck to the person who sits down on the other chair. And I think that's what we want for system gateway, but I'm not sure if it does. Oh, PE rotates. Hold the phone. Yeah, PE does rotate. It's not coming up at sorting. Yeah, PE rotates. PE rotates, and honestly, that's fine. It's probably good for the game. I think it's interesting what you do in the space instead of PE. I think there's some reason why you consider Iswak, as much as I don't like it, to be like, my mitosis plays are scarier because I can get to 7 points. Like, I don't think that's going to be a real thing. But I think it's also likely that we'll see something that's akin to personal evolution. Like, I'm excited for the near prints of Dawn, right? Like, if we get a near print of personal evolution that is somehow personal evolution, but healthier, like, I think that's probably good for the game. Whether it gets a counter anytime something is scored or stolen, or like some sort of scaling that doesn't allow you to do grinder. Oh, hold on, give us 1 second. A disaster. Hi. Sorry about that. Nanako the cat was dragging her butt on the ground, which means she probably has a dingleberry, and we need to fix her. So she's okay now. She's embarrassed, but you have to pick up the cat, and sometimes there's a card called Extract. Gives you 6 credits. It's like that. I think a lot of players lose to PE because they want to play their deck the way they plan to instead of adapting the card's HP. Yeah. Well, that's how we do it. Like, if we're playing against P on Jnet casual, we often just send it because it's a bit more interesting. But I think there's some tensions, right? The tensions are that a lot of times it's not worth playing parts of your deck because they're better spent as hit points. That's always going to be a problem. But also, like, I think P inherently, it doesn't exactly incentivize, but allows game plans in which corporations just kind of sit there and you grind yourself apart. And sometimes the best play pattern against PE is just like click for 4 credits and not interact. And I think that's pretty bad, and it needs to be addressed. There's a lot of reasons why people don't like PE. There's like many, but there's people who enjoy playing PE because it's like kind of fun and allows you to like feel like you're doing something powerful and evil and trapsy and clever without like having to sweat over it, which there's some value to that, but like straight joke is visualizing. I just watched this deck lose the other day. No, what do you mean, Shay? This deck can lose. It's not unbeatable. AJ, how's it going? PE isn't unhealthy. If it was, it'd be at the top of ABR results. Creeping MPE sometimes is unhealthy. I think PE is really good. I think PE is underplayed. For what it's worth, I think damage right now in the meta is actually a hard line to run because a lot of the best decks in the format are running Stoneship and Onicom and our Lat and stuff like that. So if that doesn't help you, I think it's hard to run a damage deck. But I think a deck like this can just win, right? Like they run the Cerebral Overrider. I feel like if Cerebral Overrider wasn't in standard, I'd feel a bit better about this. Because currently, the situation in which you run the wrong thing and just like straight up lose the game, it's pretty high. It is pretty high. And I feel like a lot of players would rather the game be more interesting than just like what they call the coin flip dismissively. To be like, oh, I run it, it's a Cerebral Overrider, I lose the game. If it's not, I win the game, right? Like, I think Netrunner could be much more interesting in that. I don't know. Snare's load bearing, but so is SMC. They printed Muse. I'm curious to see what they'll take it. I think they could reprint something similar to a Snare for sure. For what it's worth, I think Snare is like pretty reasonable. As much as it's an old card with unchanged text since like 1996, the fact that you pay 4 for this is a real tax, especially back in the day when Jnet PE decks were like incredibly, they had liquidity issues and you had a bit more access to financial denial, so you could kind of keep them off snares and stuff like that. But it's really cool that there's that breakpoint where like accessing when they're on 4 is a big difference, and I like that because sometimes them not having 4 is a thing. It's cool. But we'll see. I'm not a big PE fan. I'll be happy if it's gone. MCA Montreal Swiss round 1 video? Wait, is that a PE deck? It's been so long. Was that a PE deck? No, that was not an MCA Montreal. That was Canadian Nationals. That was the quarterfinals. That deck won. That was the PE deck that Aaron, she's been also playing PE in different ways for a long time. So bring it to Danish Nats? Yeah, it can do fine. It can do really fine. I think people play against it differently and better. Like, this is quintessentially one of the decks where you play on Jnet casual, like, it has a 100% win rate. It's the best deck ever. And then you play it in person, specifically against players who are, you know, also on the top of their game. And it's like, it's much harder to win games. It's really much harder. It's my view too. Cerebral's the only card I'm upset about in Traps PE. You can play around damage by drawing running early, but hitting Cerebral is painful. Yeah, especially for Lat too. Like, the scare of Lat hitting these is really, really, really high. But I don't know. I'd rather have it like, oh, if I ran into a double advanced card, it was an Urtica, and then I can recover for the rest of my turn. So it's up to you as the corporation to set up a board state where it's like an Urtica and I hit it and then something else capitalizes on the damage. And that just doesn't happen. So it feels a bit more attritional than it does feel like someone's making plays, which I think is part of the frustration. Check assign, mind you, is super rude. Install double advanced check assign. You can only basically hit a click 1 because it gives you 3 tags. So it's really hard to interact on that angle for sure. It's that can be very frustrating as well. Also, mind you, like, see how they run. If this sees more play, like install double advanced, see how they run, you can just lose the next turn in PE. And like, I'm glad we haven't seen that archetype because that archetype probably sucks a lot to play against. It probably kills people out of nowhere for sure. Do you have any runner decks to recommend for Aus Nats? Aus being Australian nationals? Asking for a friend. The friend lost his only runner deck to I think like Lat is still pretty good. It turns out the Lat deck is really good. I don't think you can go wrong, honestly. I'm not sure what the Australian meta looks like, but it's hard to recommend a deck that I don't think you'd feel good about. Like, genuinely, that's a cool thing about the meta right now. It's hard to pick a faction or pick an ID that you wouldn't feel like, oh, there's something I can do here. I honestly think I'm in a situation where I can say your friend can play whatever you want. Is your friend you? I think your friend is you. I feel like a good part of playing PE in person versus playing on Jnet is that you can't really go into the tank in person without giving information away. Maybe I have a rubbish poker face. No, but Seal, that's like a really big part of why people don't enjoy playing traps or playing against personal evolution online, is that I think some of the joy of saying install double advance into a nice remote server when it's a Blood in the Water or if it's a Fuji is so much more fun in person. I also want to self-report here that there was a Tuesday casual in Montreal last week, and I saw the report up on like, what's it called, up on Discord, and people were saying I went to the casual Tuesday night. I played like 6 games. All my corp games were against PE because people in Montreal just love playing Jinteki Traps PE, and I do not like playing against it, right? Like, I don't go very regularly to the Tuesday casuals, but if my Tuesday casual is just playing against PE all the time, like, I don't think it's that fun for the runner. I honestly don't think it's a fun runner game. And that's like a hard thing to get over. It's tricky. Caldera and Falsified are also underplayed, which makes shell games much more effective. I think Caldera should be banned from the format. And not because it deserves to. I think that's just like terrible card design. I don't think we should see a card like that. And Falsified is as underplayed as it should be. I don't think it makes a lot of sense when you have Pinhole anymore, and I think Expose being hyper popular is not a way to make this more reasonable. It's a way to make this also more frustrating. It's like, oh, I'm playing against a deck that has 3 Expose cards. It's like, how am I meant to play my game? I just wish that there was some in between. It's like those 2 tech cards are like not even silver bullets, they're silver nuclear warfare. It's like I wish we had something in the middle, which is kind of like where Stone Chip is and like Class Act is, and I like that a lot better. Like Steel Skin Scarring is to me more what I'd want to play into that matchup. But at the end of the day, none of that stuff, besides Falsified, I guess, beats the fact that getting 2 core damage is going to cost you the game. Airblade's a good card in Montreal, but it's not even. I'm not worried about taking the damage. I'm worried about taking the core damage. I'm worried about them scoring on their turn. Like, I don't think Airblade does any of the things I want. Like, if I install an Airblade for 1 card to save me 3 cards of snare damage, that's not how I lose the game. Like, I'm losing the game because on the table, the 2 Mitosis plays were like Blood in the Water Fuji, and they score 5 points and I flatline at the same time, right? Like, Airblades doesn't do anything. I'm not worried about the ice. I'm not worried about hitting snare. I'm worried about this. I'm worried about checklist, and I'm worried about the agendas. I don't know. Maybe I can play 1 and then just hit a Fuji and not take 3 damage. Maybe that's okay, but I honestly rather play Stone Chip. Add a note, don't go to Montreal. The Montreal casuals are really weird. Like, there's so many people out there enjoying traps decks, and I just want to play like PD and see like if I can grind a couple more percentage. And it's like, shit, I gotta run the right Mushin card. It's weird. It's like not the easiest thing for me to enjoy. This is my view too. Cerebral's the only card. I read that, sorry, this didn't scroll down. See how they run is super strong in theory, but in practice, the deck building changes the demands make it weaker than other PE lists. I lost turn 2 in AMT to SHTR end of the line. It does feel really bad. It feels really, really bad when you just double advance, don't run a card, you lose. Like, it shouldn't, I don't know. It seems pretty wild. We didn't test this, mind you, and we said we would when we were talking about like how strong to see how they run, because I think I undervalue how powerful it is, but we never got to this onto the table. I don't think we're gonna do it today, but this is the deck that just tries to get see how they run to fire as consistently as quickly as possible. It has all the cheap like gear checks, and then has 3 end of line, has the economy, has the card draw, and just runs Bacteria Fuji, see how they run, and then it has Neurospike for backup. Could you run Punitive in this list? Probably. You probably could. Maybe play 2 end of line Punitive. Maybe you could play 2 end of line, and I don't think you can play what's it called? Pivot, because you need the clicks. But in theory, this deck can like, maybe you just don't want ice. Maybe you can just double advance on the table and say they'll be scared of you, which a lot of people are. But like, how quickly can you just hit how they run combo? I imagine it's pretty consistent. I don't know if this is. Seamless Launch, I don't think you need Seamless Launch. Seamless Launch was a consideration. By the end of the day, I thought just putting 3 end of line, it makes sense. We also had Lacosta at some point, but I think Anoetic protecting your thing is a bit more important as well. We in Montreal are janky players, depth dive forever. I don't think it's jank. Like, that's not my problem. I don't have an issue with janky decks. I think janky decks are like interesting and fun. And I like when people explore cool parts of the card pool and interactions I haven't seen before. I just don't like when the game is Mushin no Shin. Is this the agenda? Is this a trap? Like, I feel like we're leaving so much of the game on the table. Hey, Bink Bonkle, how's it going? Knife Sable may be underplayed. Winnegon, in this format, maybe. How's it going? I think Knife is interesting, but I think if you play Knife into Ag Infusion, like, you don't really have a deck. And so currently you're in this weird spot where like Knife is really good against certain archetypes. It's very, very good against certain archetypes, but then like pretty unplayably bad against others. And it's going to be a bit of a meta call. I think it's really hard to make a Knife deck that's also has a game plan into Glacier, because it's just very, very difficult. But if you could assure that the Ag Infusion doesn't show up in your tournament, I would bring Knife pretty consistently. I just don't think you can. And I think going into Worlds, Ag Infusion is going to be a non-zero percentage of the format, because it's good and Sokka's been playing it and it works well. And it doesn't have that many bad matchup spreads unless everyone plays like Crew Hosh, which I'm not assuming it's going to happen. Knife will never be tier 1, and that's a good thing. I think it can be, and I think it's just meta dependent. I honestly think Knife is a bit too good for what it is, right? Like, there are certain metas that you could go back and say, like, if I brought Knife to this meta, I would be winning everything. And I think it's just hard. I think it's hard to call it correctly. That was Iswak Shay, yeah, and that was just like Iswak, like mid-range Glacier, the Wenjong special. It compresses the variance in the entire game into one Yomi flip. Yeah, like that's a way of taking it. It's like such a, okay, we were talking about this recently online. Do I have what's going on in my head? Do I have like a dot or a dent? I think I just have a pimple. It's fine. There's like these, no, I'm not gonna dive into this, but like, Yeah, the Yomi thing has been like a joke for a long time for old jaded Netrunner players. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of variants in Netrunner, and putting all the variants on one axis on one advanced trap like hits people the wrong way. Some people the wrong way. Some people adore it, and it's their favorite part of the game. So, haha, my jank deck is funny. Res 3 Amor in a row. It's like a really good example of the sort of like jank that I think gets me, right? It's like, man, it's just not, this is not interesting or fun, right? Like, there's certain cards that don't see play, not only because they're not consistent enough, because they're anti-fun technology, and there's a lot of jank that's like hyper fun technology. And like 3 Amor in a row, we've run into this, right? Like, you play against PE decks online, they just put every single card in their deck that does some amount of like pseudo damage. And to me, it's not like, I don't know, like I'm not having fun. I don't know. You don't have to. I don't have to have fun. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes when there's really cool jank out there, it just doesn't have to be Amor. I want to concede Insta. Yeah, actually, I think you and I have the same kind of thoughts on that. Has anyone messed around with Big Deal ISOAC? It seems good to FA the last 3-pointers to get the ISOAC trigger. I was mentioning Big Deal a fair bit in the commentary, and I don't think Wenjonk has ever played Big Deal, or not in the list I've seen, but Big Deal ISOAC seems like pretty good, honestly. We've seen Big Deal Ag Infusion, especially with Regenesis, because you can Big Deal 4 points, and in theory, I'm imagining if you're playing ISOAC, you might as well just play Regenesis 5/3s, unless slots are a problem. But yeah, I could see it. Like, knife into the Gagarin and CTM decks of old, you just laugh. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of matchups. Like, even Thule. If Thule is a big part of your meta, knife is not unlosable, but it's a pretty good matchup for you. NEH kill decks, it's 100% win rate. Unless you like beef it into a Behold at the bad time, I guess. Knife would be tier 1 if Glacier was unplayable. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think knife is really good. You're in Seattle. Will you be in town the week before Worlds in San Francisco? But I'll see you at table 1. Winnegun, were you're not playing in LA this weekend, were you? It was the last NPC event this weekend. It was Scottish Nationals. There was an AMT. There's a lot of stuff going on. The very existence of knife makes wide ISO stuff a gigantic gamble, and that's important. But it's like not really a gamble. It's like the weird, frustrating mid-between point. It's like Jachinho sees next to no play, so you're really safe playing horizontal stuff until you run into the one person in the tournament who's playing it, and then you get punished, right? Like, it's not enough of a meta concern that you could go into a tournament and forget Jachinho exists, but then you run into the player that is on it and you're in the bad matchup, right? Like, it's, if Jachinho was more present, you'd be aware of the risks you're taking on. Because it's not present, I think I would like tilt out a bit if I ran into the one Jachinho matchup. Veronica, how's life? Life is good. Life is really quite good. We've been pretty busy. We're trying to put out 4 pieces of content a week until Worlds, which is pretty incredible, and I think it's going to be okay. We recently built a new PC, and now, oh my god, my editing times. I can edit in real time. It is incredible. I did not understand what a difference it would be. So like, classically, when I'm editing my video stuff, my workflow is a bit different than on Neon Static. I do everything in After Effects, and I cannot watch the video at a real-time rate, even in quarter resolution. So editing is a slow, methodical process, which is a bit tedious, but it's how we've done everything we've done till now. With my new machine, I can actually hit play, and the thing renders with all effects and overlays at real time, so it's so easy to retime things. I am saving hours per video. On top of that, render speeds are now rendering basically at play rate. So a video that was 45 minutes, like a 40-minute video that just went up on Monday, the ISOAC game versus Lat, that renders was about 4 or 5 hours. Now it's like 45 minutes. It's so cool, and I'm only starting to migrate everything to that new machine. Currently, I'm just using it to do video editing and then like gaming, obviously. But it's something else. I'll be really excited to do that as well. Is that now I need to move a capture card. I have a second capture card as well. Is that I can now attach this computer as an external source to the streaming computer, so we can do like an editing stream and just like hang out, and I can show you how I edit and stuff like that while I edit. It's not gonna be the most exciting stream. It's gonna be like maybe interesting for a percentile of the people who watch the Metropole Grid, but it's sick. It's really, really sick. Métropole Grid, if you will. Weekly reminder. Jai, I'm like stressed about it, and mostly I'm stressed because it's coming up closely and I don't want to disappoint you. I do not know what to do. I think I was meant to have a meeting with my brand manager, Maddie, yesterday about it. We did not have that meeting, but we're gonna go, we'll get to it. Editing streams are where all the hot gossip goes around. Do you know what's the most interesting thing? Is like, editing streams slap because we can talk about a game at slow speed. I got better at Netrunner from becoming an editor. because I spent hours and hours on the same matchup, analyzing what people are doing on a click by click level in a way that I'm not invested in the matchup and I can think about what's going on and why. So much of the time that I spent editing is like talking about and thinking why people are doing things, whether I think it is the right thing to be doing here, whether there's different lines, whether this is a surprising line, all this sort of stuff. And editing, which is basically replay review on a very granular level, is incredibly valuable. So when I'm editing through, I'm actually talking like, it's one thing to get the stuff to line up and get the effects to work and all that, but another thing to be like, why is Chris doing this? And then talking about that is probably the most interesting. It's genuinely a replay review. Isowak does trigger if you install on the turn? Yeah, it does. Isowak doesn't care. Isowak just cares about advancements. Wait. Oh, shit. What the hell? Okay, no, it doesn't work. I didn't know that. Wow. Okay, that's probably... Why didn't... Okay, no one corrected me. That's fine. Shit. Okay, that's why you can't do that. You can splash business as usual and fast advance the Isowak agenda. Yeah, apparently you can't do that. Bummer. Couldn't make it? Okay. That's Henry going to LA. Bummer. What do you do if you lose a knife to random damage, though? Corp should just never install an ice from there and you can't lose to them? Yeah, there's some situations in which, like, I know in the Thule matchup, if you don't install ice, they can't bypass, they can't get their knife back. That is totally true. I think that is... Don't lose them to damage. Like, I know it's hard because they're unique, but the best case scenario is don't lose them to damage. I think if all that lines up and they don't, install ice and they don't do that, hopefully the fact that they didn't install ice is the best thing to ask, but it's going to be hard. Like, play a labor rights, maybe. Like, maybe you have to have one panic button, play a buffer drive. I don't know. That's not going to be good for you. But the fact that they don't put any ice down is probably good for you anyways, because you don't have to install on your breakers and spend money. Big deal. Isowak is good for the second and last 3 points. Oh my god, I'm a that damn seesaw. Yeah. So it did make sense in the replay, because just needed 3 points. You don't get the Isowak text. I'll just agree with whatever the last thing someone said. Yeah, that was the point, is that Isowak fired, so if Wenjong just big dealed out, he would win. Yeah, okay, so it works. It doesn't work, but it works. Yeah, okay. We'll get my first cards next month at Eschenspiel NSG. There's a board game convention. Yeah, Eschenspiel looks really cool. AMT last week was super fun. Did you see Not Against Taggy as Mari? I tuned into a bit. I think there was like a lot of smurfing going on, so it was hard for me to follow who I was watching, for better or for worse. It's not my favorite thing. I think there's a lot of reasons why people would want to smurf, either before Worlds or because of anonymity and stuff like that. But watching AMTs is getting increasingly difficult because I'm finding less people that I know who they are. Maybe that's because more people I don't know are participating, and that's good overall, but like, it's mostly, I think, smurf accounts, which is kind of hard as a spectator to get invested in narratives. This Mari deck was like a good surprise. It's not that different to like Sparrow Brawler type stuff with economic warfare on it, but I think a lot of people would misplay into that for sure and expect to be the certain archetype which expected is, and then you kind of grind them out. I think the one deck that was the one matchup online, was it against Jenny? I think it was against Asphyxia, and she got just like the sort of slow, terrible bodying where it's like, oh, you're in tag hell, I'm going to self-grow through you, I'm going to market force you, and the game is like 10 turns longer than it should be because the tag punishment doesn't end the game, and it's just painful. But she fought well, at least. I think that was not again then, right? Can't get the Isowak if you install, but I mean, yeah, for your second score, yeah, second score is fine. Vera fixes your knife matchup, you stick a 1 point in archives and never install ice. Yeah, there's ways to do it, right? Like, Vera is the closest we have to see a card in hand, destroy a card in hand. They have to do a bit of work to get that to work, but yeah, it's a possibility for sure. What's the fastest everyone has pulled off a Jchinyo win? I got 1 in 6 turns, wondering if it can be done faster. I've heard from the West Coast players that there was like turn 5 Jchinyo, maybe even turn 4 Jchinyo. But when Jchinyo came out and Jason was like really grinding it, that's Sid 7. It was very, very consistent. Yeah, seen it in 4. I'm not surprised that you can do it in 4, because you have a lot of like ability to go quick, especially if you're playing like Sable and you get free card draw and stuff like that. Cool. My job here is done. See y'all next week. Friday stream, I'll be on a plane to Melbourne. EP time. Jai, safe travels next week on Friday. Yo, kick ass out there. You have some time to find a deck. Sable list can play Netrunner at the point. Yeah, you can just like run centrals and maybe win. I brought a big deal for the last points, not this weekend. Yeah, no, 100% Lock Minosa works for the last points. Let tag decks just end the game. Yeah, I agree. I don't like the self-growth program like kind of prison. It's miserable. And like you still feel like you have a chance because you technically do. And then the ice gets worse and like face checking gets worse and your money's bad. But yeah. All right. How's everyone doing? Let's do a quick recap on new stuff, and then we're gonna go into some deck testing and deck building, some really interesting decks, but there's a lot of news this week and some really cool stuff for sure. Let's save the NSG stuff for later. Kikai did a meta report. This came out on September 8th, 2 days ago. Really excited for this. If you don't know Surveyor, this is Kikai's blog, where he's been doing a lot of recaps and a lot of like stat-based reporting, which I think is interesting. For what it's worth, stat-based reporting is very, very valuable, but also kind of cursed. Like it's really hard, I think, to get very good data to look at. There's always like some naivety in it. And we'll look at the naivety. Mind you, if you want to see the raw numbers, Kikai always puts them down here in the meta-analysis spreadsheet. So you can see all the numbers collected for the 24/05 meta, which I think goes from early this year to, I think technically NAMPC Montreal was the last big 24/05 event. But you see stats like this. And so you can see like matchups between runners and corps for 24/05. You see win rates, you see the graph. I need to check out what the details on how this is exactly collected and on what basis, because data is really interesting to see what you want to look at and what you want to dismiss, because some of these numbers are incredibly telling in ways that are obviously strange. Numbers are just not big enough to get out of the variance hell. I honestly don't think it's that variance heavy. I think that it's really hard to look at a tournament and get accurate numbers that you can extend in a way that's useful for top players. Holy spreadsheet, it's a good one. Yeah, Kika does great work. With a new ban list set to come into force at the end of the week, mind you, link for this will be in the description, just like every link we put in to the YouTube video. The perfect time to look back at the last 4 months of Netrunner. We've analyzed the result of 3,398 games played across 27 of the most competitive tournaments. That's not a big number. That sounds like a big number, but for a lot of games, like that is how many games happen in like 1 hour of MTG online. Right? Like that's not genuinely a big number. It is big for Netrunner. It's big for the amount of work Kikai did, but that is like technically a small number, which is pretty wild. And this is what the numbers tell us about the 24/05 meta. It was Corp favored. So we're looking at win rates here. This is Corp win rates at Swiss and Top Cut, and you see the numbers across different events. And you notice there's like a pretty flat curve that's putting Corp win rates slightly above 50%. What is Corp win rates and then Corp win rate in the Top Cut? I don't think it's very clear besides OTG Midwest at an 86% win rate on Corp at the top there, but sometimes it's down, sometimes it's up, but it seems to be on average above or 50. If you ask me going into this meta, I would say that this meta was runner favored. If you ask me which side of the table I'd rather play if I'm trying to just like get a win, I would probably say runner. However, I think something that was like very much already talked about through the 24/05 meta is I feel like this was what I want to call like a chase meta to some extent, where it's like runner decks are really, really good. Like we probably had one of the best runner decks we've ever seen, World Tree Ari, which was not ever that popular besides at EMEA specifically, EMEA Continentals. But corporations understood that they kind of had to go. They kind of had to play quickly. They kind of had to be able to beat this deck. And so we saw from week to week to week, corporations bringing different decks. And specifically different decks that were attacking runners on different angles and angles that they were not prepared for, these sort of orthogonal angles. And we saw deck lists that would arrive, do well, really well 1 week. The same Corp deck can do not so well the next week, and then the same Corp deck in 3 weeks not even appear. Because people understood the game plan of the Corp deck, people teched into the Corp deck, and the runner deck slightly changed, and the Corp decks had to constantly shift. We've seen some runner decks that have been the same for basically the whole meta. There's been some minor changes. Some archetypes are less popular than they ever were, but Corp decks are changing very, very consistently, besides like very few stalwart decks, which are the same. I'm talking about PD, right? I'm sure I have 10K games over 75 events. Yeah, there you go. XDG. Do you share your numbers with Kika? I imagine you do. Maybe you don't, actually. I thought you did. So it's strange. Overall, it turns out it was Corp favored, but I think it's Corp favored because of pursuit, and it's Corp favored because of like deck building. I don't think it's Corp favored on the axis of a long enough period of time once all the Corp cards get exhausted and all the strategies get found out. But it is technically Corp favored, which is really, really interesting because I don't think that's what I would call, and I honestly don't think that's what I would say about the 24/05 meta. From every angle by the 2405 ban list, and despite an early panic about Ashniko being unbeatable, which we did say on this channel, that did seem like the best deck in the format, and arguably probably is. It was surprising both how quickly Corps were able to find a winning groove, and how stubbornly they held on to it throughout the season. From American Continentals onwards, Corps dominated every major tournament with only a handful of exceptions. So this is from North Australian Nats, AMT, July 27th, and AMC Montreal. Are those the exceptions? Or are those the, are those the exceptions, or that's the range? It looks like that's the exceptions. So NPC Montreal Corps not doing good. North Australian Nats, when is that? Corps not doing great. 4850, not too terrible though. And then AMT July 27th, Corps doing 33. Why is Montreal so bad for Corps? Runners adapt their play and make a couple slots for tuning. Corps change their entire game plans. We saw new Corp decks week after week. It'd be like, have you seen this Corp deck? It wasn't like, oh, did you see the tech card I changed in a lat? Like, Corps had to entirely shift what they were doing, which is like a strange angle. Like, imagine being in a world where runners have to change their deck that much from week to week. So those were the exceptions there. So this is the side win rate at phase. So it's Swiss 53%, 47% for runner for Corp, and then Corp win rate goes up a bit in the top cut. Which is actually the opposite of what we expect. I generally say that when you're in open information, that hurts the corporation more than hurts the runner. Inherently, the corporation installs most of their cards face down. If the corporation has, what I'm going to say, in a non-value neutral way, a cheesy win condition, you'll see it coming. Now, that's the same for the runner. I think there's a lot of runner decks that have cheesy enough win conditions, and seeing those on the table sooner than later, or sorry, on paper in open deck lists, that's not going to help either. And mind you, not every top cut is open deck list. I'm assuming most of them are in events like this, but a lot of them, well, some of them aren't. What's particularly striking about this data is how consistent it is. You can slice the data by region or by offline or online play, and Corp win rates always sit at a solid 53%. That's really incredible. The only thing that might be worth noting is that Corps tend to perform slightly better in top cuts than in Swiss. That's such a slight, suggesting that the players that perform best in 24/5 were those that maximize the Corp advantage. Real, because Montreal's all on PE? Nah, not really. It's also slightly Corp favorite. Also, Corp is usually favored at lower table. This flip is high table. Yeah, Daojin, that's a really big point. Is that Corp is incredibly favored, I think. Oh, it depends. It depends on the meta, it depends on the decks. And this is where I need to know more about where Kikai's data exactly is capturing. And I think it's probably disclaimed somewhere. Is that capturing data across low tables, mid tables, and high tables gives you incredibly different pictures. There are a lot of Corp decks and a lot of metas that just steamroll lower tables because they have angles which runners are frustrated with and interact with in ways that are not advantageous to them, and they can lose games really quickly. The idea that you can run archives on turn 1 and die to punitive is a frustration for a lot of players, but also at lower tables that will happen. Getting oppoed, trashing things you shouldn't be, face checking into ice. Like, people die face checking into Sice and Tons and shit. Like, that just happens. And those sort of outs are mostly gained from corporations, and they mostly exist at lower tables. Now, I don't know how that affects this data, but upper tables and lower tables probably have different win rate percentages. This is on average, for sure. In the past, there was over 60% Corp favored. 53 is basically saying it's full and balanced as 50% is functionally impossible. 53 is good. Like, I don't think people are saying like, wow, it's a Corp favored meta, everyone play Corp. Like, 53 is, if you ask me, closer to 50. That is definitely 50. Runner win rate variance is lower. Lots of clustering around 50%. Some Corps have 60 to 70% win rates. Yeah, and I think we're going to see in the data, it says like one of the winningest Corp decks is Asmari. And like, yeah, it is. But like, that is the deck that like wins in ways that people are not prepared for. Like, I don't think that makes it the best deck. I think it makes it a deck that people aren't prepared for. And that's like the sort of, I think, a very, very big result of the sort of meta that we saw, the chase like capture. Like, where was this Asmari deck mostly played at? Like UK regionals and Bristol, I think. 71% Corp win rate. Also in the cut too, which I'd expect the opposite. But we'll come back to that for sure. Oh, NPC LA just got added to this. That was just this weekend. A lot of the data science looks at high tables and top cut because the people who care about there are also caring about being competitive and placing well at events. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons people go to a lot of events. A lot of folks don't go to events to win. They just go to hang out. And I'm assuming this data might be more top weighted, but I think, I don't know. And it just says Persephone. That's overall, over several ban lists, meta evolves too fast for stats to do more than hint at interesting trends or areas to explore. A lot of the data science, Asmari is kind of like PD. Everyone knows what you're doing, but so efficient at what it does, it wins anyways. I don't think so at all. I think the Asmari deck that I'm talking about, like the Jupstead Asmari deck, is winning because people, firstly, when it came out, didn't know what it was doing. They were dying on turn 4. And then for a while, people knew what it was doing, and they were still, like, unfortunately, making misplays. It's hard to say this without, like, I want to be very respectful, but like at Canadian Nationals, we put up a couple games. Our Canadian National champion, John, went undefeated on Asmari. And out of the 2 games that appear on the channel, both of the games were lost by the runners for making mistakes. Right? Like, I don't think we've seen a deck that can capitalize on mistakes or not knowing the game plan as hard as that Asmari deck. Like, PD doesn't capitalize on mistakes that way. Like, it's like running into Mumbed Virtual Tour on turn 1 against Controlling the Message circa 2016, getting hard hitting news. Like, you could just lose the game to that. But Asmari is getting ideas of that. Or like, you need to play around Punitive, you need to play around Jupe Stud, and if you don't fully play around both of those, you can just lose games out of nowhere as soon as turn 4. And that is happening. It was a Shaper meta. One response to the Hoshiko upset at American Continentals was to stop playing Anarch and start playing Shaper, and players did that, and this was quickly rewarded. Anarch, 45% weight, Criminal 43%. We'll come back to this. Shaper, 51%. That is lower than I thought. And again, I don't know how these numbers are collected. A lot of these numbers are going to be affected the more that you look at lower and higher, placements and tables. For instance, Criminal at 43% win rate. I think that number should be higher. I think on average, more casual players who want to play what they want to play, because most like other players think Criminal is not in a great spot right now, are more likely to show up with a Criminal pet deck to tournaments and not do well. Right? Like, I don't know what the capture rate is, but I think Criminal has a higher than 43% win rate. I just think that Criminal probably has one of the wider spreads of people playing Criminal, but I honestly don't know. Blue Switch, is there a link to the site we're looking at? Yeah, let me just copy it. It's tracex.substack. As Eric says, y'all suck at playing Crim. Yeah, Eric is going to be, Eric about it, but I think Crim is definitely playable. I don't know if it's the strongest faction comparatively. I think it is meta dependent, but Criminal is definitely like good. I think bringing Criminal to an event doesn't require an explanation. But I do think also there's a lot of Criminal players playing casually. Like, when I've been looking at a lot of stats and be like, oh, there's a lot of Criminals on the lower tables because they're like playing whatever the heck they want to, and not in a dismissive way. That's a really cool thing to look at. That's a good Blue Switch. I think that's Mari, even when you see it in the cut, you think sitting on 2 stone chips you're safe, then it draws 9 cards and kills you, 5 cards and kills you through 9 cards. Yep, that's at least how I lost to it before I realized. I think a lot of people are learning how to play into this Mari. And I'm interested to see that Asmari deck shows up at the Worlds, or if it shows up to Worlds where it changes, so people who are aware how to play around it now are getting caught because they're playing around something incorrectly. But I think it's quintessentially the deck where I think, again, on tape, people are losing to mistakes into it, which is just part of a card game. That'll happen. In fairness, not being allowed to make any mistakes is basically the highest standard a deck can have. Yeah, but you can there's a difference when you make a mistake and lose the game the next turn versus make a mistake and they scored a 5, right? Like, you're right. One of the things that people say at top table is one of the most important things to do is make fewer mistakes than your opponent, 100%. But then there's certain decks where you make a mistake and it's just like, oh, the Gatekeeper fired, that was pretty bad for you. Or you made a mistake and you died to Punitive on turn 3, right? They're different. They're definitely different. It seems like, I agree with you, the things you've said about Criminal in the past. It seems like it should be the mascot of Netrunner, but the cards don't support it. I think Anarch is the mascot of Netrunner. And I think maybe because like sort of Anarch ideas maybe line up a bit with no single game in general. Like, I think Anarch has always been like the favorite. It is exactly what people want in Cyberpunk, as a representation of the future. And I think I agree with that. It's really cool. They are generally pretty fun, as much as they've been pretty value pilled. Shaper has kind of been like the scary thing. A lot of people really adore Shaper, but I think Criminal has just not landed well in a couple ways for the last couple sets. Like, Criminal has just been, again, functionally from most people's perspective, Criminal hasn't received new cards since a year ago. And that's obviously not going to help people get excited about Criminal. And I think you would get excited about Criminal to some extent. That stats look a lot worse if you take Sokka's games out. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's going to be on both angles, right? Like, these numbers will go down if you take Sokka out, but these numbers will go up if you take, I don't know. I don't know what criminal identity I want to make people feel unhappy that they're choosing. I don't want to do that. Sometimes to beat Asmari, you need like 20 credits on a breaker on turn 4. It just doesn't happen for a lot of runners. Yes, I think you can argue that Asmari deck produces an issue faster with a stronger, more severe outcome if you're not prepared for it. If you can't run the remote server and break 2 ice and not die to Punitive by turn 4, the game can be over, and that is very different than other decks. That is something that wasn't addressed in the ban list, but it is one thing that makes the Asmari seem a bit different. Sure, getting to the remote server is core to Netrunner, but getting to the remote server on turn 4 and 5, and if you can't, you lose the game, is not something we've seen in a lot of decks before. And not in decks I think anyone would say is healthy. Era's screen looking low. It does actually look low. I thought it'd be higher than this, but also I don't think I would say it's a corp win rate. I think stats based on archetype is far more valuable than stats based on the faction. I agree, but then it's really hard to discern what ID is which archetype, right? But I agree. I agree that they're different. My point is that they make a mistake and you lose the game standard is a sign of a very strong deck. So in other words, Asmari Kill is genuinely probably the best deck right now and not catching people unaware. The stats say it's the best deck right now. The stats claim it's the best deck. You can see this most clearly in the overall win rate data. This is what you're looking for Shaper, which shows that Shaper was the only one of the 3 runner factions to win the majority of their games. You can also see by comparing the faction diversity of top cuts with overall tournament attendance, Shaper made up 44% of Swiss, but 54% of top cuts. I think when we did our own data, which I think is still shared in documents earlier from continental seasons, Shaper had a really good conversion rate, but also when Shaper was good earlier in the meta, Shaper was not commonly played. So there wasn't as many Shapers as there was Hoshiko, and Hoshiko was the most common and she had a bad conversion rate. So Shaper genuinely was a very, very good choice for conversion rate back like an early continental season. Squeezing out Criminal. It's pretty clear that if you wanted to do well at tournaments in 24 and 5, then Shaper is the best faction in choice. These numbers, like, to me feel a bit dated to some extent. I'm surprised for Arasana to be that high at 126 out of 123, the most represented Shaper. I'm assuming most of that was just World Tree, but I don't remember World Tree actually being that popular if you ask me. My guess is that also I didn't think Lat would be more popular than Kit. Maybe that's because Lat was a bit more consistent and people kind of got more Kit pilled the later the season went on, but I assumed Kit was the most popular this season, and I assumed that Kit will be the most popular at Worlds. I think Lat's a bit trickier to play, and I think a lot of people enjoy Kit. Like, I think what Kit gives you, the ability to install an 8 cost and 10 cost breaker and run through everything with like abandon, lines up with what a lot of people want and enjoy from the game. I think it's also a good deck that has really one-sided win rates in certain matchups and not unpopular matchups. I think Kit into PD, I'd pick Kit most every day of the week, while Lat is a bit trickier and requires you to play more perfectly, as much as there's a lot of Lat decks with really strong win conditions, stronger than Kit, I think. Arsana, I'm assuming that's mostly World Tree. I don't think people play Reg Arsana, and then everything else is like, you know, minor. Hoshiko 165. I think Hoshiko, for being the most represented, did terribly. I think Hoshiko had a very bad summer overall. I don't think a Hoshiko deck did much. Essa at 101, secretly Essa is quite good. Just a lot of people don't talk about Essa. I'm not an Essa expert, so I can't really contribute to that. And then Sable being 115, Zaya showing up at 51. It's actually way better than I thought it'd be, than every other criminals there. There's like nearly as many people playing Hoshiko as in the entire criminal faction. And we saw that before at tournaments. There was more people playing Hosh than like every single criminal there. Asmari's a bad deck. It's just popular in Europe, and people in Europe are worse at running than people in A. QED. Eric, how's it going? No, that's not true. It won Cannets, and people are still making like mistakes into it. And I think it's hard not to. Did SPD address why they didn't touch the Asmari deck? They mentioned a bit at the end of the article, Alec. How's it going, by the way? They said like it's about scoring in a remote server. We don't have to. We can just quote them. They mention it. Jubstad. Since the Bologna ban, we dipped in popularity while re-education as Asmari kill lists have found success. We wanted to explore ways to improve NBN's meta presence. The doorbell just rang. 1 second. Maddie's got it. Yeah, here we go. Rather, multiple ways of presenting a lot of value and efficiency, which forces Corps to go for more extreme strategies, such as re-educating as Asmari or horizontal Thule lists. That's all they say. They don't address like if the play pattern is healthy or whether it's worth considering or anything like that. It only showed up in that. They talk about how it's doing well, and that's mostly it. Let me catch up on chat. I think you generally have to be able to tank the punitive with tech rather than money to stand a chance in that matchup. Yes, and the tech is relatively easy to play. Like in Lat with an Anacom, you're pretty safe to punitive. With a single stone chip, you're relatively safe to punitive. Like, it's not impossible. You also just need enough money. Like, it's hard for them to double punitive you if you have like 15 credits. Like, it's just difficult. But you're right, you have to have everything line up. It's not the easiest thing to do. You also need a way to like hopefully quickly bust the remote server. Whether it's like I need a boomerang to get through the piranhas, something like that. There's a bunch to it for sure. I think you generally have to be. Oh, I just read that. Excuse me. Hey, Mr. Pele. I disagree about the opinion that criminals are not good. I think they're just as good as they ever were, but Shapers became finally viable in the new Shiny Toys. I think Shiny Toys is a big part of it, Diogen. Is like there was a lot of reasons to play Shaper in the last set. I think if you're trying to play Netrunner and enjoy new cards and explore new archetypes, you didn't have much to show for it in Criminal, and that's not going to help Criminal representation at tournaments. I think Criminals is what I want to play if I'm playing against PD, if I'm playing against horizontal NBN. There's a lot of matchups where Criminals are really good. It's just like a lot of people don't want to play the same deck that they played a year ago. Like literally you could play card for card the world's list from last year in Criminal. And it's strange because in some ways, like I recommend playing the same PD deck that's been the same since like 2020. But for Criminal, I don't know. At least there's other PD archetypes you can play, or sorry, HB archetypes you can play. Do you think the 24/5 meta was a good meta? Do I think it was a good meta? Okay, so loaded question from Eric Keelback. I think good is a word that we're all going to disagree about for sure. Do I think it was good? I think it was interesting. I think there's a lot of decks that I really enjoyed playing that if I was going to a tournament, I would pick up and have a great time. I never found myself in a situation where I had to worry about getting bodied by World Tree because I was never in a situation where I was playing against people playing World Tree. That being said, I competed at like a competitive tournament, mostly casting. For casting, it was interesting. I think it was actually quite interesting to cast because we had different corp decks week after week after week, as much as some of the corp decks were a bit like orthogonal and sharp, and some of them verge on cheesy, if you ask me, not value neutral. So that's interesting. I think right now we're basically in the 24/5 meta going into Worlds, besides the fact that we do not have World Tree. And overall, that's a great change. Right now, 24/5 meta without World Tree is the meta we're having for Worlds. And I think that's sick. Like, I think that's really good. Right now, everything's open. Like, I do not know what runner faction you can make a mistake playing. I think you have like 2 or 3 decks for every faction that are reasonable. On the corp side, it's arguably a bit trickier. I think it's harder to find something that feels really good on the corp side with a wide enough matchup spread. I think you're going to have to make some sort of meta decisions. I think if somebody has a pocket secret deck for corp or for Worlds, they're going to be at an advantage for sure because most of them known archetypes have like known weaknesses and like it's going to be a bit more tricky. But I think things are actually wider than I remember them being. That being said, in terms of the meta being exciting and fresh and like a lot of opportunity to explore, I don't think so. And I think overall RWR is not my favorite set. I feel like Anarchs have basically no new cards to explore. It seems like Criminals definitely have no new cards to explore, and it's just Shaper being the new exciting faction. And you see it here, not only with win rates, but new cards. And I just wish there was a bit more to explore because it seems like those factions are just playing the same stuff they're playing a year ago. And we kind of want a bit more changes than that. That's my thought. I think overall, yeah, in some ways, I don't think I'd be excited to be at a tournament playing Asmari over against that Asmari deck over and over again. And there's still decks I don't enjoy playing against. For sure there is. But right now things seem open and I'm very excited to go for Worlds. I feel like it's a 6.5 out of 10, not incredibly, slightly above rate. I think it's pretty good. I think it's genuinely pretty good. It depends on what you value, right? If you value the ability to play whatever you want and not feel bad about it, which for me, I definitely value. I'm the sort of player who hates going into a tournament and being like, did I bring the wrong deck? I'm going to lose before the game starts. Like that sort of anxiety gets me. I think it's really good for me on that angle. On the corp, I have no idea what I'd play though. The runner, I think is a lot easier. Hey, Ryan, I think Crim and HB kind of got hosed in the last set, Thunderbolt Mercury, since they've already been traditionally quite strong. Not also Anarch too, right? Like all the support seemed to be mostly support for Seb. Sorry, Patchwork did come out. Or not Patchwork, sorry, Crew came out. Crew's a really powerful card. But it's just like so much cardboard spent in ways that don't make a lot of sense in a wider way. I don't know. Runner cut conversion's a muddy stat when corp choice is so meaningful. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Ari's best shaper even outside of World Street. The numbers don't support that, and I wouldn't guess that, Gyro. I know you play a very specific World Tree deck, and maybe, but Kit had a bad time against my PD deck of Scottish Regionals, but that was mainly down to the deck being teched against Kit. How'd you do that, Dungeons? What would you recommend teching against Kit? People just like playing Reg Hosh. Argo reminds me that their logic around no gold farmer sits really weird with me. What is Ice for if not to create friction for the runner? It's to create friction, but the friction should be interesting, right? Like, let's talk about some cracked cards. Gatekeeper is interesting because it is a big credit check up front, but the subroutines on this firing are so interesting in multiple directions, right? Like forcing this to be rezzed early on a board state where that text is not disastrous. Cool. The corp has decisions on how they use this. You can force the corp to shuffle. Technically, the corp has to shuffle if they draw cards and don't shuffle back. That can matter sometimes on more states that can matter. But this is just a really cool card where understanding what it can do on different board states, the subroutines mattering, breaking one subroutine, not all of them, like this is interesting. Drafter is also a messed up card. It is a super messed up card, but Drafter is interesting. I've seen games lost because of Drafter, but when Drafter fires, sometimes it's a right to fire. And then at the end of the day, it's still a credit check. Generally, most decks break this for like 4 credits. It's not that different than like breaking a Gold Farmer. But Gold Farmer is the worst case of both. It is just a credit check and it's just not interesting. It is just a stat stick. It's just like, imagine we had a Palisade, but Palisade just had more numbers on it. Was the game more interesting? Are there cool ways to interact with Palisade? No, it's a Palisade, right? But like everything else that sees consistent play is interesting and nuanced. When, not a very popular card, but like when do you res a magnet can define the game. When do you res a gold farmer? Just about any time. It's a gold farmer. This is going to cost him 4 credits. You played 3. It's Eli 1.0. But at least Eli 1.0 circa 2014, you could click through it. You can't play 6. Gold farmer is like the worst. Just the worst. Uninspiring. Just stat stick. I'm so glad this has done come back. The only cool thing about this coming back is that it would actually incentivize people to play some of the cards that are sneaking back into the meta. Like Chisel is coming back. And Crew is coming back. That sort of stuff. That's the only cool thing about it, is that it's a low strength ice that is worth trashing because it's so taxing. Play banner and pay 2 credits? Yeah, that's the only way you can do it, I guess, but I don't know. Hush was the biggest injustice to poor Magnet. What is it? Kind of? Also, GameNet? Yeah, Thule. It's definitely worth mentioning that. If there's no reason to encourage anyone to play GameNet. If GameNet could be banned, if like Energy should just say we're banning GameNet because we don't want this to be here. We don't think it's important. We're hoping the more that we don't say GameNet, the more you will forget about GameNet. But like, just ban GameNet. The game should be more interesting than this. I don't know. I don't like it. I miss GameNet. Shit, never mind. I told Bill I disagree with you. Kind of disappointed that we got that was all we got addressing as Mari 40 got. I kind of agree. I would at least want to hear a sentence to be like, we think it's okay to die on turn 4. But I also do think a lot of the more like competitive minded players, and like this is unfortunate because the ban list is for everyone, don't really think Asmari is that great. Because they're playing decks that can more consistently deal with the issue. But unfortunately for a lot of decks that can't, and then the non-tier 1 decks that also are like, it's a bit of a divide for sure. End of the article partially addresses it. It just says it's there, right, Safer? Oh, notably too, this was not exactly shared in the text, but this seems kind of important. Trying to find it. Where's the, why do I keep closing my tabs? Like I'm going to need them. This sentence at the bottom, especially Ryan, I messaged you about this on a response. The new startup curation team has been hard at work and will have an update to the format to share within the next 2 weeks. We might get a new startup ban list for Worlds. That's kind of huge. We knew the new startup curation team, they originally said that they won't do anything until after Worlds, but this changes that. This was not shared in the version of the document I got. Otherwise, I would have addressed in the video. It was shared to me after. I didn't think it was going to be part of this document, but that's actually kind of huge if you're trying to play Startup World Championship or you care about Startup, because Startup definitely needed a shake up more than Standard did. I would argue what I've been told, but that seems important. So if you hadn't seen that because you didn't read it because it was a standard ban list and you're a Startup player, it was down there for you. You just had to read the whole thing. The best Crim decks, Eric's Rotoms, are basically the same, but they're still good decks. They're good decks and they're fun to play, but they're just the same deck. And I think, yeah, that's sometimes people want more than that. Single card change on the SBL update feels too soft to me. I was hoping for more shakeup before Worlds. I think Alec, like in hindsight, I don't know how you do a better job than that. And I think it's a good job. I think Worlds is pretty wide open. I think there's always going to be a best deck in the format. Like if you have to go into Worlds worrying about Asmari Jupestad, worry about Asmari Jupestad. And you can do that. You can tech into it into a way. But I think right now things are mostly open. I think corporations have a bit more consideration of what they're going to do. I think Runner's wider open, but I think it's a really good ban list going into Worlds. I don't think there's anything that I'm personally terrified about going into Worlds. Do you think Crim is underpowered compared to other factions? No. I think Crim feels underpowered. I think Crim feels very underpowered. But that's because I think you need to play Criminal really well and really carefully, and you have a small margin for error, and you don't have a lot of cards that do all the work for you, right? Like when we're looking at Trick Shot, talk about a card that does everything for you and more, and we don't have a card like that in Criminal. A lot of Criminal has to be about like face checking appropriately, putting the pressure on economic, some small amount of economic denial, building multi-access, and like playing smooth, clean Netrunner at all times. You're almost always one mistake away from disaster, whether it's like losing a breaker in a bad matchup or like them just getting too much money and you having a hard time to like kind of fight back. But it is, I think one of the problems too, and it's a weird thing because like I think Crim win rates are reasonable, is that Criminal has to like do the basic actions more than anybody else. There's a lot of Shaper decks and a lot of it is like the smoothness of things like Onicom that are never using the basic action besides playing cards. Where it's like, I'm going to do Diesel, I draw 4 cards, I'm going to install this, I'm going to install this, I'm going to make a run event. And Criminals don't play that smooth, where a lot of your Criminal game plan is attached to the basic action of click for credit, but mostly click for card draw, that it does feel like very, very different than every other faction. Anarch can play price, C4 cards, install 1-for-1. Criminal, like, what does Criminal do efficiently to set up? Literally career fair, and nobody plays that, unfortunately. I think it's much harder to play it because your margins are much more narrow, and it's not as exciting. Like, Criminal just hasn't had that sort of like, ooh, acceleration, look at me do the basic action thing, but better. It's just like, install your class act. I don't know. No mulch, Thule, good meta. JK, yeah, sure, whatever, Santa. I'm really curious the theory will prove true that corp choice is really constrained by possibilities of world tree. It's the same meta with just less RE. I think it was. I think the next like target down the road, like if we're gonna kick the can down the road, David, it's like, how worried are you about Turbine? Because I think a big response, mind you, is world tree is like, hey, Turbine exists, and now we have to beat Turbine. And now once we're going fast enough to beat Turbine, our orthogonal strategies are now challenged by world tree. Because it's now like, okay, well, world tree can get Turbine, but world tree can also get the orthogonal tech cards. I'm interested to see if Turbine's going to come back. What's your favorite NSG set? Brennan, I'm really behind on chat. I'm very behind on chat. I don't know if we're going to cut our losses. I think we're going to catch up. My favorite NSG set? If I can say all of Borealis, it'd be all of Borealis. I think System Gateway is a bit of a cop-out, but System Gateway is such a good thing on like every angle. System Gateway is great. Again, a lot of the cards in System Gateway are fine in a System Gateway context and get a bit busted outside of that. I just couldn't tell you the difference between the two parts of... I'm very bad at differentiating Parhelion and Midnight Sun. Midnight Sun was the first half. I'm assuming it was Midnight Sun. Usually the first half is much more exciting because you get a lot of the upfront build around stuff. This had endurance in it, sure. It had Drago in it, if I'm not mistaken, too. But like, did it? Yeah, it did. Probably, honestly, like Midnight Sun. But like Midnight Sun slapped. Hold on. Midnight Sun is such a good set. Like, look at these IDs. They're all great. S is great. Okay, hold on. I like a lot of these IDs. Op is incredible. Sable is incredible. S is incredible. Padma, maybe one day. With the boat, Padma is fun. And Prov is a mixed bag. I think there's a lot of Prov decks I enjoyed. I just really like Midnight Sun. I do know that, you know, you can bring up some considerations that Midnight Sun had a lot of like faction-based, or not faction, but like archetypal based decks, right? Like here's Asa, here's a bunch of sabotage cards, here's Sable, here's a bunch of mark cards. And there's a lot to be said about whether some of the cards work outside of that archetype or not. We largely tried to see the same thing coming in the last set, in Liberation set, with like Mercury and Sebastio, and currently none of it's appealing, which means we end up with a lot of cards that don't work. So yeah. Any news on the mini factions for runners, or is the new slower release schedule make that impossible? Like new mini factions? I don't have a quotation here, but I don't think NSG said that they want to make mini factions. Maybe in years from now, but currently like the mini factions are closer to Ampere and Nova. But I don't think NSG has ever gone on record saying that they have interest to do mini factions. There's 0 lowest reps in these stats? That's not surprising, is it? It might be less than 1%, but yeah, there's no lows, which I saw low set tournaments, but it might just be like over a certain, I don't know how the data. I feel like the ban list to take away mulch was a big improvement over RWR launch meta. No, mulch was good. I was getting to the point where mulch was pretty miserable, that there's a lot of decks that just mulch crushed through. Oops, all barriers. Shit, yeah, okay. I'm worried about oops, all barriers meta for sure. So Alex is asking, Eric, do you think people suck at playing against Asmari 40? I think if you walk in with a specific plan and tech, you beat Asmari north of 80% of the time in a way that you can't even if you have a plan and tech versus something like PD. I agree. If you know what they're doing, and also you have some tech against it, that deck, if it can't do the thing it wants to do to you, and you beat its first like big push in a remote server, you win that game. And it's awkward because they still have to sit there and play the game. But there is a chance that if you crack on the remote server, steal their first 3-pointer, trash their second jupe stat, that they could concede the game, and it wouldn't be a huge loss of EV. So if you get over that hill, the light shines. That hill can be tall for some. Asmari can be being Lat with Stoneship Onicum because you live through peanuts, but it's not even that. It's like you can be beat. How's it going, Chenchling? By like pinhole threading. It can be beat by like inside job, by boomerang, by diversion, by class act. Like it's not unbeatable. Big drafter, enjoyable. Funny how all these purple meanwhile Jinteki and NBN cards are pointed at as NBs more consistently. Yeah, it's because they are. HB wants to close the game. There's a lot of NBN and Jinteki cards that are just kind of pushing you around a bit. This is a post-mortem AMT. Can anyone give me the headlines? This is not AMT postmortem, Dave. This is a recap. We're like very slowly going through it over the whole 24/05 meta that Kikai put up on Surveyor. We're working through the article. We've been just talking in chat. Best anti-kit tech is triple advance a cat on the outside or public trail into SGP. Yeah, public trail SGP is really, really mean. How's it going, Ba? I think a cat, like, you probably end up DJing into Quetzal, but that's the only way you stop it. I just think if you're doing all that, you need to have a win condition, and you're not doing that in HB. So you're probably playing like Wayland Grinder, and by Wayland Grinder, I mean Wayland Glacier. Yeah, maybe that's not an easy matchup. Catching on chat. I think one of the biggest pain points in the game right now is how hard it is to actually tax runners with ice. I think that's true when it comes to Lobby Summon Kit. I think that's true when it comes to Lat, if Lat is using Propeller and Revolver, but the ways that those get taxed out is by through Simulchips and like Recursion. At some point, the Recursion does end in those decks as much as it can be tricky. I think with Criminal, Ice really hurts. I think with Anarch, unless they're playing Turbine, Ice is actually super relevant, unless they're on like Begamot, Essa, and set that stuff up. So I think it's a mixed bag. I think Fizerum is underrepresented for how much people hate it or don't like it. But there are certain decks right now that are really good at dealing with ice. I think Managarm Skunkworks as the solution is one of the best solutions right now. It's really, really good. I think Crew is also a problem that ice is looking less good. But I'd argue, yeah, right now ice doesn't seem the best. There's ways to trivialize. I just don't think they're as trivial as they sound. Like, they still need to get their Lobby Summon Orca down. Like, that does take some work. It makes the early game volatile. But NSG printed GameNet again. NBN is constantly giving cards only to have them taken away. Nearly all of GameNet support is banned now. Yeah, but that's because they might have made a mistake, right? Just because they printed the thing doesn't mean they have to support it. I think GameNet was a mistake. And I think if they could ban out GameNet, they would. They just don't have a reason to. Because it's not showing up at tournaments, so casual players can enjoy GameNet at whatever they want. But I don't think you need to support GameNet. I think you just need to come up with something more interesting than GameNet. I think that's fine. I think Jinteki and NBN are the hardest to design for. I think we've classically seen it in Jinteki, where for a while too, NSG didn't know what to do with Jinteki, really. I think if you look at things like Isawaki, you probably still don't know what to do with Jinteki, right? Like, it's hard. It is genuinely a tricky thing to do because a lot of the support cards are very narrow and talk about doing net damage, but doing net damage infinitely is not very fun, people agree on. And so you need to have this like weird, wider card pool that supports more options. The HB card pool technically supports more options as much as the latest weirder HB stuff doesn't see a lot of success. But I think NBN's the same way, but NBN does have multiple archetypes that all do something slightly different. I think Jinteki is the hardest to design for sure. People play a Shaper deck that effectively controls the game from turn 4. No one bats an eye. Play an Asmari deck that wins on turn 4 and everyone loses their mind. Yeah, because they lose the game on one turn. It feels worse. Joker-fied ShadowNet incoming. Oh, it's not like it's always the ShadowNet's Joker-fied. Which of these regions do you not start a feud with on The Last of Us? I mean, definitely Bad Eyes the decks that are just beat me on turn 4 or else, regardless of what color they are. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not my favorite thing. I'm not going to defend it, but I do think the deck is beatable. It is. You're going to see the data, though. It seems like it's not the case. Now, this is top cut ID diversity. Arisan is showing up a lot, Lat showing up a bit, Shaper's still more than half the pool, Criminal showing up just a bit over there, and then Hoshiko and Essa showing up a fair bit as well. Now, if we're going from like 165 to 30 versus 101 to 20, like the conversion rates on some of these popular IDs are not that great. Shout out to the 7 Akikos, probably all that same tournament, but like just about Akiko from 23 to 7, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty wild. The best corps were trying to kill you. This is what we've been working at, right? The highest performing corp identities by far were those the most effectively including a flatline component to their strategies. This is hard data to collect. Across the season, Asmari and RH had 64 and 63% win rates respectively. And this is where like the data to me is easy to say something that people are going to get offended at. Asmari has a great win rate. RH has a great win rate. Ag Infusion has a great win rate. And this is kill Ag Infusion, I'm assuming. Oh, this is just overall. So we're assuming that we have to, some amount of the Asmaris are kill decks, some amount of the RHs are kill decks. Okay, obviously these are not all kill decks. I think the win rates of these decks are high because people are dying to them. Obviously it's tautology, but like people are dying to RH all the time doing silly things. Does that make the deck unbeatable? No, but the deck is like, I'm so surprised that RH is doing as well as it is, considering like the common Shaper deck you expect the meta is so good into it, right? Like we're looking at Stone Ships and Onicoms and somehow like 6 points on Archives will still kill you to punitive. Like this I don't fully get, but this is obviously over the whole meta. I don't know. People should see this coming by now. I don't know why that number is that high. As Marius, same idea. Like people are still making mistakes and dying to it. 274 people playing 64%. RH can double punitive with 6 damage shots. Yeah. So like you're meant to not end up in a situation where you steal 6 points. And how consistently is the RH deck making a situation in which you have to run archives and steal 6 points and have fewer money than the runner corp twice over, right? Like I think a lot of people are just dying to stuff. Again, roast me. This is an offensive take. I think the RH deck is obviously good. It showed up at Worlds last year in top 16, I think multiple times. But I do think these numbers are a bit colored by people just dying to it, which is what it's trying to do, I guess. If I could take back that take, I would. I feel embarrassed. You can see echo this if you look at the top cut diversity, which compared to overall tournament attendance clearly favors Jinteki. Jinteki made up 21% of Swiss, but 28% of top cuts. I saw so much PE make top cuts. So much PE make top cuts this last month, squeezing out any Wayland players that weren't playing op. I'm surprised op is doing as well as it is. I think op is very, very poor conversion rate. Is that PD at 183? You damn know it is. And then all the Jintekis showing up, different kinds. I think PE did really well. I think people are also just dying to PE. This is from Surveyor Winnegon, tracex.substack.com. This is Kikai's blog. It's really good. This is top cut ID diversity. So this is just Swiss. So we go from 183 PDs to 42 PDs. Yeah. Ag Infusion showing up, PE showing up, RH showing up. The Forest Wax. It's all the same player. It's all the same player. And is Mario only 15 top cuts, right? Lat was the best runner ID, possibly because he is so much more difficult to flatline. Yes, it is. And this is the thing. It's like, obviously, this is the stats for the whole meta, but I would not honestly bring a damage deck to the meta right now because it's nearly impossible to play kill a Lat. It is so damn hard to kill a Lat. Lat was the highest performing runner ID by a wide margin. Lat had a 57 win rate. Again, Saku's playing Lat across 470 games and is comparable only to Arasana, who managed a respectable 52. No other runner identity was able to achieve a position greater than 50. This is the numbers. Zaya on 37%. That is mostly Whiteblade dragging that number down. But for real, Zaya is tricky. And I think Zaya is an ID that shows up in the hands of a lot of newer players because we recommend it. And newer players won't win as many games as they lose. I don't know where this number comes from. Sable on 46 is the highest Criminal has been doing. Hoshiko and Essa 47s, Kit 48, and then Arisana with World Tree 52. Lat is just the best. Not surprised. I don't think it's that different. This is what I'm more interested about going into Worlds. It's like, I honestly think Lat is discouraging damage decks from existing, which means some of Lat's strengths are not strengths anymore. That's kind of interesting. But are people going to play Lat at Worlds or are going to play something simpler? And I don't know if you can get that much more simpler than Lat. Even like mediocre Lat play is pretty good Lat play. NBN was unpopular but hugely successful. Having been hit hardest by the 24/5 ban list, NBN was the least popular faction of the season, only 588 games, which is less than just PD. But those few people that did bring NBN to the tournament tended to do really well with it, 58% win rate. Again, most of the NBN decks I think they're being played right now are pretty mean. I think almost all of them are kill decks or tag storm decks. Very few people are scoring out. So whether it's like Behold, NEH, or R+, that just wins games. Whether it's Asmari, Punitive, we've been talking about, that just wins games. I'm not surprised. This is one of the sharpest decks that people have the least reps in, and it is like very, very easy to make a mistake into it. Conclusion, 24/5 will be remembered strangely. It will be remembered as a time where players struggled to decide on what to play as a corp, despite corps being ahead. But I think they're only ahead because they were constantly zigging and zagging. It will be remembered as a time when PD with no new cards suddenly started performing again, while people couldn't really get op or Sable to work in a way that they used to. But mostly, it will be remembered as a time when Shaper dominated the top tables and when very few people could figure out how to play as or against NBN. I think playing against NBN is a hard part right now in the meta. Was it fun? 3,400 plus games suggest that it was. Hopefully you enjoyed playing in it, and hopefully you've enjoyed reading about it in this Surveyor. Stay tuned for more analysis and speculation about the impact that banning World Tree might have in the meta. Very cool article, very great website. Kika does great stuff. This has really started to pop off this summer, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna start with the coffee down there. Do you think Crim is underpowered compared to other factions? Sort of. I think I might have answered that already. If not, kind of. Ryan, I saw your comment. If the start of meta is a good post-ban list, I might actually go to Worlds. It's like a 6-hour drive from SoCal. That's what I thought. I was like, you're kind of in the area. Let me know if you see the results and you think it one way or another. We're going to try and play some startup on the channel around the time that the new updates come out. So we might be able to experience it together. So does that inherently mean it's not as good? It's as good as the other reactions if you play perfectly factions. Sorry, what do you mean, Z? How's it going? Just play perfectly. If you don't, so Eric is saying play perfectly as a criminal. And if you didn't play crim perfectly, you lost because you made a mistake. It's your fault. But Eric, I'd argue that the other factions, you do not have to play perfectly and you can still win. That is the criminal problem, is that you are inherently fighting uphill when your line is to only play perfectly. You can play imperfectly and still have a good shot with a lot of these other decks. And I don't think in criminal you're allowed to do that. Okay. So many crim bangers, Hoshiko bangers, and Shapers got nothing. That's fine. I think like the Punitive faction just feels a little annoyingly coin flippy. Do they have 2, 3? Can be a huge difference and just annoying play patterns, IMO. I hear that Punitive is annoying. I think Punitive is annoying. Like the ability to lose this quickly. Like I've lost turn 1 in Punitive. It happens to everyone. And it's not wrong. Right? Like running R&D and stealing the 1 bacterial programming and they draw double YDL Punitive. Like, yeah, you'll just lose that game. And that is honestly frustrating. I hear that. I agree to that for sure. The other day I played my Ari versus Mari and stole 3 points off Central raids in the first like 3 turns while burning the Punitive and being really unkillable. Felt pretty good. Yeah, I hear it. Then they assembled Exodia and went to run in the quasi free and ran into the 1x Magnet. GG. Yeah, I do think Magnet is not even that popular in that list. I think one of the archetypal versions run 1, but if your list is that weak to Magnet, I don't think you can be upset about that, can you? Game Note is more interesting when one of the ways to trigger his ability was Ice Traces. I guess. People hated Sea Scorch, but totally thought HHN Boom Archive Memories was fair. No, I don't think people love that. Sea Scorch, at least like there was a way inherently in the game to like beat it, which was have more money. I think Sea Scorch wasn't fun, but also Sea Scorch, like people were just at a point where playing Plascrete and just not worrying about it. Like Plascrete showed up as one of in each deck. I don't think that made the game more interesting. I'd argue that it didn't, but just because we did that back then doesn't mean it's good now. PD the GOAT. I've definitely just died of Punitive even while trying to play around. A game's hard, yo. Yeah, game is hard. Game is definitely hard. Some lines are riskier than others, and you have to make your own calculation, but you can just die on turn 1. As a crim, I have to 0 out RH before running archives. Learn the hard way when it can only drain them to 2 credits. Yeah, I think your best play is like install Classic, run archives, hoping there's no spin on the table. I know Trace's Link, Psy Game were left out in Startup, but NSG, I hope they revisit them or at least replace them with more new mechanics. Chase, Psy Games are in Startup. Shy Games existed in the last set. We had at least Adrian as a side card. There might be more than that. I think Traces probably aren't going to come back. I think Link might matter in some other way, but I don't think Traces are going to come back. I'd be really surprised. But a Link hasn't existed on an SG card in a minute. I don't think any of the identities have had Link for a while, so it might just be like phased out. If you feed Lat a bacteria, they can kill Lat. No chance they can match you on 12 cards in HQ. Yeah, but they do like Stone Chip or something. Like it's hard, but it's something. R plus is like P can be truly miserable to play against. Diogen, I'm surprised you're saying that. I agree with you. Why are you telling new players to play the worst ID results wise? Because it teaches you good fundamentals and it like encourages you to interact in a game that new players should be interacting on the game on. Now, I think if new players weren't playing Xayah and you gave them an RE deck or a Lat deck, they'd probably have a lower win rate. Honestly, maybe modernly Onicom Lat, if a new player can remember all the triggers, might have a higher win rate than Xayah, but like the newer player win rate's not going to be good. I don't think we're trying to give new players a 65% win rate runner deck. That would be kind of wild. We'd be all playing it. I think when damage decks get played to tech meta, Lat got played to tech against damage, you shouldn't play damage anymore. I don't think so. I think Lat is just really, really good. I think you'd play Onicom even if you didn't need to. But it's harder to kill Lat than it's ever been. So it was interesting that C Boom wasn't a real thing. Because Boom's a double, right, Spooky? You can't actually do it. Because you only got 3 clicks. People hate Sea Scorch. I remember some recent-ish Reddit posts about either someone playing OG Core Salvage Memories complaining about dying to Scorch. One of my like first times playing out in public, I died to like Sea Scorch and thought the game sucked. And then I got Plascrete as like my promo piece for that tournament. I'm like, okay, I'll try it again. And then you kind of learn to deal with it. But it's like there is a huge burden, and a lot of card games have those cards, right? Where like if it's not on the table, but if you don't like account for it in your mental model of the game, you're going to have a terrible time. Account Siphon was one of them. Of course it was one of them. Sea Scorch was another one where you had to be like, okay, I think this is a Scorched Earth deck. I'm going to not run until I have more money than them. Like that is something that the table doesn't tell you to do, but the more you play, it becomes part of your mental model. And like some of it, it's like a weird thing too, because this happens with newer players, especially players who think they're like really clever. Like I'm guilty of this. I play a board game and be like, oh, this seems really unbalanced. Like, look at the numbers and do this. Like, it's not fair. And then you play the game another 6 plays and be like, well, that's actually an interesting layer that I can use to pressure them when I push into a remote server, as long as my opponent respects it, right? Like that happens. That happens all the time. I'm guilty of that too. And I'm not saying Sea Scorch is great, but like it's the same kind of card. I think the worst one we've ever seen is Hard Hitting News, where like run turn 1, lose the game is like the worst case scenario. But those cards existed, and they exist. Punitive's pretty scary too. Hey Chief, those 2 decks you gave the wife and I were really fun. Thank you for the recommendations. Yo, glad you've been enjoying them. That's really good to hear. Hard Hitting News was considered better by then. Yeah, Sea Scorch, like Sea Source kind of fell off once Hard Hitting News came out. The only reason you'd play it is like to land single tank punishment, which wasn't very common, as much as there was an overlap where we had things like not All Seeing Eye, but EOI. There were at least 3 link cards in Ashes, but I can't think of any of them. There was Cyber Trooper Talut, there was Dreamnet, there might be 1 or 2 more, but there was link cards printed in Ashes, and a lot of the IDs in Ashes had link. Like Lat has link, I'm pretty sure. Oshiko has link on one side, Az has link. Like all the IDs in that set had link. And then I think every single other runner we had since Ashes did not have link, and link was never mentioned, or Trace didn't come up since Ashes. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Archivist is an old FFG card. Yeah, it's from the Red Sand cycle. Yeah. So it mattered because, mind you, in the context of the set, we had Dreamnet. So there's actually a good reason to get to 2 link. Not that tracing was super prevalent, but there was a card. Like they made a link logo. The boxes are in a different order. It's different here. Oh, with Biotic, it's way too expensive, Spooky. If that's the case, like you might as well not. That's really, really expensive. Traffic Accident needed how many tags? 1, right? Oh, 2 tags, of course it did. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, you need Biotic. You need a 4-card combo and like twice as much money as the runner. It just won't happen. And Boom is trashable. Sea Scourger is a thing currently. I think that's probably fine. Game Evolves. Like right now we have it. And like there's frustration with this. You can run on turn 1 and die to Public Trail End of Line. The reason why you're not is because people aren't playing it. But it's not unlikely that you die to Public Trail End of Line. We had a really good stream last Thursday where we ended up playing Ampere and had a way better time than I thought I would. Our last streams have actually been really fun. But like we played Public Trail End of Line and just killed runners. Now we force them to interact and have fewer cards in hand, but like it still exists in the game. Like not a lot of runners have 8 credits. It's very, how many turns have we seen the runners like fewer than 8 credits, fewer than 5 cards in hand because they set up on turn 1 after like making a run with Hoshiko, right? Like this does just kill people. It's like people don't either think this is consistent or enjoy just saying, oh, game's over, haha, which I honestly feel bad saying game's over, haha. What was the Sea Source art? That was from the reboot. So there's a lot of cards that had new art because they showed up in the revised core set. So a lot of people are more familiar with this, with the actual space elevator. I'm a big fan of this art. Then revised had this art, which shows Victoria on it, but it's not as good, I don't think. Like it's just not as evocative, and it has this has a better color palette, I think. The scale and scope is really cool. There's a bunch of cards like that too. Like Psychographics is another one. The original Psychographics card, weird. And then the revised one is like very colorful, very different. I'm not sure which one I like better. I do actually kind of like this one a lot. There's a bunch of cards that got like Anonymous Tip. This one like gets me all the time on whenever it shows up, rarely. Like the new Anonymous Tip art, trying to get this on Gordian Blade is impossible. I've never seen this card compared to this one, which is just blue. Just blue. More noir though, because there's somebody in a trench coat. Yeah, Ogniv Mercs and No Free Lunch are pretty good tech cards to use with the current high amount of kill decks. No Free Lunch doesn't do anything against the kill decks we're talking about. I think there are a subsection of kill decks for like Thule or like NEH where No Free Lunch is worth its weight. You have to worry about Malia for sure. Ogniv Mercs is like probably not worth it. I think it's very clumsy. I would not play it sooner than anything else. I'd rather look outside of faction. I'd rather play Stone Ship than Ogniv Mercs. I think Trace could make a comeback. It just needs link cards to be printed, but I am biased because it's a janky mechanic that fits with the game themes, and I think it's kind of live for. I don't think it's janky. I just think it generally proves to be a bit uninteresting. But when I went played like some old Netrunner recently, and we had to like pull out what's it called? Not Cobra. What's the other snake I like? Viper. Like Trace is cool. It's fun to re-experience Trace, and Trace can be interesting. Like cards like this are interesting because you can choose basically to break ice. That being said, you could just write this down to be like, pay 3 credits or this resolves, and it would be functionally the same without having to have a whole overhead of a new mechanic. It's very uncommon for trace to actually matter in a way that is worth supporting the rules overhead. That's the consensus from NSG. I mostly agree with that. We see Lincoln NSG said it'd probably be similar from work or sabotage, concentrating in a set for thing than a set basically. Maybe. We saw a trace based runner. Mind you, we saw Sunny, and like Sunny did care about Link. We like Sunny. I like trace ETR subroutines. Yeah, there's cool, like Caduceus is one of the most interesting trace cards, if you ask me. Like say you face, okay, so if you don't know how trace works, this fires. The corporation starts a base at trace 3 because it says trace 3. They can spend 1 credit to increase its strength as many times as they have credits. They do it all up front. So they spend 3 credits, it becomes trace 6. Once they've locked in, it passes to the runner. The runner looks at their base link, which is that number in the top left corner of your identity, you don't know what it is, and then they can add credits equal 1 per credit per trace boost, and then they can boost in. It's a trace 6, so to succeed the trace, to basically make the trace unsuccessful, technically, even that nomenclature can be confusing, they have to match 6. So we have base link 1 because we're playing lat. We have to pay 5 credits. 1 plus 5 is 6 versus the corp's 3 plus 3. We all spend our credits. Corporation does everything publicly first. Runner does everything publicly second. So the corp spend 3. We spend 5. This is not a successful trace. The corp doesn't gain 3. But this is just such a cool card because getting this money back means it's a free res. So sometimes it's actually worth it to boost into this trace to make sure they don't get the money and you just bounce off the ETR. But the ETR is an easier trace because it's trace 2. But if this trace succeeds, they'll have more money for the ETR. Like this is where trace can be very, very cool. But it's usually not worth the rules overhead and the time spent doing the trace itself physically, as opposed to cards like, and I'm going to show a really bad example. But sometimes it just functionally ends up to something like Negotiator, which is like the runner can always pay 2 credits to break a subroutine. I should have shown F2P. That's probably a bit more of a reasonable choice, right? Like trace 2. That's kind of what it comes down to. I wish there was some midpoint because I think these sort of financial decisions, especially like when the 2 things interact with each other in a very obvious way, are very, very interesting. I've seen games where the decision on how to trace is game deciding. Shout out to Muckraker and Shinobi. Not exactly, but yeah, I know what you mean. Or you can have executive functioning and you can do core regardless. Yeah, there's a couple of those that were just like printed poorly that just don't say if successful. They just say trace 4, the runner cannot access any cards. It doesn't care if the trace is successful or not. Don't worry about it. Sync BR is fairly good in R+, and is a good example of tracing ice. Sync BR is like maybe a bit underplayed right now. Again, this one has cursed text. I won't go into it. Sync BR you watch is still online. But yeah, this is not a bad card. For like a mid-century, it's like, actually, is this better than just playing Starlit Night? Probably not. Show Viper. Viper's very similar, just so you lose a click. Imagine if you're playing in GameNet, so much more fun. Yeah, right? So much more fun. Don't run until you get your icebreakers down, because otherwise the game is going to be uninteresting. Teron, I think trace becomes a lot more interesting when they're recurring credits to spend, forcing your opponent to spend real credits, saving it for later, trying to get a minor thing to fire now. Yeah, it can be interesting. There's ways to make it interesting. For sure. Show Macrophage. Yeah, folks in chat are saying a couple of things. Firstly, show Winchester. Winchester is probably the most common trace ice we see. It just often fires. You can trace into it as a panic button. It's nice to have like mean subroutines attached to a trace. That often was a death sentence for the ice. Back in the day, Ninja for a minute was like a really good, not Ninja, excuse me, Assassin was a really good taxing mid-range ice for a moment in like 2015. This was like good enough. Trace 5, do 3 net damage. Like imagine the runner paying 5 to save 3 cards from hand, like anti-snare technology, and trace 4 trash one program on a 5-string sentry. Because inherently, that's what you have to understand about trace, is that trace only matters if it is more expensive to beat the trace than to break the thing, right? Like that's where cards like this get really interesting, or like Resistor. Resistor is a 0 strength, 0 cost barrier that's just trace 4 successful end the run. But if you have your cleaver down, you break it for 1 credit. So that's where like so much overhead goes into trace, but trace only matters if the subroutine fires. So a lot of times it's cheaper to break the resistor than to trace through it. Now, admittedly, resistor can be an infinite strength. So sometimes the trace is this is a really cool card because it's a pressure valve that even if you have 3,000 tags, you can go through the trace as long as you can beat the trace. You can go through the resistor. But there's like so many cards in the card pool that were just like kind of cursed because tracing through it didn't make sense, because you can, what's the name of the dragon? That's not it. What's the name of the dragon? Capacitor is a cool card. Oh, sorry, not capacitor. Capacitor not cool. Yeah, resistor is a cool card. Not worm. Shit. Good old macrophage, right? Like Draco, thank you. Right, like cards like this made less sense because it was a low strength sentry. So a lot of times it was actually easier to break the low strength sentry or equally easy to do trace too. And this is where it's really hard. There's a lot of really bad trace cards out there where it's like, why would I bother breaking this when I can just always trace to it and not need a breaker? And so the Draco is only really scary when the corporation has like infinite credits and they can make this trace 14 if you choose to let it fire. Otherwise, you just do the math. Is it easier to trace to or is it easier to break it? And to some extent, Caduceus is the same thing. It's like when you had your Mimic down, you would break it for 2 credits with your Mimic. You still can do that in the standard format, kind of. But on face check, because this card could get rezzed early, it was actually interesting. So once this gets rezzed and even Icebreaker, this text becomes entirely blank because you would always just break it cheaper. So the ice that we saw that was kind of interesting, it's like, it's hard to make good trace ice because you're always on this weird angle where it's like, it's too expensive to break. So we always do the trace, or the trace is too weak. So we always break it. It's really hard to find a midpoint. Like this is a 6 strength ice that has trace 7. Like just take the tag, turns out the answer was, and that's probably not great for R plus right now. What was another bad example? Like Macrophage to some extent was a really weird example because it was strength 7, but all these traces really sucked and usually didn't matter. Yeah. Checkpoint was a really rough one too. Checkpoint was always maligned as a terrible card because when you res it, you gave the runner bad publicity, which is a terrible thing to do if your deck has traces because you can use the bad publicity during that trace, not during this run, but during a different run. And it's trace 5. If successful, do 3 meat damage when this run is successful. So you can just jack out. So you paid 4 and gave the runner bad publicity. And mind you, this is in a world without outfit. This was a much older card, and that was just very, very, very bad. But there's a lot of weird cards where the trace just didn't make sense based off the strength of the ice. Someone clip saying capacitor's cool. I want it for reasons. Checkpoint exists to be sub boosted. Yeah, I think we've done that before. I think we have done that on the channel before. Art's good. Lily Ibrahim did good art. Yeah, great art. I like this art a lot. Anyways, trace is really strange. It's easy to romanticize it, but there's a whole bunch of trace stuff that was like kind of useless and very clumsy because it's hard to make an interesting trace card. There's much fewer interesting trace cards than interesting trace cards. Shout out to our friend Datahound. A very cool trace. No, not this one. Definitely not this one. Like this is the worst. It was like trace 2. Some of the trace cards cared about how much you beat the trace by. That can be more interesting, but this. Eavesdrop and Thimblerig for the win. Yeah, that worked. It's a shame of Mellow. I don't know if you ever did that with what's it called? Tributary before it got banned. That was good. That was good something. Amani, yeah, Amani sees play. Like there are trace cards that see play. Punitive sees play. Amani sees play. Trebuchet sees play. There are like some trace cards that see play. Winchester sees play, of course. It's just like not incredibly common. Turnpike was a classic. Just take the tag. Yeah, Turnpike was fucked. Turnpike just had messed up numbers on it. Trace 5, take a tag. And then you also got into this other like small meta that you learned the more you played. How much do you think for, say, only answer this if you're a player who hasn't really experienced trace. What is the highest a trace number can be for you to want to take the tag versus not take the tag? Right? IP block, yeah, it was a great shout. IP block was kind of a messed up card too, but very interesting. Right? Like, how good does the trace have to be before you just take the tag? Because if you don't have link, you're paying 5. Pause for effect. So the answer largely is that the trace 3 means you should always boost into it. Trace 3, it depends if you have no clicks left, but if it is a minimum trace 3, you should always boost into the tag trace. Because inherently, it costs you 2 credits and a click to remove a tag. And so you could have clicked for a credit. So that means paying 3 credits clicklessly and just clicking for a credit on your next turn, you come out even. Except you probably do better than clicking for a credit on your turn. So trace 3 is the minimum, which you should always boost into the trace. Now, the corporation understands that and they can boost into the Turnpike or into the trace 3 tag thing. That doesn't actually really happen, but it's worth keeping in mind too. Like just a lot of times trace and tag were in the same sentence, but trace 3 here, this is actually a better ice than the amount of play it's on. You should just boost into this always. So like if you find a way to break it cheaper than 3 credits, that'd be great for you. But otherwise you just pay 3 every time you go through it. Assuming you need to clear the tag. Yeah, we're assuming if they put this card in their deck, you need to clear the tag. Otherwise, why are they playing a card that gives you a tag? But you're not wrong, for sure. Wasn't there an old Netrunner channel called Trace 5? There was. It used to be Teamwork Cast, and then they rebranded to Trace 5. That was Christian. Christian did really great stuff. I actually owe a lot to Christian. He has a channel called Game Dev Academy right now. I think he lives in China, and he teaches you how to do Pico 8 gaming. Is it game dev? No, it's like lazy game dev. It's really good. I watch it every once in a while, even though I haven't messed with Pico 8 in a long time. Lazy devs. This is Christian. Check it out if you want to learn how to Pico 8 stuff. Pico 8's really, really cool. Christian's such a cool dude. The lore behind the trace mechanic was really good, but the play pattern for it's kind of old. Yeah, the idea about like the corporation like locking you down with a trace is very cool. It's also very like cyber noir, which is something that is more present in FFG Netrunner and older 9096 Netrunner as opposed to modern Netrunner. And I like it. I like it a lot. I live in China. I should find him to play. I don't know if it's gonna be that easy. I don't actually know if he plays more Netrunner. I don't think he does. Okay, let's play some Netrunner. We did our hour-long. Wow, 2 hours long. What are we doing, Andre? Okay, hold on. There's a lot of really cool deck lists. Some of them I don't want to touch because it spoils an MCA Montreal, but they're really good deck lists. How many people could there be in China? Oh, there's like dozens of us. So a couple things that I saw this because Bob did a stream in Eternal, and he started doing some recaps on some of the decks that were at Scottish Regionals, which I don't think he was at. But really interesting. There was 2 decks that caught my my eye, right? What are we playing today? David, just in time to figure it out. So firstly, Mirror World, this came second to Scottish Regionals. There's like 25 players, somewhere in that ballpark. And I think MirrorMorph is a bit underexplored right now. And I don't mean Prison MirrorMorph, which is like kind of miserable, but more so I think Restore Holloman MirrorMorph is worth doing something. I did the math wrong, but with Restore and Holloman, you can do a lot of work. Bob was not at Scots, yeah, I'm not surprised. You can do a lot of work with this card that you can bring back. This seems to be just like an MC austerity policy, bit of a grinder of a deck. We're only on 8 agendas because we're running the full playset of Ikawas and to send a message, and then we just have Vitruvius and Luminals, which gives us a bit of recursion, which is pretty good. Did you hear Timmy was playing an NPC LA? He was playing MirrorMorph? No. Did he publish his list? That is hella cool. For those who don't know, Timmy Wong almost won Worlds. He was a finalist nearly multiple times, if I'm not mistaken. And he was like a really very interesting deck builder that made some really strange piles that did well. He was like the people's champion of like creative deck building. Timmy Wong is great. Glad to see he's still playing. Hams told me he was there. Oh, that's super cool. There's some weird stuff here. Warrior Tracker is a card I try not to play because I don't like it. We also have a Singleton Charlotte, which is nice to get a bit more of like advancements. Advancing a card is a thing that you can relatively do trivially with a MirrorMorph, as much as that seems a bit inconsistent. The 3 YDLs are kind of strange to me. I think we have Subliminal Messaging, which is a very good card. I've actually generally played more than one in MirrorMorph because it's like one of the easiest ways to do MirrorMorph value stuff. And that means you have more cards in hand with your digital life. Technically, Calvin Bailey, you can do like draw to your digital life. And it's nice to have 13 operations. The more that I played MirrorMorph, the more I realized like I really like having operations, especially operations that install cards. I'm surprised that we're only on 1 greasing. I like 3 greasing. Very, very easy to play greasing. We have active policing, which is another card that's really good with Holloman in general. So this list looks very strange to me because it has a bit of everything, a bit all over, right? Like we have 1 Regolith, and Regolith is a nice card to get enough value while you're grinding through MirrorMorph stuff. Our ice suite is like pretty small. Like we only have not a lot of ice. We have 12 ice. We have 12 ice. That's less than I think there would be in the deck like this. It's a nice mix of assets though. Like 13 assets is higher than you think it would be, but that's just not a lot of ice to ice down central servers sooner than later. We have a single Managarm. I think Managarm is one of the best cards right now, but Warrior Tracker does enough if we were going to protect our MC austerity policies, which is our other alternate win condition. Not even alternate, like our main win condition, let's be honest, because we don't have things like seamless launches. So scoring out is going to be a bit trickier for sure. Any possibility for a deck using... Sorry, it's cut off, Dejan. I have to wait for it to come to the other thing. Warm Reception and maybe Cohort. This deck probably wouldn't. I don't think you would. The decks that play Warm Reception and maybe Cohort 2 are like the MirrorMorph acid decks. I'm not a big fan of those. The sort of like medical, not a dentist, I'm gonna hurt you shops. Those are pretty miserable to play against. I think they're probably still okay to play right now. Like they're probably okay. But I'm interested because this does not look like something I'd expect to do pretty well. Obviously it did. And I think playing a bit more MirrorMorph and building an alternate MirrorMorph is something I want to do probably today. I think this is the next thing we're going to play. Now this tickled my interest because it shows this is Sanguine Magpie, a new Thule archetype I've been working on for the last month or so. It's my proper deck building debut. So, hey, thanks so much for publishing this list, Sanguine Magpie. That's really, really cool. So there's a couple things going on here, and it's one interaction that I'm absolutely fascinated with because it's very flexible and I haven't seen anybody do this, which is ping into Hendrik. So the idea is that on the turn that they run through the ping, if they take the tag and don't end the run, they'll have a tag. And then if they hit a Hendrik, they have to end their whole turn or they'll take a core damage. And obviously if they end their whole turn, they'll end with a tag, which in case, unless they're playing no free lunch, means they'll have a tag. And that's something that's going to surprise a lot of people. For sure, that's going to surprise a lot of people. And I think it's something that's flexible. Like Hendrik is what, 2 influence? 3 influence. Okay. So I don't know if you want to play 9 of these out of faction, but I think it's something that people are going to make mistakes into pretty consistently. Now, the question is, how do you win a game? If the runner's tagged, we have End of Line, we have Hypoxia. Those are both relatively good for us. We actually don't have a lot of ways to proactively give tags. I would expect something like a public trail or a distributed tracing as another way to give them, fewer hand size. And then once you have fewer hand size, you capitalize on the win condition. But I think we're actually going to struggle to close the game out. We also have weird things like Stegadon and Elevagao, which, like, I don't enjoy playing Stegadon. I think it's a pretty miserable card on both sides of the table. But the idea is that we can de-res pings, we can de-res ablatives, even with Elevagao, and that can work for our win condition. Now, what's interesting is that the opponent, their line should be run ping, jack out, or end the run, cheaper, clear the tag, and then come back. Right? Like if our opponent knows what we're up to, all they should do is just never run through the server when they have the tag and they think there's a Hendrik. I think this is the sort of deck where a lot of people are going to make that mistake and then they're going to learn. And then it's up to us to force a situation in which we can go fast enough that they can't jack out, clear the tag, and come back. And with Thule, it's hard to clear the tag and come back because there's only so many clicks in a turn. But then it's up to us to like get to 7 points. And I honestly don't know how we get to 7 points that quickly. Ontologicals are going to be a big part of it. So if we lose these, that's a problem. But it's a really cool interaction that I haven't seen explored before between taking the tag and Hendrik. I think that's neat. I think we want to try this as well to see how it works. It looks like you could probably put some polish and focus the game plan to be a bit more it's like neatly proactive for a trap deck for Thule, which is kind of cool too. Not that the other Thule decks are not proactive, they're just a bit more acid based. Thule Runnings was an absolute blast to run into. Such a fun deck. Yeah, very cool. 3 ping, 3 Hendrik, and BTL to end a line. Yeah, you still have to get the tag though, which is kind of hard. You get forced as an ob by instant summoning a ping with Mavirus once they commit to an axis. I'm like surprised the little amount of instant speed ping we see in op. But like, I think for any of this to work in op, you're asking for a heck of a lot because you still need a way to give a tag in op. It seems like a lot of work to do. Yeah, you have to import the Hendrix and then you can't tutor it consistently. It's a cool interaction that I haven't even considered. And so I'm excited to see how that works. Can we build a GameNet deck today? Actually, I would say 100% no. Timmy Wong tell me what bubbling means? No, get out, Red. That's sick. I've not met Timmy. I imagine he's a really nice guy. I'm hoping he is. Don't meet your heroes. Now we're talking, hey, Jonky. Ping and Asa was also a Scotland, was top 4. Oh, cool. I could see that doing something. Not doing it even for the real fans. I don't like GameNet. I think people should forget GameNet exists. Let's see how this looks. Again, it does not look like we have a very obvious win condition, but ideally we should be firing MirrorMorph a fair bit with this many operations and this many assets, but we'll see how it goes. All right, I opened Jnet all the way over here. Oh, something also funny that came up, because I actually sort of recognized this name. This was a list published from Scottish Regionals, Ping Pong, 3rd Scottish Regionals from Dis. And this actually opened with this. Hey everyone, it's Dis here. You might remember me from such decks as 221B Baker Street, and I'm here back on my bullshit. This deck is hella old. This is from like 2016, and it was a decklist of the week in 2016, and it was like a very strange deck with really big sentries, like Sherlock 2.0, and it had a tag package. It had hard-hitting news and PD, which is like the ultimate strange, I'm going to lose to this out of nowhere. What's really funny, though, is I actually very much remember this deck because we played this on, I wouldn't say on stream, but on video. So if we go like 221B, boom, we have some deck techs and oversaturated, not deck techs, but like we played a couple games as this list. And I imagine people just lost to Harding News because he would expect it. But really, really cool to see Dis back, what is it, like 7 years later, 8 years later nearly, with another deck write-up coming 3rd in Scottish Nationals. So shout out Dis, that's really cool. Super throwback. I remember Sherlock making people lose their minds. I remember specifically, I was running into Chromatically, if I'm not mistaken, at Canadian Nationals 2015 or 2016. And Chromatically was also running, I thought it was similar, but I don't think it had tags on it. But he was on like, this is my HB list it's running like 3 Sherlock, 3 Ichi, 3 Ichi 2. And for a moment there, it like made sense to have a meta deck that was just like all the biggest sentries, which like, it was really rough to run into that. I was playing Faust. I think I was playing Siphon Wizard. It sucked. It was a really hard game. It was like round 1 to deal with. Oh, Corp. Okay. GameNet versus Pravdivos fight. I honestly want to explore more Pravdivos, but not in like the play Treeline Pravdivos or play maybe Treeline or play like Logjam Pravdivos. I think we see so little. Mind you, the Freedom deck list of the week is going to maybe challenge us on that. But NAPD Corden seems pretty good right now. Like if people are going fast, NAPD Corden and saying like, if you want to run the remote server, it's going to cost you 8 credits to steal my agenda. Seems okay. Seems all right. I'd try it. But I'm not a big fan of like Pravdivos Traps or Pravdivos Infinite Advanced Dice. I find it not to be my favorite play style. NAPC Gordon blue is pretty cool. What's the blue there, actually? Ooh, Kiko, cool. I'm imagining we're not great at icing up everything. Our opening hand has the 1 mana Garm. We have a hedge fund. We need to ice up R&D. We need to ice up archives because we're assuming that we're gonna get Erud at some point. Oh, appreciate it. Best of luck, have fun. I heard on ShadowNet, so LARP as an old head and call it that. Oh, Gordon Bleu. Okay. All right, what's our opening hand like? So we, in theory, should be mirror morphing. For the uninitiated, if we do 3 different clicks in a row, first, second, and third specifically, we can do something else or gain a credit. So a lot of times we want to do like draw, install, hedge fund, and then we just get a free credit, which like, that's technically pod racing. Opening HQ can be bad to a burner. A Kiko's probably on 2 burners. We want to ice up R&D sooner than later for obvious reasons. And a gatekeeper on R&D is actually a bit of a mistake usually, on the basis that if our runner opponent understands that they can just let this fire, we have to shuffle the deck over and over again. Not that Akiko's good at going back over and over again, because the Akiko deck doesn't like run conduit or something. We can keep this. It's fine though. Stop playing NAPD back when imp was rampant because it didn't matter. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is like there's no imp, there's no mulch. The freedom deck doesn't interact with it super positively. It's a bit harder. And I don't know how popular the freedom deck is. I'm excited to play. Shit, that's not good. Play more of it. All right, I think we can do Spin Doctor Hedge Fund. We probably draw first. Draw Hedge Ice seems good. I just don't love Gatekeeper on R&D. So now we have to do install hedge fund credit, which is generally pretty bad. We can put the gatekeeper on HQ and say Akiko can run R&D and pay. He doesn't pay, we pay. Yeah, I think we just put it on HQ. We have 2 of our agendas. There's only 6 and 42. I think we do this and just get our credit. Pretend we're ETF. We can gain a click to do something we haven't done, which there's not many options. But you have to win the side game? Yeah, which means we have to pay a credit. Okay, so no Pretty Mary. Pretty Mary's be a problem. I think we can afford to pay 1 here. So they see another card if they pay the same. So they pay 0 usually. Already seen 4 points. Yeah, the deck doesn't have that many agendas. We'd rather have them in HQ than R&D against Akiko, so I'm not too upset. I'd obviously rather see the Luminal. See, this is what I mean. Public trail end of line. Not that our opponent's playing around it, not that he'd expect it. And there's an active policing. Okay. So I don't think we're going to be able to get Mirror Morph this turn unless Spin Doctor draws into Greasing, which is why I like Greasing. I'm surprised there's not that many Greasings in the deck. So we're just going to get these on the table. We could Managarm on the Rashida. Ollie will be on 6 credits. If we do the Managarm on top of it, I think that's fair. Could look like a Waroid if you know the list. Throwing down a second Rashida is also an option. I don't know what sort of asset tech the Kiko deck has, but this is pretty good enough economy. I just don't mind, like, if Ollie pays for the Managarm on either direction, we have a Spin Doctor, we could just bring it back. I don't think we care that much. But I do think the deck has a bit too little. It seems like the ice count is a bit light. Maybe we should have mulliganed. R&D's open. If Ollie can figure out a way to see 2 cards here. Decklist said to cut active for Greasing. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think Greasing is just such a good Mirror Morph card. All right. Looks like we're getting our Rashida. Ollie's going to be on a lot of money. We're going to try and res a Rashida. Okay, we found our ice. So austerity policy, this is another term where like if this was a greasing, we'd get a three install, but it's another term that we're not gonna be able to mirror morph that easily. So we can probably just install MCA, use MCA, ice up server 2. I think that's honestly probably fine. Hagen versus Magnet. We can leave R&D open. It's hard to challenge on a turn. Now we're weak to Pinhole for sure. I think I like the Hagen. I forget what the Breaker Suite in this deck looked like. I think it was just like weird or cheaper stuff. So we can either hit the MCA or we can put ice on R&D. I'm going to put ice on R&D. I don't think they have a big reason to run Archive, so I can throw out this Vitruvius. I think every other card in our hand is a bit more useful. Even Active Policing is fine. And then next turn, we're Austerity. So this looks like a Rashida or maybe an Agenda if they're worried about Seamless. Again, they might not know what we're up to. Boomerang, okay. I hope it goes on R&D. It goes on remote server, so that's fine. Has MirrorMorph happened? It happened on turn 1. All right, we have to res this or we have to trash it. So there are 2 options. If we res this for 4, we go down to 8. We're gonna res the Managarm. So Ollie can spend 5. The money from Into the Depths happens if successful. So they're basically forced to do the Managarm. If we res the Hagen, the Boomerang goes back, or we can choose not to res the Hagen and then get the Magnet in front of it, like overinstall. Next turn we do overinstall, Austerity, credit, probably. So this saves us 5 credits if we trash the Hagen. Yeah, I think we just keep the Boomerang there. So let's see what happens here. So Managarm is 2 clicks or 5 credits, and Into the Depths will trigger once. It's either 4 credits, which again, they need a successful run. So here they can pay 5 to gain 4, which is probably what Ollie's going to do here. Yeah, that's fine. So Austerity is 3, Managarm is 3. We have a Spin Doctor on the table. We have Restores in the deck, so we don't mind too much. That caused a lot of damage, which is good. That 4 credits off the Into the Depths was really important. Telework, still good money though. So we'd like to be able to jam something next turn. So we have to destroy this, which means if we double install, like Magnet Rashida, Restore would be a really good top deck. Sprint. Okay. So we do a Sprint. That's an event. We can do install. I think MCA would be your best top deck. We have to overinstall this. So is there any way we get Mirror Morph this turn? We need to do double install. So unless Sprint finds a greasing, I don't think it is. We also can Active Policing. So we can do Rashida. We can do Magnet, credit, Active Policing, credit. Install PV Advance, Mirror Morph, click to Active Policing, install Magnet. Install PV? Oh, Vitruvius, yeah. Advance click to Active Policing, install Magnet. Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know if we want to rush the Vitruvius with a counter out. It could work. Now, Ollie will be on fewer credits. Active Policing is a terminal? It is, but you can still take the credit from Mirror Morph, right? How do terminal works? Does not work with terminal operations. Wait, what? So you can't terminal Mirror Morph? That should really be a greasing. Install events. Best fears. Hold on 1 second. Ban. I think we just push the Rashida and see what happens. I think we don't do our ability. You can use the terminal as your Mirror Morph. Sure, and then what? You just have to get a credit, right? Oh, you can use it as your 3rd click. So then we would do like install. It's not that good. Install Magnet. No, but then we can't do it. That's really, man, this is hurting my head. Please no, can I get you good? Like install credit, draw terminal. Install credit, draw. Yeah, I guess. I just don't think we really need to get this. Oh, we should have done install advanced Vitruvius. Okay, so now I'm not committing to it. I'm just going to tempo at the Active Policing, which feels a bit perverse. At least it's free. All right, they have 3 clicks. Draw install credit police. I think the best line there was Vitruvius Advance. Credit. Oh yeah, it's a Gabali deck? Wait, I don't know what we're playing into. This is not the list I think it is, right? There's no way Gabali was in it. So the runner has 1 click. We're gonna eat the Gabali. So they're just hammering us. Pirate Kiko? Yeah. It's Pirate Kiko. There's gonna be some pressure off center. I think we saw Ollie Sam play this list before in Pudma, maybe. Croc is not a girl. Could be. She's a bit harder to hang out with. Okay. I don't think trashing the Hagen is correct. It strands the boomerang. It also is worse into it's better for restore. It's worse into the depths. I see what you mean. Like it's not a slam dunk. Soda's just not rezzing it, but it costs us 1 credit. And then it plays a bit better against like into the depths and stuff like that. I don't know. It's restore. It means we can spin doctor it back. Like I know what you mean, but I think the credit for us actually does matter. Holy shit. I hate it, Kikos. Santa, let it all out. Let it all out. How the heck are we MirrorMorph for this deck? Are we meant to MirrorMorph? Show me morph. I don't know. It'd be nice to get the Luminal off, says every HP deck ever. Kiko's been the binder for like all of her existence. I'm glad she gets some time in the sun. I think it's showing that like you do not need your, like Shaper has so much power right now, your identity doesn't need a fire. And I know Akiko is firing, but like compared to Lat that's firing every turn or Arasana that's firing every turn, like Shaper's just good enough where you don't need a fire at every turn. We're having like a much less lower value ID is fine. You could have clicked for the credit or advanced luminal? No, because we did 2 installs. Right? I don't think we could have. Also, it's very annoying. MirrorMorph is first, second, third. Like, it's not wage workers. It's first, second, third. So there's no way for us to get the luminal trigger here. Unless we do advance audacity or something perverse like that. The bummer that we're scoring out this luminal, actually. Andre says it, but I've seen Isla make a lot of waves with all the Shaper package. I've yet to see Isla. No, Isla was played at Intercontinentals. There was like a cool enough Isla list. I hear you, but there was a cool enough Isla list. So it doesn't matter what we do here. I'm just getting the Spin Doctor down so we can YDL next turn. I don't care if Kiko's good. I hate side games. They're less favorite part of the game. I hate the idea of being anywhere close to playable. Sandy, you're the first person I've ever heard not like side games. Ever. Which is cool, but I've never heard someone not enjoy side games. Lat's power level is so much higher than a Kiko. Gets to draw a card, and that could be anything, even a trick shot. Yeah, drawing cards is good, and also like not dying is good in the standard format. Now, Akiko has value. Like Akiko, it's hard to ice up everything in the modern format, right? Like getting the pressure on can really matter. Poison Vagabali, okay. I also hate side games. What the hell? Really? Fuck, we drew a Charlotte. People are mad about side back and Caprice days, but they were mad because Caprice, okay, that's true. People didn't like side games back in the day, but that's because Caprice was Caprice. So we can do install Vitruvius, advance Vitruvius, audacity. And then we can just take a credit. Charlotte is good, but Charlotte is slow. I think we just send it and get to game point. We have so many 5/3s. Install advance Charlotte gets you 2/3 the way to your MM turn. It does, but also throwing out Charlotte, doesn't that seem good? I mean, I'm just going to get to points, I think. New remote. Advance. I don't know how we play YDL in this deck. Score. Like, in this deck, I had Planogram, but then you're playing 2 events in a turn. Like, I don't get it. Gain a credit. Score, gain points. So now we can jam an Ikwa. And Ikwa with MIC is interesting. I think Adrian's the one side game that I've enjoyed, but the card text has its own issues. I think I finally understand what Adrian is, but please don't test me. On Steal a Score, do a side game. Do net equal to the difference in bids. Oh, that'd be very, very fiddly London, but I respect it. All right, we're going to get back in the Vitruvius, which for what it's worth, we don't care about. And then the next question is, what's the next card we get back? Audacity matters. I actually think Managar might be one of their best cards. It's not bad to have it in here because of Restore. I wonder if they're worried about this. I guess with no cards in hand, you're not too worried about it. Yeah, people did care about Caprice, but obviously Caprice is one of the strongest cards of all time. I don't think it was, yeah, it was kind of the side game. It was a problem. All right, so they'll see 3 cards, maybe. But this at least taxes out the Gabali. I feel like most side games are either too impactful or not impactful at all, just not why I'm doing this. I have seen some very important side games at top tables for like Future Perfect and Caprice that actually added so much excitement to the game. Okay, the question is if we think Ollie's going to pivot. So this is very interesting. If we res a Spin Doctor here, we get a break lock. Otherwise, we don't get a break lock. I think I'd rather draw 2 cards and then have the ability to break lock after. Ollie can steal Iquas. Do you remember everyone come up with an easy? Did anyone ever come up? Yeah, Ren. The easy way was that it is just Caprice. I can't believe it took me so long to be like, it's just Caprice, but a smaller downside. I'm not paying a credit. I want to be able to res a Gatekeeper. Yeah, you're right though, Santa. That's fine. We can't lose another point here usually. Adrian is cool because it has downsides to a lose case. But for what's worth, the Kiko is also very strange because it is you have to lose, which is an interesting difference to what the side game is expected to be. So we could shuffle, but unknown cards. Draw. Not get MirrorMorph? What the hell? How are we meant to MirrorMorph? How are we meant to MirrorMorph? Draw? How are we meant to MirrorMorph? Break lock right now? I don't think we wanted agendas right now, so I don't mind. If we needed agendas, we would have broken lock. So I want to keep this for a turn where we actually have a window to jam. We don't have a window until we can res 6 plus pay 5. Click for draw, click for credit, install ice. Yeah, we can't do that though. Like maybe it was right to do click for credit, install Waroid, but then our opponent knows it's a Waroid and it doesn't do anything. Just going back to see, oh, going HQ. I'm okay with this. So this only sees 1 card. If we res the Gatekeeper, then the Gatekeeper's resed. He says, profoundly. I don't think we care about this axis. I think if Ollie spends the axis here, like if we res the Gatekeeper, maybe the Gabali, but if we're on 1 credit, what's our turn next turn? Like Gatekeeper won't fire, we're on 1 credit. How many hedge funds do we have? All of them? We have all of them. I think we're just going to keep our money. I would consider resing it because there's a chance they might Gabali it and then R&D is safe. But with the Spin Doctor, I don't think we care. There's actually not that many agendas left in the deck. I think there's only 4 and 25. Does the Gatekeeper draw pay for itself? They'll break it with Gabali. Gabali Poison Vial. So if it was guaranteed that we'd get the draw, maybe. So we do draw, YDL. I guess we do install. Like now there's only 3 agendas in R&D, but I kind of like to convince our opponent that there's something going on here. IAA next turn. Well, we don't have the money. They forced the MIC res. We're in a bad spot. We also want to jam an Iqua, not the send a message. I don't think. Because I don't know if Ollie has actual breakers or not. Draw. Subliminal's good, but so's YDL. I don't think we play Subliminal. IA, YDL, cred. We don't have a good reason to do IA. We're not going to score the Vitruvius, and if we IA to send a message, we're just putting a send a message on the table. I don't think we want to do that. Like, now we have to understand if we're going to respect Iru. I think we should respect Iru. I think we'll just do draft or archives credit. Like, maybe we're in a waiting room to draw our 1 mana garm. That's a bit gross. What if you top deck Audacity? We can't. It's in archives. Yeah, we'll never do it. It's not possible. Oh, we could shuffle it back, actually. Believe in ourselves. Goblin mode for the trigger. It'll be all right. Honestly, actually, you might be right. We should just, like, do whatever we can for the trigger. I just don't think spinning back the Audacity and top decking it is our win condition. They must have a breaker, right? That's what we wanted. That's definitely what we wanted. This puts on good pressure on HQ, so maybe the drafter was misplaced, because when this is happening, you should be running HQ. So we're going to do install austerity, advance austerity. We want to keep the subliminal for a turn where we can do something goofy. I don't think we need to play it. No shot they have real breakers? They might. They might. Maybe no shot is correct. I think we'll get rid of a sprint, and I think we want back in... whatever. Well, Yodel's fine. So install. That could have a biotic. Man, it's so like easy to look at a MirrorMorph deck and be like, there's so many things you can do. And then you actually have to build the deck. It's like, wait, this is kind of tricky. So we did install, we did that. We can do credit, and then we can gain a credit. We can Warride on top of it. That puts us to lower cards in hand. We've already installed this turn though. So if we subliminal, we can install, but then we're on 3 cards in hand and we don't want to do that. So I think we just do credit. They're not prepared to contest that this turn. So I think we're okay just taking the double. We still have a lot of ice stress. I feel like side games can be really exciting to watch, but I think from a play perspective, I would want something like the Future Perfect side game deciding my game. I think Senna, it undersells the fact that side games are somewhat predictable and have an impact on economy. There are actually very few side games where it comes down to the last click where credit totals don't matter and it's full random. That you end up in situations where the better player's side game's better than the not better player. I hear you, but I think they're more interesting in person or like in practice. Think about it. If you play it twice, that's basically 8 influence of value. I had a game with one of our newer players last night that came down to runner needing 1 more credit. It was the player's first time hitting that moment in Netrunner good times. Yeah, 1 click, 1 credit short. It's always exciting, as horrible as that sentence ends. So now having the agendas and HQs may be good for us. Because obviously, like, Akiko's going to tunnel a bit. All right. So we can do the Warride on top of the MCA austerity, which protects it a bit, but Ollie Sem has a lot of credits. The other option is put the Regolith on the table. We can do Regolith, use Regolith, MCA, credit. So the question is, what's better, the Regolith or the Warride? If we do the Regolith, we're up 1 credit. The Warride makes us much more confusing. They should know we have a Warride, though. I'll do the Warride. This is, we win next turn if they don't deal with this, if I'm not mistaken. As someone from whom many games came down to Caprice or TFP side games, it's actually a fun and stressful gamble on both sides. Yeah, it's like kind of exciting, especially when you win it. If you win it, it's a lot of fun. At least the ones I've experienced through my time playing Netrunner so far haven't felt impactful or interesting. It's just mostly annoyance. Watch some old like games, like old Team Covenant stuff where like TFP RP sees a lot of play, and you'll actually see how exciting that not only that game is, but the whole room can be. But I hear you. I respect that. Okay, we did respect Eero, which is good. So I'm pretty sure we win here. They can break 1 drafter. They have 1 click left. So the worst case scenario is that they find the deck only has 2 Iquas left. So it's impossible for them to win on this run. Would Warride hypothetically fire an R&D if they try to go deeper and trash something? It would, yeah. But they're not very good at running it back. Paying 1 credit brings us down to 12. We need about 5 credits, so we can pay 1. So they only see 1 card. That's, oh no, they see 2 cards. 3 because of Pretty. Excuse me. You have to win the side game for Pretty to get value, which is a bit sometimes frustrating. Why are they seeing so many cards? Why are they seeing that many cards? Oh, Nyasha as well. Never mind. They see 4. Okay, Nyasha, excuse me. All right, so I think we win. We just need to do the math. So we do this. We do this. I'm vibesing it. I did not do the math. We do this. We do that. We do this for BM. We do 5 advance. This is why like MCA austerity is really good in MirrorMorph. We'll res an MIC. Good game. 13 turns, 22 minutes, not too bad. Thanks to the game. Yeah, so we saw the Eero played. They made 1 Eero run. Getting ice up in front of Eero and certain a deck that probably has no breakers is going to slow them down, but they went for the pot shots. For what it's worth there, like I know the deck wants to focus you on running R&D, but it's a much more valuable run the turn before an MC austerity is going to pop off that you run HQ. Because you lose to 5-3 being in hand and us scoring it onto the table. I know that the deck wants to go R&D, but locking R&D has no impact on the game unless you win that turn. So one of the big play patterns you have to see is if they're an MC austerity deck, that means they're holding their agendas in the hand for the 2 to 3 turns before they fast advance them. So this should scream pressure HQ. Now their deck might not have any cards to pressure HQ, but instead of the Eero, if they ran HQ, they have a shot. They have a shot of stealing the 5-3 and winning the game. Effing a 5/3 is a power move. Yeah, it's wild. It is a super wild line in MirrorMorph. I'm surprised no burner. Yeah, they might have just wanted to keep, like, that's the thing, is they have limited breaker suites and they'd be like, I can see 4 cards in R&D or 1 in HQ, or like a burner on HQ immediately. Like, they should, I see why they want to go R&D, but sometimes you need to play the board state. Keep that in mind. Let's do another one. And then I think we'll make some changes. Because I am, oh, let's make the one change immediately, which is don't play the active policing, because, oh my god, having creasing is so good. I still think 12 ice is too little. Some of this stuff is really strange. Like Bass is interesting because Bass actually works way better than the amount you see it in MirrorMorph, because you can click it, install advance, get a click back. So that means you can fast advance a 4/2. I think that's has some relevance. Mind you, Subliminal is just a really good card in general, but I think with 12 ice we might not support it. And I do like Restore a bit better. Warriors are probably fine. Maybe too many Crocs? I think they have just as many. I wanted to see a Pterodactyl. Just as many as they can have. A gyro. Okay. So we're going to get Ari down. Let's see where ice matters. Okay, it's lat. Fine. 45 cards. Opening hand. We have some money. I'm struggling to see how we MirrorMorph. Like, we MirrorMorphed 4 times that game. Now, one of them really mattered because it scores a 5/3. Thanks, you too. So we'll see again. Shaper just has an absurd amount of pressure on turn 1, whether it's burner to slow the game down, whether it's just, I don't think you really want to trick shot turn 1 unless we build a remote server. So we're okay here icing stuff up. Now, none of this ice we want to put on HQ. I think Brawn on the remote server is a good spot. MIC and R&D is fine. But we can keep this. We can do a lot worse than this for sure. This is probably credit, hedge fund, install credit, and just play nice and slow. If we get burnered on this hand, it's not too bad. And I think, actually, like Code Gates, MIC is really taxing to lat. Barring a Fazerum, if the deck is on the Unity, if it's like a Sokka list, MIC is in a good spot right now. I think Code Gates are an angle to tax out. Even barriers. Sentries are the hardest one, I think, unless you play a lot of sentries. I don't want to draw into an open HQ here. So we'll just start with 11 credits. Let's go. So what does HB use AP Ice against Shaper? Why does HB use AP Ice? What do you mean, Solmi? We'll see if this is like an particularly spice of lat. It was the opening quote for the match. Wait, like on the load? I don't read those anymore because I'm assuming I've read them all, but I didn't read it. I don't know what the quote is. I feel like there's a bunch of them that are still missing, which is unfortunate. Coalescence, okay. So why was Lat playing Coalescence? We're assuming there's going to be Pawn Shop or Spec Work. Otherwise, you need a reason often to play this. And those reasons are not too hard to put into a deck. So this looks like a bit different than last click running to this. It's a really good call that there's an MIC, but like you can't steal Iqua. If this is a drafter last click, it's like pretty bad for you. You can put an agenda on the table. This is a really strange last run to me. If this is a drafter, we can put an agenda on the table, score it out. If it's a gatekeeper, we can, you want to get res. I like this only respects MIC. That's a very strange run. The fact that we don't res it tells a lot, but I'm not resing an MIC for 6 to end the run. All our agendas are, mind you, 8 and 43, but you can't steal Iqua, so it's like functionally 5 and 43. Trash a regolith. That's fine. We would be okay drawing that though. Okay, so we're gonna install the Spin Doctor just to mess with Lat. We're gonna get a brown in front of it. So let's just, man, MirrorMorph. I want to do stuff, but I can't. It's too slow. I need 3 greasings because I can't put 2 cards. That's the problem with MirrorMorph. You can't put 2 cards on the table, and nobody is playing the terrible asset that lets you install a card for like a 3 credit res. Ugh. Like, I don't want to sprint now because it's not that important. So I think we just don't MirrorMorph. Like, do we do our triple install turn? I guess we are. And so, like, maybe we want to take a turn off to triple install. So next turn we can install 1 thing in the remote server or something like that. It also puts the 2 cards in hand, which is kind of annoying against Lat. Only 2 credit res must be good, right? Sorry, Tron. No, MirrorMorph, only click, only basic action. Maybe the answer to play Jinja MirrorMorph? I don't want to play Jinja. I don't like Jinja. There's the Anacom. There's the daily casts. Creative commission, nice, getting down a come draw. That's what you want. So I guess resing the spin before or after the turn. We might as well res it now. Oh no, yeah, they passed their trigger, whatever. We're not gonna shuffle these cards back. No Ginger, evil card. Okay, we have a Calvin. That's like kind of fun. Let's start there. Now we should start with the spin, because we could get a greasing. Okay, we have austerity. Austerity probably goes on top of the spin doctor. We could do MCA advance. We don't have a lot of money, so we can do install advance. Then we can't do another install. Fuck, MirrorMorph. MirrorMorph is getting me so bad. I think we go for the austerity to slow the game down. But think of the Calvin value. It'll be value, but like next turn, that'll be on our install. So I think we just like remove the spin and we don't shuffle those cards back. They're not bad cards. We have ablative, not on threat. I don't think we spin doctor these two cards back. I'd rather have access to, maybe we do actually. I don't want to start with a sprint because we have an open HQ and we have a turn. Like sprint is important if we're flooding. Sprint is important if we're looking for a certain card. But here we like, I don't love the sprint. Immediately we do sprint, we can do austerity. F it, whatever. It's an event. Yeah, great, fine. Not that we're going to play any of these cards. But like, what are we shuffling back here? Audacity, Vitruvius, I guess? We know all the agendas in R&D. That's going to have to be a problem at some point. I think we'll now spin Doctor back. Edge sprint, I guess? We don't have enough money to do all this stuff, but they might respect the face check. Now, if we kept the spin doctor there, like we probably should trash the spin doctor because we do have gatekeepers, right? We ball. Hey, Eris. Always down a vapor frame, but wanting its ability every single turn. Perhaps it's not that bad after all. Kagoslab, it's very expensive and not big to trash, right? Like, oh, okay, the numbers are slightly better, but we can try it. Let's try it. I'd be very surprised if this is worth anything. Because the only reason that vapor frame is good is because you ignore the trash costs. This text is kind of cool though. But like all the other cards in this like format, like in this set, like Bailey and Nano Etching were so much cheaper than paying 2 for this ability. So it's like a hard sell, but we can try it. It's exactly what you want, right? The free install and trash is really, really cute. And I think just people won't trash it, which maybe that's exactly what we want to do. Let's try and build the whole factory. When the runner trashes this, you install a card from HQ ignoring all costs. You can uninstall that card in the root of this server. Install a card ignoring all costs. Okay. Why Vapor Frame when we could play Ginger though? Because it doesn't install things in servers. Okay, so they have 5 credits of house money. Austerity is 3 of them. They have 10 credits altogether, and then Warride Tracker is more annoying. The Coalescence is really good into the Warride because they don't have to care. So if we res this, we spend 8. I think we res this. I think we do res this. We just need to start taxing them. Vapor Frame would be good if an upgrade. It'd be really gross as an upgrade. Because then you can just build one server and like constantly Ginger stuff. Do we have to draw 4, pick something up from the bin install card? Draw 4, pick something up from the bin install card. Ren, I don't know what card that is you're describing. Draw 4? It sounds like you're talking about price. The big thing that you need to have a card in HQ that you want to install during the runner's turn if they trash it. Yes, but a lot of people can't take that risk. It's kind of like firing a drafter. But you're not wrong. The purple one where the runner can trash for one that you dislike. I don't know which one that is, Ren. Violet level clearance? Oh, yeah, the recursion card. Active, sorry. The double from RWR. I don't know, Corp Hospitality. Thank you, Kevin. Fire Unbroken. Sure. F it. All right, we have hedge fund credits. So we do hedge fund austerity. Install Calvin. Yeah, that's the one. It's, yeah, draw 2, that's why. Yeah. I didn't even realize that the bronze triggering messed up the lat draw. This double bronze server is going to be good until Turbine comes down. Even then, it's still pretty good. Of course, if Hospitality also installed a card to be so toxic, it'd be a bit better. So 1 Fury Click, hedge fund. And then we can do credit, which is important, or we can do Bailey on the table, which is less important. Bailey means it's our install this turn, so we get a credit. I'd rather install a Bailey. It's more interesting. We've already hedge fund, so we don't need a greasing, and we'll gain the credit. We're on 10. Okay. We're on 2 cards in hand. We're expecting that to be a spin doctor on the Calvin server. So they have to kind of play around lat not being consistent, which is kind of nice. That's a good thing about the Bailey on the table. But this turn, we have to top deck a 5-3. Could you risk the Bailey draw for the bonus clicks? I don't want to do it into an open HQ because we haven't seen a burner yet. There's some incentive that we'd want to do it because we need to have a 5-3 in hand. But if Gyro has the burner here or like Dirty Laundry, you definitely go HQ the turn before an austerity goes off, right? So it's a bit risky. Now, luckily, we're not going to be punished here. But we need top deck a 5-3 or any agenda really. And there's a bunch in there. I don't know if there's a clot, but we'll see if there's clot respect. We'll res Calvin. They might actually let us draw cards, but we might as well res Calvin because the text is only active. With 1 click back, we're relatively safe to draw off the Calvin on the basis that Iquas are safe in hand. That's a very cool res here. Hell yeah, you paid 3, we draw 2 cards. What a trade. I love it. Kind of a cool card. With YDL also kind of a cool card, right? It's so cool the idea in MirrorMorph that like, yeah, you see Gyro has to go back with austerity respect. It's so cool the idea in MirrorMorph that you can use your actions to build a factory. It just doesn't work out often. We'll try today though. Oh, got the lat draw, it's good. Did you get a lot to draw? It's totally fine though. We need to find an agenda. I don't want to score this one out though. I don't think we'd score this one out. I think but like, what are we drawing into to score out? There's not that many agendas we're happy with. So we can do draw, austerity, drafter. Oh, that's a sprint we shuffled back. We can greasing. I think we should. We should just get our money up because we might have to score the Aqua next turn. But this seems like we don't have an agenda as much as that HQ respect might mean something. 30 cards left in the stack. Glad is not drawing very heavily for turn 5. Okay. On a come going through. I don't think we've played any diesels, any card draw cards. So that's okay for us because it might mean that Gyro doesn't have what he needs here. The money's not bad, but everything else is a bit harder. And this Muslin Coalescent line up really well with the Warraid. He should know what this is. I'm very surprised by the last click R&D run. Hey, Pat, how you doing? You feeling any better, eh? I forgot to check in this weekend. Make sure our Patrick's doing okay. Clot? Okay. So I guess we take a whole turn to purge. Either that or we just push into the remote server and say, what are you going to do? Clayton. We might just push in the remote server. I'm feeling better. Not 100%. I don't have much of a voice. Oh, that's okay. You rest your voice, Patrick. You got your fingers to type for you. Oh, he's doing an accent. Like purging Claude and then getting to the Simulchip War is probably not a winning line for us. So I think we likely do austerity, use austerity, install the Aqua. Like we can do a lot here. I assume we start with a sprint and see how things go. It didn't go that much better. The Blade of is worth keeping. I don't know if we can afford another MIC. I think we're just going to push. Where's the compassion? Irish nurse Andre. The rest of the time, it's always been there. So we'll just take a click away. So here we'll gain a click. Might as well install the Iqua. Oh, we should have thought the rest of our turn. Well, greasing the Iqua, might as well get some more money in the coffers. Oh, we can't because that's unfortunate because it has to be something we haven't done and we've already played an event. So we might as well have taken the credit there. That's actually like a pretty substantial mistake. Maybe it's only 2 credits on this turn. And then we just do like advance, ice. Credit. Like if we greased there, we would have had a bit more money. We can advance this once more time. The question is like, how do you get through double Brawn? And the Warroid looks like anything, but double Brawn Iqua on a 3-click turn seems hard. If we put the Blade of, we're down 3 credits. We're on 9. So we could do greasing a Blade of credit. I want to keep the greasing for the next turn. I don't know how this YDL is going to do anything. Turbine is scary here. Turbine into Brawn is still 4 credits a pop. Like it's not great, but it's not the worst. Like there's a lot worse ice we can have. I'll just do this. Oops, not like that. Oops all barriers, maybe oops all barriers isn't good. Yeah, let's do this on server 1. If this fires, it's good for us as well. Of course, it's a different breaker. I haven't played SM2 yet, but I'm assuming your namesake shows up. What's SM2? Patrick, have you not played Super Mario Brothers 2? And you think Chenchling shows up in Super Mario Brothers? It's a weird Super Mario Brothers game, but it's not that weird. I don't know where the name Chenchling comes from, by the way. 2 clicks, 17 credits, access to 1 breaker, Claude on the table. At some point, we might take a turn out to purge, but it's probably just going to be we're going to jam in a remote server and just use austerity for like tempo crime. It seems like a world tree list just without the world tree. Oh, it is Space Marine 2. Yeah, I thought it was a 40k thing. You're 100% right, Ren. Maybe we should have advanced this once more so we could actually jam the next card, because next turn we just do triple advance and go down to 7 credits, and Gyro's pretty happy about that. So we probably could have considered advancing this once more so we can use the next window to like greasing whatever we top deck into server 1. Okay, at least we didn't get punished. Imagine we had a subliminal firing every single turn. Technically, Doki Doki Panic does feature the warp. All right. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima now, and I'm not a big open world gamer, but now it's running on my machine and it's like gorgeous, and I'm having a good time. Obviously a bit late to that conversation, but I'm having a good enough time. I assume it's longer than I think it is. Oh shit, 5 influence. This is a pawn shop deck that hasn't pawn shopped up, so we're gonna put 5 cards face down on the table. Ghost of Tsushima is so pretty. It's gorgeous. Some looks like Space Marines, it definitely is Space Marines. Yeah, Tsushima's really, really pretty. The gameplay's fun too. Oh, it actually tells you the name of the face down cards. Why does this one not have a name on it? What's the 4th card? Weird. Well, what's the 4th face down card? It gives me names of all of them. I don't know if it should. Besides the one between CC and Diesel. All right, Gyro's on 16 credits. We have another Warrior Tracker, technically not unique. Laundry Gamble, Creative Casts. So this is a daily casts. You can see it in the log. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the log does say. Wow, I wonder why that's happening. Okay, so we probably do draw. Yodel credit feels way too slow. And it's not even that great of a yodel. This is ugly. Like, obviously, Gyro's building to some sort of late game nonsense, and we need to avoid that. So I'm assuming we have to click to draw here and just say MirrorMorph doesn't do anything. That's our play next turn. So we probably just greasing the Warrior into server 1 to see if he interacts. And then we'll do the austerity on top of it. Now, these face down cards actually turn off Warroid entirely, which is rough. It's not likely to run into a matchup where there's installed cards that have no text. You know them on archives and can see them going on the table? You can, but like no one's ever said like this is the dirty laundry, this is the sure gamble, this is the creative commission. And technically it does matter. So I'm assuming, yeah. I just don't know why the name doesn't show up. I think it's like Kakarenbo, but it's like no different than installing a card if it was face up from where it came from. Spec work? Yeah, these Warroids are actually useless. They look better though. Oh, just over MU. So SMC, trick shot, okay. So if we res this MIC, we go down to 3 credits, but it's hard for this list to break MIC relatively well. Cat, I'm doing okay. I'm playing the MirrorMorph deck that came second Scottish Nationals. It's strange. I'm struggling to do the MirrorMorph thing. How are you? So what is the most frustrating? I think we res the MIC. He can't like just pull out a turbine. I'm assuming he's on Buzzsaw Turbine, which is not good for MIC. Can somebody remind me to print a copy of Compilation at work tomorrow? Yeah, actually, I'll email you. Simulator's still legal, I guess? I think you do this because you're on Pawn Shop, right? Like, I don't think you need a simulator. Simulator is also 5 influence, so you're just pawn shopping these. These are each 3 credits. Total tangent, but a boot of Marvel Snap again. What are alliances exactly? Oh, Solomir, search for Levy, AR, Lab Access. They made alliances slightly better. Alliances are just like, technically the term is clans, I guess, back in the day, but I think a lot of people don't like that name anymore. In short, it is a group of people that we get goals every week or every day. You can opt into goals. There's optional goals, and how many points we make off of how many goals we do, we get a reward at the end of the season, or at the end of the week, excuse me. Costs you nothing. You can only be in one alliance though, and it's just a group of people that are doing goals together with the same title. And at the end of the week, we get goals based on how good we did. It's free. If you send an invite, I can invite you. It's relevant to know the face down cards. Oh, it's relevant because trashing them, right? Like if I was playing against a certain deck and I needed to trash installed cards for some reason, I would want to like keep the programs out of the heap, or like before we think they're going to maybe play an Ashen Epilogue. There's like niche reasons. Yeah, I think we lost this game. This is really, really bad for us. We went too slow. They're going to get the turbine rig, and they have infinite Warrior tech. The clot's annoying. This is probably, but I'm going for it. I think it's fine. We could have res this Gatekeeper. I think it's just going to be more impactful in a different run. Oh, we can only res one Roaride. So I'm going to res the one that they might know about. The problem is like they're just going to trash our installed cards. So this is a waste of time. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have resed it. We still have to do credit YDL next turn anyways. Like we probably click for credit. But the Warride is just totally useless into Amuse, and it actually not totally useless because it eats their ASOS pawn shops. Like it technically costs 6 credits. They know the top of R&D. If their ick was, they would have stolen them. Draw credit YDL install. Draw credit YDL install. Yeah, probably. So they trashed 2 of their cards. They trashed the resed one. That's correct. We would, if we had 4 credits, we would have resed both because they compound a bit. But now they just trash whatever. Cost them 6 credits, technically. So that was expensive. Now, if they don't get down to pawn shop last click, they have a bit of a money issue. Depends how quickly they get stuff down. Okay, Diesel daily casts. So they need a pawn shop there. Okay, so now they're fine. Draw, credit, yodel. We can install. I don't want to install the austerity because I want to use the austerity. So we can just get an ice on archives. That's probably fine. This eventually will be broken for 2 credits once the turbine comes down, but I guess we want to play around reboot. They might not be on more than 1. I think they can play 2. I don't think they can play, well, they definitely can't play 3. So maybe they can play 2. We'll just put this on archives. All our ice is going to be turbine through real bad. And this is where like turn 9 feels slow. It does feel slow. And I'm interested to see whether people are going to come back on turbine. If we were like a PD deck, we'd actually be putting problems in this remote server turn after turn after turn. And I think that's a better position for us to be in, as opposed to like wait until we get an MCA austerity in there. So next turn we do an austerity, use austerity, hedge fund credit, probably. They sold the Muse. Yeah, that makes sense. They have an MU problem. There's no rush there. Sometimes you want to keep the Muse around because if you're going to use Simulchip, you want to use it on a turn that you've trashed a program to your own volition. If you trash a face down program, mind you, it has no type. Face down cards are just typeless. They're just technically cards, but that's all they are, just cards. They are not programs or anything else. Okay, SMC makes sense. Second trick shot there with a click left. This doesn't seem like a great trick shot unless they're flushing this Warride. Oftentimes you want to keep the trick shot for the turn that something's in the remote server. Now they are seeing, I think, only 1 new card, right? They saw one turn ago? Maybe they saw something they wanted to trash. Or an Iqua that they wanted to not steal because they thought something is in the remote server. It looks like, yeah, there was a Spin Doctor there. And Charlotte. Wow, okay. So we're drawing to unknown cards. We're okay with that. So next turn, 3, 4, 5, they're getting 7 credits to start a turn. Pretty wild. So with Claude on the table, they don't have to respect austerity until we purge. if we purge, they definitely have simul-chip, so we don't want to purge. We're kind of teched out. Because austerity is useless against Clot. Clot's not very common modernly. So we have to score behind Gatekeeper Brawn, which means we have to go faster than they can present Turbine. Once they do Turbine, they break this for 8, and this is still like 12 credits. So we could do Hedge Fund, Vitruvius Advance, Credit. That puts us on 10. We need 9 plus 3. They also know this is not defensive. Yeah, Claude is a huge problem for us because we have to take a turn off and then they just like always come back with simul-chip and we'll never have a window. So we have to do austerity for tempo. Like it actually makes sense to put austerity on the uniced server just because they have to run it and it costs them a click, and then we put the Vitruvius in here. So we could do austerity, advance, hedge fund, install Vitruvius. Or no, we'd have to do, oh, we can't do double install, shit. So we probably have a small window here where we have to do Vitruvius, advance, hedge fund, credit. Yeah, whatever. I think we're going to lose the longer the game goes. We have to take some risks. If we advance this, they think it's an Iqua into Seamless, probably. Now, 10 credits goes pretty quickly, right? Like, we could have not advanced and been on 11 credits, which means we could do 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That might have been a bit more reasonable. 1 credit actually might really matter on this turn. But that's okay, because we can always do, like, YDL advance. We'd be up so many clicks and credits if we drew the Subliminal. But they just haven't been running. Oh, he sold the Clot. Oh, shit. Wait, that's really good for us. Why did he sell the Clot? I guess he needs MU. So even if he turbines here, we're okay with it relatively. Because Gatekeeper on 1 turn is going to turbine. Brawn is still annoying. This Brawn is still annoying. We're just going to have a money problem. We might have to do like credit YDL. It's going to be hard. Not counting on you to be audacious. Yeah, we could audacious a 5-3. There's some like Iqua respect here. But we'll see. Probably D's okay. Looking for an overclock or the last trick shot would be very, very important. SMC also into a killer is a line that Gyro has to respect. We've gone through a lot of cards and actually like R&D is loaded. We've gone through 26 cards. We've seen 2 agendas. We did shuffle back, I think, somewhat sprint. But there's currently 6 agendas and 23 on R&D, which is really high. Luckily, we've survived 2 trick shots so far. There's the turbine. Okay. I think we're still okay with that. Because the server costs 8. If it's like turbine into overclock and Gyro just can't run last click, that's the worst case for us. And with 8 cards in hand, I think we're expecting an overclock here. Echelon into overclock. Oh, there's no way this is enough money. So we have to do the math here, right? So it's Cleaver breaks us for 4 and then breaks this for 4. That's exactly 8 credits, right? Now you don't have to break all of Brawn. That is not that big of a problem. So you could actually break this for a bit less. So Cleaver is 2 for boost and then 1. So you can break it for 3, 3, 3, 6. Okay, they have 8. So I think we have to res the Gatekeeper and we have to res the Brawn, and that means we're in a bad spot. Because this is... it's the best we have. And this is just going to get so much money over time. So this is still pretty good. This is 4 credits, and then this is 3 credits, which means that you can't risk going through this Brawn. So we'll see if Gyro jacks out or not. Because if the innermost is like a drafter, it's kind of bad. It depends. You can also save a credit here, letting us drop to 3 cards, which might be... oh, it doesn't save anything because of the way Buzzsaw works. But currently, we're showing that this costs 4, this costs at least 3. That's why we didn't res the Gatekeeper earlier. You want to keep it for a turn when it actually matters. Yeah, this deck is the sort of deck that capitalizes on people not playing Turbine. It is very slow. So we'll see if we jack out here. Pay 1, break all. So we're on 0 credits. Are we going to continue on 0 credits? It forces us to have it. Which is like, right, because this is a Brawn. This is a drafter. It's no head spin. Oh, with a spin doctor, if it's a drafter, it's pretty bad. I guess this just forces us not to have the credits. Next turn we have to do credit YDL. Like, it does buy us a turn. This is a very aggressive line. Like, what's the worst case for our opponent here? MIC is fine. Our opponent has been like aggressively face checking dice in ways that doesn't exactly make sense, but there's no face check here that loses you the game. Drafter's pretty bad though, last click. So we're gonna put the drafter from our hand down. Innermost drafter is like pretty good. Okay, so we can't score out unless we top deck the subliminal. And they're going to be down to 5 credits next turn, and this survey is a bit expensive. Okay, not the good draw. So we have to do credit YDL's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, y'all. It's really bad. Draw. It's pretty bad. We're going to get burnered. They're going to lose off of that angle. Advanced credit draw. Advanced doesn't make it. Advanced credit draw. The action that we get a mellow off MirrorMorph has to be an action we haven't done. So we can't advance twice. Right? We'd have to do advanced credit, draw credit. Right? Like you just can't advance twice in a turn with MirrorMorph. So we could do credit, YDL credit. This YDL is +2 credits, which is not great. It lowers cards in hand. So we probably just do credit. That sucks. It does suck. But being on 3 for this drafter makes sense. Like we have a bit of a window here. Oh, hold on. The other option is like austerity, advance austerity credit. That puts us down to 1 credit still. Nah, we'll do it next turn. They might, like, I think if Gyro here has a DJ Steve, that's pretty good, but there's a chance the reboot influence ate into that. We haven't seen Pinnles yet. Blade of an Archives is a good spot. I think we're worried about Burner, but Lat sometimes doesn't play Burner. Daily cast around 5. Again, to run this is at least 8 credits usually. This is 9. So we might have a bit of a window. And this kind of looks like an Ikua. Kind of does. Draw credit YDL MirrorMorph. I was thinking about that, Joe, but the YDL with like 4 cards in hand is pretty butt. It's really bad. Right? And then that means that we just have more cards in hand that aren't agendas. And I think your Gyro is likely to go HQ. If we had more cards in hand, I think we would definitely done it. It's a way to get MirrorMorph to fire. And maybe we should just do MirrorMorph even if the turn feels bad. But I often find like if you're playing a bad turn just to get your ID to fire, I feel like we're like pretty rough. That might have been the reason not to install the drafter. You're right, but I think the drafter actually does make this server a bit harder to deal with because of the gatekeeper of the drafter. But if we had the drafter in hand, it would have been maybe kind of cool. So here we can do like triple advance, go down to 0. I love it. Again, subliminal, come on. Come on, subliminal one time. Not that we can do that much with the subliminal. I think we'll get a Vitruvius with a counter. Going down to 1 versus 0 doesn't make a huge impact. I don't think. Okay. I think Gyro's saying this is not an Ikua. I feel like there's no way reboot makes sense without Reaver. It's abstractly a 15 credit econ play. Right? Like that's a lot of money with Pawn Shop. It's a 14 credit econ play, right? Like that seems good. You can always recover with 0 credit YDL. Yeah, we can. And we'll usually be on 6 cards in hand. So it's okay. This is incredibly aggressive. Did Gyro do the math whether he can deal with Ikua? I think if he does all this to steal Vitruvius, we're relatively happy about it. Because then we just push the austerity and he's kind of gassed himself out. But I've not been able to read how Gyro's respecting ice because it's very strange. It's incredibly aggressive. In a way that has like a higher risk tolerance than I think the way I would play. Okay, so it's Ikua exact unless we res the drafter. If we res the drafter, it bottoms us out. The drafter won't fire, but then Gyro can't steal Ikua, but he would still access, so it changes nothing. So I'm not going to res this. Then he probably last click draws. Maybe we shouldn't have advanced this. If we advance this, you can tell it's an agenda. Maybe that was the mistake we made. So next turn we can do YDL, austerity, advance. And then we need to see a simul chip on the table with 13 cards left. You're assuming there's a simul chip. If that's the case, we should maybe put the austerity on the table, not on the remote server. But even if we like pop the austerity, pull an agenda, and Gyro has to respond by simul chipping a clot, I think we're happy with that. Especially because the MU is full. I guess you just trash the coalescence. That's fine. Ooh, creative. Good recovery. So next turn on 9 credits, like getting 3 credits a turn. It's pretty good. That's interesting. I think this is okay for us. We dragged the runner through a lot. Yeah, they did drag a lot through that server. They've played 3 overclocks and 2 trick shots. Now the question is if they're on Ashen, which I don't think they are on Reboot, or if they're on DJ Steve, which they might not be on Reboot. So we have to play pretty well here. So we can do ICWA on the remote server. If we do Austerity, Gyro probably doesn't interact. If we do install... If we do YDL in ICWA Advance, we can score with Audacity, but that's not very great for our hand. So I think we just do YDL Austerity Advance credit, and just make sure we have enough to resist Drafter, which unfortunately it's only 2 credits, and we're going to get Bernard sooner than later. So now we have to see a Simon chip. Not this turn, but next turn. Draw credit. I think you're right. Draw is much better there because of not only this hand, but because it would have given us another YDL. Sorry. Yeah, I think you're very much right about that. I like that a lot better. Yeah, that's some MirrorMorph planning. That's important. Thanks. Hey, Whitest. Now, I might actually add more pressure on HQ because we're drawing and then committing. Don't undo turn. Did I break it? It looks like I might have broken it. Does undo turn break it? Oh, shit. I think we might have broken it. This isn't good. Did the update break undo turn? For real? I think I heard about this. I heard one of the undos is broken. It's broken? Oh no, the update broke undo turn. Oh no. That's really bad. The update turns out broke undo turn. How do I start turn? Do I DC Resi or is it just like cooked? Oh, that's frustrating. You can do it all by hand. That's really frustrating. Play it out by hand. That really sucks. Oh, it sucks. It's really bad. It looks like fixing the double started turn bug has unintended consequences. Yeah. And like the Jnet devs are doing great stuff. This is. Okay. So let's try it. Nightmare. Playing MirrorMorph is also really bad. So click 1 draw. That's great. Click 2 YDL. Click 3 server 1. You see, this line is unintuitive to me. Because doing austerity on the last click is like so strange. End turn. Oh, I do not like this. I do not like this at all. So now he has to do all his started turn triggers. You can leave and come back. I don't think it works, Thanos. We don't. We're paper playing. I've invested too much time in this game to like walk away from it because I think we have an angle. Like we have a way out. It's going to be very narrow. We lose to Burner. At least like that will end the game quickly. Do you want Pawn Shop? YouTube question, does us watching the stream count towards its view count if it isn't posted as a standalone? Radish, I have no idea. YouTube, for what it's worth, I don't think publishes what counts as a view. I'm pretty sure it does if you watch it live, because when the stream ends, it says like it already has 200 views. So I think it does accrue anybody who like peeks in. Did you want to start a turn? So I'm pretty sure it does. For what it's worth, I don't turn on the monetization until the stream is a VOD, because otherwise you have to watch an ad turning on a live stream, which that doesn't sound great. I want you to be able to come in as quickly as possible and hang out. But I do turn on monetization. So if you don't have YouTube Premium, there's ads on the VOD. If I refresh 50 times, does that help? I don't think so. It might not hurt, but we'll see. It's good. That's all good. No, it's good. It's all good. Did we break Jnet? Yeah, apparently undo turn breaks Jnet, which is probably worth disseminating that information. But undo turn, yeah, it breaks Jnet. Worth trying close prompt? We can try it. Nah, nothing. Laundry. MIC. Break for 2. Running last click. So every ICWA in our hand is safe. Imagine we crack this MIC. I think they definitely should go HQ here. 100%. Luckily, the ICWAs are safe. But they should be running HQ. We've gone through this many cards. We've seen 2 agendas. Love not having to watch the ads since I often have to jump in and out due to work. Yeah, I think for live streams, ads are really annoying. But I'll put them on the VODs because it makes some amount of money and my effort and time is worth money. Res a drafter. Please hit an ICWA. That's only going to attract more attention to HQ. They hit an ICWA, no clicks left. Take it. Get them, MCA. Get them. No. So next turn, we can't fast advance. The following turn we can, and then we can win with Audacity. So the problem is like Gyro's going to come back. At least in all like Twitch ads. I don't think I have control over Twitch ads. I'm pretty sure you do see Twitch ads. I don't know if they run in the middle. Like I watch Jeff stream on Twitch often. I get Twitch ads, but you have no control over that. They're annoying too, especially because they like go in the middle of the video. At least I think the YouTube ad. I can't start turn. I'm totally forgetting. Okay. This sucks. This is really bad. Draw 1. End turn. Thank you. Ah, Vitruvius. Nice. Okay. Do we put it in the remote server? We probably don't. If we do draw YDL, it's the best we got. God, our hand. 1, 2, 3. I'm so sorry you have to watch this. Draw. Fuck. Oh, it's bad. It's really bad. I was like, where are the agendas? I think we found all of the agendas. We literally found all of the agendas. Now, ablative means we can throw out some agendas because Spin Doctor will save it, which actually means that we might not yodel this turn. Why can't I do that? Oh, fuck. Austerity doesn't work because it's once per turn. Oh, I can't MCA anymore. You have 3 clicks, you spent 1 on the mandatory draw. Mandatory draw, we drew the Vitruvius, and then we spent 1 on send a message. I think we got it, Cody. But I appreciate the checking. We can't austerity. You can do it manually. I mean, you counter power too. That's Jnet spoils us. So I think we just do credit, and we discard 2 agendas. So we'll get rid of agendas. We want to keep a Vitruvius. We probably want to keep 2 Vitruvius. I keep trying to hit end turn. What am I going to do? Send a message. I don't want. ICWA is safe. We need to keep an ICWA so that they hit it. They get away from HQ. So I'll throw out. If they hit the Vitruvius, we lose as well. I think we just get lucky that they snipe the ICWA on 1 and then just keep us safe. So we're going to keep 2 ICWAs. End turn. Want to credit YDL? Because I want to discard 2 agendas. I definitely need to discard 6 points from hand or 5 points from hand. Oh, click 3 is a good idea. I should do that. So next turn, if this survives, we can score an ICWA, and then we can win from Vitruvius Audacity. Unless Gyro has a simulchip. At this point, a simulchip not showing up has been a bit suspicious. It's like an asynchronous game where we just text each other what's happening. Credit 13. The math checks out. We're so cooked. We drew no agendas into drawing every single agenda. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's 1 agenda and 17 cards. Dirty laundering. Please steal the ICWA. Soon Gyro get 4 clicks. MCA went off. Please miss the ICWA or touch only the ICWA. 1 of 2 extremes. Yes, we're safe. Besides, we're on game point. We're totally safe. Okay, so now we MCA out. Redemption. problem being is that we can't res the bladed barrier. Oh, keep hitting start turn. Draw Darwa 1, draw 1. Okay. So we do austerity. Sup. Yeah, totally. Oh, lat also hasn't been triggering as well. So Anakama lat, at least only one of them gets missed. Okay. So we have to austerity. We're in a bad spot, but we can win this. It's possible. Okay, so trash. Back in my day, we used to play Jnet. Can't install a card? Wait, why the hell can I not install a card? I got back from climbing his Jnet cook. Zylarth, excuse me. If you do undo turn, it is messed up, yeah. Had a good weekend, but if you do undo turn, the game breaks. We've found out 40 minutes in. I can't install a card? Oh, you have no clicks. Yeah, that's 100% it. I've never played on paper? Whoa. Whoa, that's really cool. Yeah, we've got to add clicks. You're totally right. That's fine. Jnet. We have a Jnet problem. Server 1. E. Can't score because you can only score on your turn. Okay. End phase. Okay, so we have to survive one turn. We also need to have at least credit, which is going to be hard. The best possible top deck is Subliminal. If we top deck a Subliminal, we can win. Also, if you run Archives, we lose the game because we can't res. They have no real reason to run Archives, but we just can't res. Ablative, we're short 2 credits. We could have held on for another turn. It might have been actually fine. But yeah, we can lose on a couple angles. That's fine. Now, reboot replaces the axis, right? Yeah. Undo your turn, more like undo game. Solidacity credit gives you click to advance. Oh shit, you're right, Wenegon. We can have no credits. We do install, Audacity, click for credit advance. Oh yeah, you're right. We can win next turn. How do you have 5 clicks when you advance and trash the same turn? So that's bad for us. That's really bad for us. So the idea is it's much easier if we have Jnet working for you. So okay, first click, we hit austerity. So we have 2 clicks. Second click, we hit the austerity, middle finger, excuse me. That's fine. There's no agendas in R&D. And then we trash it. So we have 1 click left plus we gained 4. Okay, so we have 5 clicks. Third click, we install the agenda, and then we get a MirrorMorph that lets us advance the card. So we have a card with 1 advancement on it. Then we do advance. So it's with MirrorMorph because we do austerity, different austerity, install, MirrorMorph free advance, and then 4 advances. So it looks very strange the way we did it, but it's how it works. Yeah, there's just a luminal in R&D. That's all that there is in R&D. Is 1 agenda in 16. And they use the simul chip. Oh my god, we have a chance. Believe that all 3 simul chips are bottom 4. I was thinking you weren't on them. Yeah, it's like super unintuitive. So I'm going to crack this MIC, assuming that they're not going to end their turn. All right, if we don't hit the luminal, we win. Good game. We did it. We believed in ourselves. And by we believed in ourselves, we believed in Henry's line, which I forgot that we could do the thing we needed to do. So Gyro has no simul chips, no way to gain clicks. There's no real point running the Warrior tracker, so that we have no simul chip to worry about. So then we do install, advance, Audacity. We have exactly 3 cards in hand. We're fine. I keep hitting start turn. That's never gonna not be weird. It's like when you think there's no more steps left and there's a step or there's not a step. You know how stairs work as the human experience. Oh, on a comment lat. Yeah, that's totally fine. So server 1 doesn't work. We got this. Install. Server 1. Audacity. Am I doing this right? Vitruvius. Click for a credit. MirrorMorph. Advance. Score. We got out of there. Oh my god. Yeah, we're on full manual mode. It broke. Yeah, MirrorMorph scoring on 0 is kind of cool. Scoring on 1 is not a huge difference, but I would not have seen that line playing. That was interesting. Yeah. Jnet is pretty good. It was only 11 turns too. Like, it felt really long because it was, but it's only because it was. Look at that. Runner gained 102 credits, spent 132. And a lot of that is just like this engine it's pretty good, especially if you can get for 11 turns is not even that slow. Thanks for the game. I would not undo turn again. I'm just gonna live with my failures as a player. It's closer to 15 turns. Oh my god, Tron, you're right. It's much closer to the 15 turns because those turns didn't count. Okay, that sounded right. I was like, 11 turns seemed really short for how long that was. 15 makes more sense. Yeah, we stopped counting. Huge. All right, it's 3:33. Let's do... I don't think we have time to revisit the MirrorMorph deck and build our own. We just don't have enough time for that. So I'm just going to try this like Thule deck that Sanguine Magpie posted because it looks kind of interesting. And the Ping Hendrick interaction seems fun. We will come back and build MirrorMorph sometime in the near future. We have some freedom to play this Thursday. If there are more freedom replays, I'd love to see them because I think that freedom list is definitely not the easiest thing to pick up. I saw one replay on QTM that Piley was playing at East Coast Nationals, but I don't know if there's more replays anyway. I like to be able to play it and not feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so in short, tags matter, damage matters. We want to go fast. We have some mean ice on face check, 3 Jaguar. 13 ice is like more ice than in the last list, which is not what you're expecting in a lot of Thule archetypes. We have a weird agenda suite. We unfortunately have Stegadon. If we ever undo turn, we're going to just close the game out because you don't want to play Stegadon like that for sure. And also, I'm not happy about Stegadon, but it's fine. We'll be fine. Oh, one thing really quickly. Oh, let's see how quickly someone joins. I wanted to show this in the news because this is really nice. Did you all, speaking of Thule, so NSG has like been sneaking out some more art images for upcoming prize support, and they showed one of the art images that the top half of prize support gets. So one of the top half prizes was alternate identities of all the Borealis Corp identities, and they're so good. Look at these. So this is top half prizing. So we have Thule, the underwater city. These are meant to be meat space IDs, so less buildings, more like you saw in the Liberation Cycle. Then we have somebody working away in the labs of Iswak, very colorful with all the butterflies. The Pravdivos controlling the message. I don't know who these characters are, but that's really great. And then I think this is inside the ship. You just see it extracting and eating things inside the massive op. These are gorgeous. The fact that these are top half is like going to be really, really hard to get. Again, half of people don't make top half. And if those were just like participation prizes, I think people would be pretty stoked. But those are some of the nicest IDs. Oh, 419. Let's see how much money you have. Hey. Yeah, those look sick. They look really, really good. They look very, very good. All right, double Stegadon opening. We have double hedge fund as well. I generally want against a 419 as much as possible, install multiple cards in the same turn to play around the 419 tax. We also don't have Mavirus, so Amaku we're going to have to purge out at some point, which is pretty difficult. This hand is not terrible. As Jaguar face check is like kind of pretty fun for us, so we could keep this. They might just boomerang or be cautious. Shout out to Erin, who I believe she posted her 419 list. It's a pretty good write-up. That list is really hella fun. Good night. Good night. Take it on for when you want your long laggy glitch game and Jnet to go even longer gyro. Good game. I'm gonna keep this. The double Stegadon is a bit suspect, but opening 2 hedge funds against 419 is like maybe the best we can ask for. I don't think we have an incredibly consistent economy. Like, what are we looking for? Actually, we have 3 Regolith. That's okay. We have a lot of ice. Yeah, we could do worse. We have Nico. We actually have pretty good money. And we have a bunch of ice. So ideally, the best top deck here would be a second ice, so we can ice up with the remote server or R&D and just do ice hedge fund. Again, you want to install 2 things a turn against 409 at a minimum. Okay, that's good. Ping. Generally, we want to ping on our remote server. I don't want to ping on R&D, so I think we're going to do the double install. We'll do hedge fund first for obvious reasons. Would I rather have Jaguar on HQ or a ping on HQ? That's actually an interesting question, because this ends the run but is not expensive. This is more expensive over time, and I don't know if there's any breaker that gets this really well. So we'll put this on HQ, protect our secrets. We'll put ping on the remote server, and then we want to get 2 ice before we score at the Stegadon because we're playing around inside job and boomerang. Cool. 409, plan your turns. If you take a turn off to click for credits, that's often fine if the next turn you do double install. Like if you just do credit install and pay for it with 419, that's a pretty bad turn. It highly incentivizes you to schedule your turns out. Amaku on 3 is going to be a problem, so we're definitely going to have to ice up everything. With 13 ice, that might do something, because opening Amaku is pretty bad for us. Did you always pay that 409 tax? It depends on the board state and what it is. With Amakua, you're more incentivized to, because if you don't pay, Amakua gets counters. But at some point when Amakua is on 4 or 5 counters, it's not worth anything because it's very easy for tank to get the counters. So it's a bit more contextual, which is obviously tricky here. So we can do install Regolith, pay 1, Regolith. I think that's fine. It makes us okay against diversion. The other option is draw to ice up R&D, so the only Amakua server is archives. I think that's also fine too. We could do draw, hedge fund, worst case. Yeah, I don't want to install the Jupstead. We could ablative, but it's not very good against Amakua, so I'm just going to hedge fund, and next turn we'll do double install. If you want to farm R&D a bit with Amakua, you can do it. But yeah, if you're playing like an asset matchup, sometimes information is worth it, but more so it's easy to get Amakua counter. So it's like, if you give them an Amakua counter, it's not the most important. It's more about keeping your secrets. Now our ping is low strength. Our Jaguar is relatively low strength. I think 3 is like the point where you're okay to check because you're not firing drafter. Class Act coming down only on 1 credit. So that's hard for tank to recover here with a couple things. I'm worried. I'm going to play around mining accident. Jaguar for R&D is sick. So we can do Jaguar R&D, Regolith server 1, ablative server 1, and that can be our server. I think that's a good spot. The other option is to get ablative on archives, which actually is a bit more conservative. I kind of like that. Just to keep the Amakua in check. Now Amakua on 2 does break some of this ice, but it means we can purge, and that will give us an option here. So playing against Amakua, playing against 419, it's not that popular, but it is a skill set that there's a lot of ways to make it. Falsified, so they're going to expose this. Let's see what they call. Probably Rashida is an acid call. This does look like a shoes list. So they called acid. They guessed it. They got a Regolith, so they get a counter. I'm going to res the Regolith. If they falsify one more time, it's not the end of the world, but on 9 credits, we can still threaten to res our ice. We probably have to purge next turn. So Amakua at 3 is a bit of a weakness. No rush for agenda? No, I don't think so. How's it going, Ned Dad? Like, I want 2 ice to beat this Amakua, because Amakua ping, not going to be great for us. I think we want to wait for the Jupestab. We want to wait for the Hendrik. We want to wait for something a bit more. Wake, taking meat damage, losing a mutual. Okay. You don't want to run last click. So I think here we'll purge, and then the Wake implants in a bit of an ugly spot. Why the res? It's a bit of a niche thing. It's to play around the second falsified, because if they do a second falsified, they get credits. I'd argue it's probably not worth it. But a lot of times when they know what the thing in the remote server is, especially if it's easy to res, or you're going to res it anyways, you can't just res it, so they can't just do falsified. Or next turn, they can't do falsified. I can run through 1 strength ice. This is not a great example of it. If it was like a Rashida, you might as well res it. Ping 2 for the Regolith has some implications, but I'm just going to purge there. Next turn, we can do Regolith. Then next turn, we can do a double install. I think the deck is only on 2 falsified. Some of them back in the day were on 3, so the snap res is a bit of an old habit. So now they can't really face check unless they get down their Carmen or they get a boomerang or inside job maybe. Okay, I don't think we have a reason to install here. So I'm just going to do Regolith. We don't want to do unice remote servers, so I'm just going to take this money. It means we don't have to respect boomerang inside job, or sorry, boomerang diversion for a bit. And it means we can pay through every single mining accident, which this deck is probably on 3 of them. Now they might not want to face check. Face checking to Jaguar is scary. Drafter is... it's kind of scary as much as the install forces you to pay 419, which is annoying. And then once we get another ice here, we can do Jupestad Stegadon. And that's how we'll start. Okay, don't love it. I think we do Regolith, Rashida. That's fine too. We can afford to pay the 1 here. The Nico, we're probably going to need the remote server sooner. So I'm going to do this Rashida and see if they spend a boomerang or something like that. Finish Reg, go Rashida. Yeah, I think so. And it'll give us enough cards that we can do double install next turn, or triple install most likely. So we'll pay 1. It's not It's more for the Amakua. Now, this is where, like, you could consider pre-resing it here, and it plays around falsified in a way that stops us from purging out immediately, but they might not face check on 1 strength. 1 strength only breaks a blade of. Hermes is annoying. Here, we actually want them to, like, run into our ice so we can get their stuff rezzed. Rashida with a full hand and 3 agendas. Yeah, but we might find Spin Doctor. We want a second ice so we can push. It's not perfect, but we just need to stay ahead of them a bit. Shay, try not to attack people directly in the chat, please. Okay. So now we're really flooded. We have a problem. So the question is, how do we deal with that problem? At this point, Tank can just send into the Jaguar. Now, Thule plus Jaguar is going to be an annoying tax. We probably want to send into the remote server, and we can just do MIC, Stegadon, Jupestat, and say whatever. We're feeling okay about it. We can pay through this. We'll keep cards in hand. Stegadon seems relevant. Stegadon's really frustrating to Amakua. Now, this will open up HQ if we score out the Stegadon, which we don't have to score it out right away. I'm going to throw out the Nico. But we'll see here. This is a really important turn because if Tang face checks, then we get our ice rezzed, right? And then that's really good because Hermes is the thing. So next turn, we actually might do double advance on the Stegadon and hold. Like, our best option here would be double advance Stegadon server 1 ice HQ. Because we're a bit weak here into Boomerang. We're a bit weak into Inside Job. It's just Hermes is going to be a problem. This is our hand. Cradle, okay, that's fine. Oh, they're running, sick. So we get our Jaguar rezzed, which means we do core damage, which is sick. And they get a tag, which is sick. And then this stuff might bounce. But at least we get this rezzed, which is pretty important. Now, if they steal 2, they don't get Amakua. They can always choose, oh, they can't choose not to steal. So this fires. So we get our first core damage in, hitting a mutual. They lost 2 mutuals. They have a core damage and a tag. And so obviously it's likely that they steal an agenda here. Ikoa, that's a hard one to steal. They can choose not to steal it though. They have free Chesva credits, but it'll be 2 more clicks unless they want to take another core damage, which means we're in an okay spot. It's a hard choice. Now they don't know which one to bounce. I think I probably should put them to Stegadon first. A lot of people put the upgrade first. You kind of want to zig a bit. But them getting 3 points, I'm pretty happy with that. It turns on our ablative. So they're just bouncing, Bravado, getting the Amakua counter, removing the tag. Okay. It's a bit more conservative, which is, I think that's good. So our best top deck is an ice for HQ, I think. Hypoxia. That's not it. So we do advance, advance, advance. We can score. They can bounce something. That's pretty good. We do core damage. Just send it. At least with the HQ ice, we're not worried about it. And this puts them on 2 hand size, or sorry, 2 core damage, which is really, really important. We're all waiting on, do people put upgrade first spreadsheet? Yeah, it's worth tracking and worth keeping in mind what you do. So we hit a reprise, which is sick. Opened up R&D. So Hypoxia is no longer necessary because they're on 2 core damage, which means that the Gaslight connects and they take a tag somehow. This deck has no proactive way to give tags, which is kind of a problem with the deck, right? The only way it can give tags is with ping and then them like misplaying a bit into Hendrik. So I would love it if this deck had a distributed tracing, public trails, a bit of influence. So obviously the Gaslight's important. R&D is also important because there's our ontologicals, which are 2/2. But we'll go. Reprise and Hermes is wild. This is the deck that Aaron brought to NPC Montreal and she won. It's a pretty cool deck. And next turn we can do Elevagao to drop down to 1 hand size, or 1 fewer hand size, excuse me. So I think we actually have to keep the agendas, unfortunately. Throw out agendas if you're just trying to kill. I don't think we're just trying to kill. I think it's actually really hard to kill. We could throw them out. I don't think we will. Imagine if they had the last click credits to steal and fire the reprise last turn. Yeah, it would have been really bad. Reprise is really good. Ooh, pinhole for the Jupestad. They get to use their Chesva credits, which is pretty nice. So they're going to get that out of the way. That is something they have to deal with. It is expensive, but it's only 2 credits with Chesva. It's not bad. And they got Wake Charge too. Oh, excuse me. Should I go back and watch a stream for the start at 2x? Any major beats I should respond to? Jeff, the first 2 hours was talking about the meta and like the Surveyor article. Also, I'll DM you the audio files now. Thank you. So otherwise we played MirrorMorph, the one that came in second. We struggled to get MirrorMorph to fire consistently, but I think MirrorMorph is worth exploring. They see 2 cards here. It's a bit risky. And then this is our first Thule list. Also, someone's first list that they published. Oh, shit. I hate that. That's really bad. Oh, fuck. We drew so many agendas. The ontologicals are our most important agenda here. They have 1 click left. They did see 2. Boomerang. Last click boomerang's never my favorite. Okay. I mean, I can chill with that. Our money kind of walked away from us. So we just have to like keep 4-9 out. Imagine you had public trail, yep, or distributed tracing. If we had distributed tracing there, we just win. Like the fact that this deck only has ping as a way to give tags is definitely going to be a downside to the deck. Now we also have Stegadon. I don't know how we're going to leverage Stegadon. Luckily, a boomerang is caught on the table. So we can de-res the Jaguar. This is an ablative. We don't have a big reason to res the ablative. It costs no credits to break. We don't have threat 3 text, so we're just going to let that go through. It's unfortunate. We're going to have to purge sooner. Jag can give tags. Yeah, Jag can give tags, but like, imagine them running last click. Like, that's a problem. It's like Jag to end a turn on tags. It's the least likely in Thule because you're never running last click because Thule, right? Save it till threat. We don't actually have to save it till threat because we have ablative, or sorry, Stegadon. But it's almost definitely worth saving till threat. We can score the Elevagao. Not great. If we install this, prevent expose, like I think here we just purge and throw out the Gaslight. I think we just purge. We just need to make sure Amakua never gets purchase. And this turn is not very good. Install Gaslight, prevent expose credit is like a pretty bad turn. God, Amakua is like a beast, and it's such an interesting card because it forces you to play entirely differently and it encourages interaction. Like, there's some cool stuff going on. This card rotates with Dawn, but I'd love to see an interaction-based AI breaker because it is just very fun. Okay, Carmen's down. Carmen does not break Jaguar well. You break for like 3 credits. You don't have to break all the subroutines. Hendrik, ping. That's the interaction we wanted. What are we gaslighting for at the end of the line? It's a 1-of in the deck, but now we have it, so we don't need to. So this is the interaction in which they either take another core damage or end their turn tagged, which is kind of cool. I'm assuming you're going to put some pressure on HQ here. If it's Jaguar into Jaguar, it's expensive. They do get a good access. They know we have an Iqua in hand. And we haven't discarded. Well, we have discarded, actually. But our ontologicals are 2/2s if we top deck them, which is not perfect into Hermes, but it's pretty good. Cool. We have this tag event. This is the one we have. It's very important. Ironically, they can actually get through the ping to get the Hendrik. They can't get through it? Oh, yeah, they might. But I'm assuming they'll like inside job or do something about it. Relatively cheap run. We don't want to res the Hendrik. Okay. I'll fire it if you want me to, but you don't have to. Yeah, I think all we need is a distributed tracing. Like if we had a distributed tracing here, we win. It's like that simple, but unfortunately we have to work a bit harder. I think it's an easy change to the deck to just get some more proactive tagging cards, maybe cut some Nikos or something like that. And just say like, okay, I have you where I want you. I just need to close the game out. But this is where we're going to struggle to convert. Elevagao, that takes us to threat 3. They can bounce the Hendrik. They probably will. If they bounce the ice too, that's like fine for us. Yeah, sometimes bouncing the ice and going back is like really interesting. And now this trades 2 of our credits for their 1 click. Oh, if they run a last click, they take another core damage. That's kind of fun. This might look like a Rashida or an agenda, so they could run it. We're also not on threat 4. They dodged threat 4. So there's a chance they could be on threat 6. No. Okay, so we don't have to res this. They're going to take another core damage for 2 credits. That's fine. Because they can't lose clicks. They take a core damage. They're down to 2 cards in hand. Lose a diversion of funds. It's not super important. We're not on threat 4. They trash that. In theory, you could... you don't really want to bounce off of it. I don't think you have to trash it, though. Ooh, we have a Carl up in here. If we had distributed tracing, the game would be over. We have to struggle now. We have to force them through the ping last click. Here we might just click for 3. I think resing a Carl is a bit difficult. Running HQ is pretty pricey. It's like 6 credits. So we could do ping Hakarl, remote server, click for credit. That drops us down to 5. I want to be able to res MIC. Ablative Barrier now gets us back some stuff, which is kind of nice. I think we have to do double install this turn and just say that they can run R&D, and maybe they were fine with that. If you feed a Stegodon, you can get the threat 4. Yeah, I just don't think we want to get them threat 4 because they know we have an Iqua in hand. Right? Like, they should be sending an HQ sooner than later. I just don't want to do a single install. I need to do a double install, which costs us 2. Until we do double install credit, we're on 6. Yeah, fine. How come you make me decide between watching you or Kid Boga on Tuesday afternoons? Feels bad, man. If I'm competing with Kid Boga, Scrub, if I'm even in the conversation, I think I'm doing well. So I'll take that compliment. How you doing? How's Kit? Let's go. All right. It's very weird that we have a Stegodon scored and it doesn't even matter, right? Like, re-resing ping is something. We don't exactly have the economy yet to support it. Another Regolith top deck will do well for us. We also haven't drawn a spin, which we could use a spin. Our hand is a kind of agenda heavy. Ja, what happened that you're playing Stegodon Thule? It's a deck list that somebody posted that they brought to Scottish Nationals, and it has the ping interaction with Mr. Hendrick, which is like kind of neat, and I've never seen it. So I'm trying it out. Seems okay. Seems fun. I just wish we had a better way to close the game out. Doof. This is not a good doof. It costs them as much as us. It slows the game down, right? Like, they spend 3/3 of 2 of that is free, and then they gain 5. They break even. It lowers us by 4. It gets Awaken Plant. It's not the worst. That's not a huge value doof for sure. They're down to 1 card in hand as well. Doesn't really matter though. Can't do anything about it. This stops us for the distributed end of line though, but they need to steal. I guess we're just gonna click for 3 credits next turn. Maybe R&D is open. I think getting the Axis here is much more important when they think the Iqua is in hand. They know the Iqua is in hand. Cool. We can't really put that on the table. As soon as we have a server that we can't res, they can Amakua us, which it doesn't save that much for the Jaguar. It saves them actually a bit. Every Jaguar goes for 1 credit. They get to Amakua 3. So here they can run R&D and C3, which, like, it's not great for us. We still have Ontologicals in the deck. Mind you, the Ontologicals are 1s, 1 advancements. So, like, we can install Advanced Repair Hermes, and we're not drawing them, which is not great for us. There's 9 agendas, points, excuse me, in R&D. So if we de-res the Jaguar here, we can res the MIC. Actually, we can't. The MIC costs 7. Okay. Just hope that we don't. We could lose here. Hope that we don't. They're doing the whole wake. They only have 1 click left. So if they find a lot of small agendas, which is not very likely, it could be a problem for them. They have Chesva cards for trashing stuff and using the Thule ability. Ooh, Amakua counter. That's kind of important. Next turn, we'll probably just click for 3. Mining accident. Oh, shit. They got it off. Nice. That helps. We were playing around that with our early econ start. It's a jupe stat off the top. They didn't trash that, which I actually kind of like because it's not a great draw for us. Now, if we put this in their mode server, they think it's the jupe stat, but we actually can get with the Rashida, which is kind of pretty cool. A jupe stat is a bit of a win condition because if they have no cards in hand, we can flatline them, and that's good. But we might just have to click to 7. Cradle breaks MIC for way too much money, even the bad publicity. So I think we just click 3. I'm going to hold on to this end of line until the end of the game, for sure. I honestly think the jupe stat is better than the Rashida. But imagine this, like, we just need 1 way to give a tag. Distributed tracing, public trail. Otherwise, they have to interact with their ice. And maybe we should just force them into our ice, say it's a ping. But they're just not going to run a last click so they can get the Thule tag. Or they can remove with Thule. All right, they're up at 7. Nico and their mode server is pretty good with forces through a ping. Stall click 2. They're at a wake counters. They'll be running HQ soon enough. They know the Iquas are still in there. Credit. We're protecting this because the Amakua at 2 means it's closer to 3. They have 1 more, a copy of, what's it called? Falsified. They might call upgrade because they saw a jupe stat. We'd be happy with that. But the Nico is going to be a lot of money if it survives. They're just trucking along. Good criminal fundamentals for any deck that you can challenge on economy. Very, very strong. And so notice how our corporate, the runner is actually like forcing us to do stuff. Like we have to respond to them. We always have to make sure we can keep them out of centrals because they snowball. We put a lot of pressure on HQ. We spent 9 credits on HQ already. And we're 1 reprise away from things getting really messed up. Pinel, nice. So Stegodon, we don't really need to, oh, we could. It forces them to be unable to break. This is interesting. So if we de-res a Jaguar Rundy, we gain a credit. Then we can res an ablative barrier. That fires. Ablative barrier lets us get something on the table so we can get a Hendrik for free. Now we'd have to pay for the Amakua, so it does cost something. But that means that the Amakua doesn't get this run, which means we keep the Nico, which I think is actually more valuable. This is a bit of a strange play. I'm going to de-res the outermost Jaguar, I think, because it's... Oh no, let's keep the outermost. So res the ablative, which will end the run. So then we can use the Hendrik, put it in server 2. Now we have to pay for the 419 tax because I don't want to give Amaku a counter. And then this ends the run because Amaku is in -1 strength. Now we could run HQ and force us to res a Jaguar again, which like that's not good for us. But Amakua having this res means we have more ability to mess Tang up if he runs HQ. Now it means that the Carmen will be 0 strength, which doesn't change the break math, unfortunately. So it's not a huge win for us. Because if Carmen still only has to boost once from either 2 strength or 0 strength. Yeah, I like this line. I think we might have overextended a bit. Because we have to res this Jaguar. So do we? That drops us down to 2, which means we can still res Nico or fire Hendrik. And if they run this last click, we give them a ping. If we give them a ping, they have a tag, and we're 1 credit short of doing credit. That's unfortunate. End of the line. I'll res a Jaguar. I think we just need to make this expensive. So this is still 3 to break, leaving Tang at 3, which means Tang can't steal the Echo without taking the core damage. I wonder if the Hendrik would have been better served on HQ. I think the problem is like with ping, the only way to give a tag is ping Hendrik, and I'm tunneling on that a bit. Maybe the Hendrik on HQ is better. I think there's a big chance with Wake. Saw the end of line. That's another Amakua counter. So now last click Tang is not running the remote server. We get our Nico. I think the Hendrik is just going to make that server a bit bulletproof. Second Hendrik. Okay. So we can do Hendrik on HQ credit. That's pretty good. Now we're assuming MIC is going to be challenged next turn. Again, this we res for 7 because of Cat's Cradle. We actually should res this Hendrik because it's not unique, and we know that he knows what it is, so he can falsify it. So we definitely should be resing this Hendrik. Oh, we should have immediately for what it's worth, because falsified gets that 3rd counter. I think falsified's only in a remote, right? Yeah, card in a remote server. So we're safe for the upgrade on HQ. It'd be way too easy to call upgrade on HQ for obvious reasons. So we can de-res something. We can de-res the Blade of Barrier. If we de-res the Blade of Barrier, it doesn't have a huge impact. Hendrik's not unique. No, they're triplets. The lore is that there's 3 different Mr. Hendricks and you can never tell them apart. Few employees knows he exists, even fewer knows that he's actually 3. Like, it's a cool way to make the lore and the mechanics line up for a named card. Okay, so we de-res. You can see 2 on the top of the deck. Ontologicals, 2 are in there. If we de-res the Bladed Barrier, it puts us up credits. It means Archives is cheap to run, but it's free to run anyways. Would we rather do that when Amaku is running the Jaguar? I think we would. I think we don't have to do this now. We can't res this at 7. We'd love to res this, though. It's going to be a pain in the ass for Cat's Cradle. All right. Wake, we'll see 2, I assume? Yeah. We have 2 clicks. We have 5 credits and Chesva. So it should be easy to pay the Thule tax. Stole nothing, trash nothing. Amaku's on 3. Now running HQ. Mining accident. Fuck. Okay, great. Having people go, he isn't unique. Yeah, if you put 2 in the same server, it's guaranteed core damage, largely. So now the bad publicity is important. This deck doesn't have a lot of money, but now we have 2 credits to run for free every turn, right? Like, this is a free run if we don't purge. And luckily we can afford to purge. Oh, fuck. I don't want to purge. I think we afford to purge here. Because if we afford to purge, all you can do is run Archives to charge it. Which, like, at least that causes clicks. De-resing the Blade does help its trigger. It definitely does. But I think we want to de-res the Blade when, like, Tang runs HQ and we catch him on that mistake. So the question is where we put the second Hendrik or the third Hendrik. I think we put on R&D. We do R&D credit. And then next turn we purge. Purging is not great when the Blade is you can just run through it. He saw and didn't trash the Hendrik, right? I think he's playing around distributed tracing. We also could have exposed the Hendrik because it's obvious it's a Hendrik, and Amaku on 3 is the same as Amaku on Infinite for us. Can't purge next turn. You draw too much. I think we can purge next. Oh, because of the Nico. You're right. With the Nico, we can't purge next turn easily, unless we draw garbage. Now our opponent knows we have the Iqua in hand. It's just been in there. A bit of a grind of a game. We're on turn 17, which is, again, I don't think this deck has a strong win condition. We probably should just put the Stegodon in server 2 and say, like, I think you're going to struggle to deal with Hendrik Ping. And the problem is also Tang knows we're on end of line. So if you run to the Ping and you think it's a Hendrik, you just take the core damage. And we can't win. Now there's no Fractor yet, so Hakarl's kind of interesting because you can't click through Hakarl if we de-res the Hendrik. Hendrik should have been the region upgrade, or maybe it needed to be rezzed or something. If you need it to be rezzed, it doesn't make a difference because you can just reg when they commit to access, right? I'll take 17 turns over 5. Get him, Usmari. Let Jupestad be stackable. Too bad publicity. I hate the current meta. I'm sorry you feel that way, Tyler. I think it's a really cool meta right now. I feel like you can do just about anything on the runner side. I understand there's pain points. There's pain points in most metas, but hopefully it gets better for you soon. The amount you draw your whole deck. I see a lot of decks are drawing their whole deck, besides Criminal. There's the Kurapira. So now Hakarl is still pretty expensive. Okay, we'll push the Jenda in the remote server this turn. Okay, Spin Doctor is good. Gatekeeper's pretty good. It costs 4 into Carbon. But if we do Stegodon on top of the Hendrik, we have Ping Hakarl, which is 5, 6, 7. I think we'd probably do that. We can install a Spin Doctor on the table. The Spin Doctor doesn't get us that much. You don't have to do the guessing game when they have Agenda plus Hendrik. Oh, about the access order? Yeah, that's a huge difference. You're right about that. Server 2, pay, Jupestad credits, our turn, I think. We might be short on money. Even with class act, Crim can be see a good chunk of their deck. You can just put a quarter of it on the bottom instead of keeping it in grip. You're right that the 21 credits is a bit different because we've seen more cards because of class act, but it's still like much slower than I think Anarch draws way too much. And I think Shaper draws admittedly a lot. I think Anarch to me is the worst offender. And I think that's something that will be addressed probably come dawn rotation. No labor rights changes that a fair bit. That sort of strategy is harder to do. 2 Nuka, 3 Classic, and few Earthrise. Not every Criminal deck is playing all of that, and it's still much slower than other stuff in the meta. Like, this deck is not running any Nuka, I don't think. Okay, so down to 2 creds and 2 bad publicity. Again, this deck does have bad publicity, but it doesn't have that much money for running the remote server. So Ping Hendrik is already interesting. We can de-res the Bladev. That is only relevant for the Hakarl. So the Kurapil into Hakarl costs 700 credits. And then we can de-res the Hendrik with the Hakarl, which is pretty good. Max used to be a thing. Yeah, but Max used to have like downsides to it. Like you trashed more than you drew. There's also bin breakers back then. It was pretty good. For a long part of it. Let's see where they interact here. Again, we're still struggling. Diversion. Okay. This is Diversion's why we kept the Bladev up. Us going down 5 fewer credits, I don't think is a huge difference. Now, if we de-res this, they're on 4, 6. So if we de-res the Bladev barrier, they actually have to spend all their money for this Diversion. Now that leaves us at 6 credits. They have 1 click left, so they're probably not going to challenge the remote server. I will just de-res the Bladev. It might be worth keeping it for a later on. But now their Amaku is at 1 strength, and now their Carmen's at 0 strength. So each of these is 3 credits to break. They have to spend all their money with Cheswas unless they want to jack out. Yeah, downside. Now this Hendrik won't fire because its access is upgrade and diversion of funds doesn't do the access. This is another diversion that I think is just as bad for our opponent as it is for us. If Tang installs the last card and doesn't run this, he flatlines the damage, which is really funny. We just want to be on threat 4. If these are Jaguars on threat 4, it's a disaster. Okay. If I must. The difference between threat 4 and threat 3 on Jaguar is like huge. If this card was threat 3, it'd be very frustrating. Now he could go for the Axis. I would assume that's a mistake with Hendrik and agendas in hand. And no money for Thule. But we're down to 7, because, oh yeah, we got the Blade of res money. So this remote server you run, last click ping gets you, we win the game. The threat 3-4 gap is a really interesting space. Yeah, because corporations can just get on threat 3 on turn 1 if they want to. They just install advance at 5-3, but it's hard to get to threat 4. And a lot of agenda suites are running 2-pointers and 3-pointers, so it's just hard to get on threat 4. It's just hard. Okay, hear me out. I don't think we score out the Stegodon, because if we do, R&D opens. Is that bad for us? It might not be bad for us. Fuck. Okay, wait, this is how much core damage have we done? We've done 3 core damage, so we do install advance on top of the jupe stat, res it to do a core damage. So that means we have a click left to repair or to spin doctor. Now that costs us 5 credits. It destroys the Stegodon, which is like fine. We could also just do install advance the ontological in another server. We have a lot of options here. If we just do ontological install advance, he can bounce. We don't have to protect the Amakua credits, I don't think. 4 core damage is not a huge difference with only 1 ontological. Or install advance, ice R&D. Icing R&D is okay. The Gatekeeper's still 4, and then like it's really bad to Amakua. I honestly don't think that we do this. We can do Stegodon 3 times and score the ontological next turn. That's also kind of fine. It brings us to threat 4. I think we just do Jupestar Stegodon. It bankrupts us entirely, though. But fuck, it's very expensive. I think we might just do, thinking, install advance onto, see what happens, give Amakua 4th counter, don't care. I think that's probably fine. We'll see what happens. Let's see what gets bounced here. Again, I think the server is meant more of a honeypot than something is that we're incentivized to score out. Now, if we do Jupestar Stegodon, we're technically on 4 core damage, which makes the Jaguars a bit better. But running R&D here is pretty good. We can res all the Hendricks if we wanted to, but that gives some disinformation. But installing the Hendrick here is just a click. It doesn't cost a credit, which is good. It's usually bouncing the ice that's more impactful. So now we can put the Gatekeeper back. Gatekeeper is pretty hard to break for Cat's Cradle for 1 turn. MIC we can't afford to res, but how many agendas are left in the deck? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 7 agendas in 18, and there's a Hendrick. I think that's okay. We'll just put this back on R&D. All right, we're only on 6 credits. Pink Carl's a bit too expensive. We could de-res the Jaguar for that. I don't know if that was the play. But notice how we're holding on to this end of line and just hoping that something happens with it. And we can't do advance the Stegodon to be like, I want you to interact, because against Hermes, that's just not a great line. Ooh, late Mystic. Still a fair few events, I reckon. Okay, we could Stegodon down the Jaguar to get the res the MIC. They're on 4 with Amakua. It would drop it to 2 on Amakua. I think we just let this through. They have 1 click left, so it depends on the order they access things. In theory, we should pre-res the Hendrick, because if they steal an agenda, they can bounce the Hendrick so it won't fire. It's a pretty heads-up play. So they know which order to access. For Thule, it doesn't really matter, but we're going to pre-res the Hendrick here. Which means if we do 2 core damage somehow, seems unlikely, we can win. Actually, no, we're a credit short to win. So they're just going to see 2 cards of the way you can play it. They have 2 bad pub and a Chezo credit, so they're going to trash most things for free. I wonder if this agenda suite makes it difficult to hit threat for turn on the Jaguars. It kind of does. Oh, fuck, our last Onto. Oh, that's so bad. They're on threat 5. They know we have still the Ikwa in hand. We might have to like jettison it with Spin Doctor. At least we're on threat 5. Not like that. So they have the ontological text and they have the Hendrick, so we're guaranteed a damage. So then 1 card in hand. We're only on 4 credits. If they run this server, they flatline. Oh, they can't. They have no clicks. Man, just any sort of way to give a tag. Okay. Things are hard. If we can survive this turn, we can survive anything. Do we purge? We can't res this. These are really annoying because threat 4 text. Hendrick doesn't matter on the turn you win. They know we have an Ikwa in hand. We can triple advance the Stegodon, bring us to 4 points. Don't know how we close the game out. We need to do 2 core damage. All the ontos are out. So our win condition is really hard. Like, just imagine getting from this 3 points to 7 points. We'd literally have to score an Ikawa and something else, which means another Stegodon. Like, we basically have to score at the Stegodon. This is really, really bad. Click for 3 is always an option. It's not only always an option, it's probably the option. And then we have to purge next turn. This is really, really bad. You and distributed tracing, no, we have no way to proactively give tags, which, like, we saw that as a distance, as a frustration. And if we had a way to give tags, like, I think we would have won 12 turns ago. Why? It's not our deck list. I think we're trying to force a runner into the, like, ping Mr. Hendrick thing, and it's just, like, way too narrow. Ooh, sure gamble for 6. 1 card in hand. Get a snare. I wonder if there's any snare respect. Technically, there's no snare respect, right? Like, they're not drawing before they're running. Ikawa is safe for 1 more turn. Smart. I wanted to try it. It's fun. This is someone's first deck list they posted. It's pretty cool. Have they seen the end of line? They have. Yeah, they accessed it on HQ. It's like weird too, because it's counterintuitive, right? Like, you never run last clicking to ping. I think, like, the right plays, if you hit ping, just jack out. Just jack out. How much influence they've seen? I don't know. End of line is 4. They've seen 5, 6, like 6 or so. Not enough for them to be super concerned. Like, I don't think it changes much on their read. So we can do a Stegodon Jupestad to add them to 0 cards in hand. I would only want to do that if we could protect the Jupestad, which we can't. Because it lowers us to too few credits that we can't even, like, use the Hendrick. Somebody's first list was Stegodon with tag kill. Their first published list. That might not have been their first list, but yeah, 100%. How weak are we to HQ multi-access? They see a single, they have to get through 2. Yeah, I think we're fine. We'll just do install credit. So yeah, how's it going? Amakua on 4 versus 5 has no impact on the list. We're going to purge it anyways. They can see what it is. Another click for 3 might have been okay there. I think the ping makes their returns a bit more ugly. They should know we have an Ikawa in hand. I don't think they have any HQ multi-access though. So the best case scenario is they go down to 0 cards in hand and we kill them with a Jupestad. Like, that'd be sick. But they should know that there's an Ikawa in hand if they've been tracking. Maybe they think it's an archives. Maybe they're avoiding archives because of the nightmare that could exist therein. Hendrick, Jupe, Mana Garment, Server 2. Okay. And I have to disassemble. Kind of. Then do something like Run HQ, click 1's pretty cool. I think so. Or Elevator Toast Me as soon as you draw them. I would need a lot. Yeah, I need a couple. Yeah, all right, they're running it. We're losing our Stegodon. They're gonna be on 6. That's fine. Can we disres? Wait a second. So we derez the Jaguar. Carl becomes big. Carl becoming big means we can derez the Hendrick. Then they can't click through it, which means they have to break it with Kurapira, which will cost them some money. Now this will also bankrupt us because this line cost us 7. I think we can't do that. I think we just say no. Don't derez with Steg, derez with Carl? No, we derez the Jaguar to, like, mess with the Kurapira, or more accurately, mess with the Amakua math. But I don't think it's worth it. Right? We just have a money issue. We got a bit, like, we saw all our money early and we're like, oh, we got enough money, and we don't. Jupestad's very expensive. Because if we res this, it costs us 5, we're down to 3, we need 2 for Hendrick. Yeah, let's see what happens. Now we get 1 for deresing the Jaguar, but Jaguar is our most important server. Steg triggers on any derez? I think it's only ice derez. As long as a piece of ice, yeah. It has to be a piece of ice. Will they have enough to trash Jupestad? They have too bad publicity, yeah. Now this order is important. If they hit the Stegodon first. We didn't res. So the order here is to hit the Stegodon first. That's the best order. Yeah, bummer. They knew where the Hendrick was anyway, so it wasn't they hit it. But now they're going to lose their whole turn to this. So if they hit that in the other order, we get a guaranteed core damage. Now our only Hendrick's on HQ. We have no win condition. We literally have no win condition. We cannot push an agenda in their remote server. We should probably concede here. The best we have is like ping into Spin Doctor in their remote server and hope that they really beef it. But we're going to be here for another 25 minutes. Okay. Again, distributed tracing the end of line closes the game out. I think you should just put that on your deck very easily. This criminal list is interesting with everything slowed down the court, but it makes for longer games. It only makes for longer games because we're Thule. Aaron, mind you, I don't know if you played against Diogen. This is the deck that Aaron brought to NPC Montreal. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun too. I think people are going to be playing this at Worlds. If the meta is not like confusion. So Regolith gets us money. What does money get us? Their money's not very good. Now we have to purge out sooner than later. They have 2 bad publicity. So like breaking Hakarl's free, breaking MIC is nearly free. That's not good for us. So we could do install Regolith, hit Regolith twice. Giving an Amaku counter at this point doesn't matter. I think we'll do that. I don't see where their win condition is. Like we have to score 2 Aquas. It's never going to happen. Conceding scenes in the line. We'll just see. Like they might biff it into something. It's impossible to understand how they're going to die though when they're now in game point. We probably should concede. Spin Doctor is the one thing we can put in the remote server. It actually does matter? Why, because the Gatekeeper? I think we threw out every single Gatekeeper. Maybe there's a chance that we should like do ping into Regolith and see if they run it. But like in theory, if Tang understands that like we're on 3 agenda points, all the ontologicals are out, they have no real reason to run their remote server until we advance something. Hakarl's now breakable with Turtle even with after Stegodon. I don't think it's a big deal. Like I don't think we're expecting to res the Hakarl here. We'd rather res the MIC. Right? Like if they spend their boomerang getting stranded on this Hakarl just to challenge a Regolith, I don't think we care. Is Jnet a bit slower? It's not great today, Palmers. Dice to an enemy? 419 is oppressive for core IDs. I think you can play around 419 a bit better than a lot of people do, but 419 is a bit of a credit check for sure. I don't mind it. We can still make plays, but your deck should have enough economy for 419 to be a problem. If you don't, you probably should reconsider your deck. Like if your deck is weak to a bit of pressure, I think you're a bit too greedy. Okay, we res the Hakarl. No. Like we still have to make them run last click through a ping. Maybe actually the right play was to keep 2 pings and do double ping. Because I think double ping is maybe the only server we have access to because they were running last click a bit. So yeah, maybe throwing out the ping was the worst thing we could have done. Ooh, ping ablative is cool. Get out. Server. Let's make a play. They should know we have an Iqua in hand. I just think running HQ is like pretty tricky. Their 409's not on auto resolve. I'm a big fan of that. Server 4. It's running worse and worse. 18 games. That's not too big of a surprise. Server 4. No, if you ask me, there should be nothing this remote server they are scared of. They don't need to run this. It's up to them to make that decision. Now HQ should be like multiple Iquas. We've only seen 9 points. There's only 12 cards left in R&D, so we're looking at 11 cards across all these, which is unlikely. They haven't seen Seamlesses yet. If we Seamless into another Stegodon, we don't have to Seamless it. Like, I don't know what happens. Aaron's lists are good. I like this because Aaron has played this sort of like, you know, reg criminal for such a long time. This doesn't cost our opponent anything. We're not going to res it. We should lose here, I think. Oh, it's only single axis. Is this deck running ride suppression? No, it's not. It is running very few. Okay, there you go. Good game. Yeah, we were cooked like many, many turns ago. Again, if we just swapped out, we were actually not bad, thanks for the game, at getting to the lethal core damage. But as soon as we got to that point, all we have to do is like trade out 113 credits to their 62. We just have to trade out our, what's it called? Our, just a distributed tracing, and the game is pretty easy. Yeah, I definitely wanted those. Definitely wanted those. At this point in the game, I don't think I can win. Yeah, we just can't win. We have way too much work to do. We have to, maybe our only option is like 1 Elevigao, 1 Ikoa. I think that's really hard. I think the moment game was scoring the Stegodon without a click to repair Hermes. I'd have to check the replay, but I don't think so. No, I think that was fine. I don't think the Hermes was a problem. We played slow, but so did they. Like, you just have to match their tempo. This deck is not particularly fast. Let me check really quick, but I don't think so. I don't think the Hermes was that big of a deal. I think the one line that you could probably like sink some time into is whether we should have just scored on top of the Onto and maybe put Tang to like 1 card in hand. Is Ikoa better than Salvo? It's tricky. In this deck, yes. Probably Ikoa is actually better, I think. It's hard to steal Ikoa and still deal with Thule and steal with Hendrik. Sometimes that compounds in a weird way, but it is like just defensible. I think the write-up says that we have no interest in scoring the Ikoa, so I'm assuming we have no interest in scoring the Salvo testing because we have no interest in scoring a 5-3 agenda. I think this deck is all just about setting up the ping into the like Hendrik line, which I think is a bit too cute for like, it allows the runner a lot of ways to interact with it favorably that you don't want to allow. But I think if we don't ever score the Ikoas, we're in a fine spot. We'd just rather have those. Hey, choose. The runner proceed to rip the Onto off of R&D to get turtle back up? Yeah, but that's random, right? It's just as likely as they don't do that. In fact, it's more likely they don't do that. I don't think saying like if we rip this and it's like a 1 in 5 chance they steal the Onto and R&D, it's not, it doesn't make that the line not to do. But let's check really quickly because I don't remember. It was a long game. What are we doing? Stats. View log. Launch replay. So we can see the runner's hand, which is sick. All right, falsified Amakua. Some card draw. The top deck from R&D sooner and later. Yeah, or they just run R&D, right? Like we never race on R&D. So our start here, we just started. We got the double install, which is good. Amakua came down immediately, which is not great. There's a mutual favor in hand, so it doesn't change that much. They drop a bit. They're on low credits. Here we draw up. We just want to draw up because we want to do the double install. We just hedge fund, say R&D, you can come in. Mind you, there's a lot of Ikoas in R&D. We don't care too much if they steal stuff. They actually don't want to steal or trash. They want to get Amakua up to 3 so they can face check into drafter. We were playing around Mining Accident for a long time. Mining Accident really did matter. Like it did disincentivize us for resing our stuff. I think we were just too low in credits to res most of our stuff. We didn't draw a lot of economy. I think the dupes were more impactful than you gave them credit for. I think they were fixed B. I think you're right, they were. Because just slowing the game down was better for them than us. Because they have bad publicity, they have recurring credits. Them using those turn after turn after turn multiplies in a way that's much more important than us having credits now. That being said, if they didn't doof, I think the game ends the same. But yeah, I think I was underselling them a bit. And that's because it, like, the more clicks you have for bad pub, the more clicks you have for Chesva, the longer the game goes, it's a fine translation. Okay, here we ice up everything to keep Amakua out. That's fine. Put Regolith in the moat. We were assuming this would eat some sort of pressure. They falsified it. They exposed it. We didn't have to res this. That was a bit of a reflex. It's a bit more like show off than it is worth anything, but it didn't punish us. They get them the wake. It hits the mutual favor there. If the wake hit the Hermes or Mining Accident, I think they're actually relatively upset. I would have put down the Hermes for first. It's a small risk, but the Hermes is pretty impactful. And then they get the Chesva down. I don't love playing Chesva before you're using it, but what else are they doing next turn? I think it actually might have been reasonable here before they commit these 2 cards on the table that they just play Earthrise Hotel just to get their money up a bit. Because these cards on the table, they're not really ready. Oh, maybe Amakua on 3, they're ready to face check, but they're expecting us to purge here. I'm not sure you need these 2 cards. If we purge next turn, they're sunk. We purge. So these become really rough installs, and then they probably just click for credits. Double sure gamble draw, that's kind of cursed because you want to have 2 sure gambles so they can just do credit gamble and then not Earthrise this turn. But if they drew that Earthrise, they actually would have drawn 2 double sure gamble. That's a bit results oriented, but installing these cards before a purge is maybe a bit rough. Empty Regolith, fine. Goes back, they draw, they get a mutual favor, they keep it, they get the Earthrise. This could have happened a turn sooner. Still not interacting because they're scared by the face checks. I get it. Regolith, we put in Rashida, see what happens. They drop, they have the Bravado, they have the Reprise, they have the Hermes, they're not drawing the Hermes. They install the Hermes here, they just click for credits. They're just criminal economy, right? And they're going in there. Critical turn is when we scored Onto, the merit to not scoring immediately, especially with how well HQ is defended. The later Onto, yeah, maybe. This makes me wonder if there's a good R+ list that imports Hendrix to kill. I think it's tricky, Dan, I think other ways this deck could, and it's an influence thing, like playing a Maze Amusements is a bit of a surprise people would get. I just don't think Hendrix is probably worth it. I think it's easier, like, it's a lot of influence, but it is interesting. Like Funhouse into Hendrix, that's something. That's hard to deal with for sure. But I think taking a single core damage in the matchup is not worth 3 influence. I don't know. Okay, so we're here, MIC on remote server, Jupestat on the remote server, Stegadon on the remote server on a comfortable 24 credits here. We discard the Nico. In hindsight, discarding the Gaslight, like I don't know what we do with the Gaslight. We can't put in an empty remote server. We need to find the end of the line. I think we found it sooner than we wanted, but we threw out the Nico. That's fine too. We need the remote server to jam. We can't put the uniced Nico on the table. They draw up, they get breakers and a diversion. They don't want another class act. That's totally fine. They install the Cat's Cradle. They Bravado. A bit of a risky Bravado here. It's 2 clicks left into it. Jaguarundi is the core damage punish. Otherwise, Drafter is okay here. Other stuff they just bounce off of, which is fine. But Jaguar or Drafter would be the worst case, I reckon. We do core damage. They Axis here. They hit the Iqua. They choose not to steal. That's a very important choice also. If they steal this Iqua, they end up floating a tag. That doesn't actually matter with what we have in hand, but I could see why they would be concerned about it. It also bounces what's in the remote server, which is kind of interesting, but they don't take the Iqua here. With the Cheswood credits, like you're kind of incentivized to take the Iqua. They don't. They get Amaku on 1. Maybe they just don't want to float the tag, but they had the money coming in for Bravado. I think stealing the Iqua there is actually, it's a nice way to steal the Iqua and not take another core damage. The question is, how bad is it to float the tag? And it's actually kind of hard. I think I would steal it there too. And I think you're happy to be up 3 points. I think there is something to be said about playing around a threat. Like there are some games where stealing an early Iqua like costs you because the Bladives are now online after you've only seen 1 ice resed. I think there's some truth to that. But I think forcing the corporation to have it here is totally reasonable. Like it's double end the line. That's very unlikely to see. So they clear the tag. We draw a Hypoxia. So we actually would have done a Hypoxia. That's kind of fun. And then we just did a Stegadon and we hit the reprise, which is pretty good. We're on 13 credits. They have to deal with the Jupestat. They bounce the R&D here. The other line here is if we didn't store the Stegadon, we could have slow rolled it a bit. Now they knew we have the Iqua in hand. The question is how they get through their Jaguarundi. So we could have maybe advanced the Stega. I think we would have advanced the Stegadon and held if we could get another ice on HQ, but we didn't. So they opened up R&D here, which means they could pinhole. It means they can get Amakua up. I think there was maybe a line here to score the Stegadon, or sorry, slow roll the Stegadon. I don't want to do double advance, but we could have done advance and then just clicked for credits, which is the worst spot. I think if we had a better hand here, because admittedly we've drawn through 18 cards and seen like 5 agendas, that's pretty bad for us. Like that's not a great start. If we had a more reasonable hand, I think we could actually like slow roll this a bit more confident. But with Hermes, it's pretty hard. This deck doesn't seem to have enough economy for Stegadon. It has more economy than most Thule lists, but I could hear that. Ideally, you're just derezzing pings and ablatives, which is basically a break even. So mixed bag, kind of. I think there was a later turn where we repair the R&D on low credits where we know we'll never res the ice. They may have cost a bit instead of just getting a credit. Yeah, I think maybe later. Here we discarded the we discarded Hypoxia and the Gaslight, which is fine. We drew into Jaguar, which is our best ice. Here they go for the pinhole just to deal with the Jupestat. That tracks. They go back R&D, get an Axis. C2, steal the Onto. Pretty bad for us. They bounce that and go. Again, they install Boomerang last click. You want to avoid doing that, but I do not think that unicing R&D here, if they steal the Ontological, is that bad for us. We've seen a lot of agendas. There's not a lot of agendas in R&D. In fact, how many agendas are there in ID? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 11 points and 31 cards. It just happens. It's fine. That's bad for us for sure, especially because they're already on 2 core damage, right? Like this is such a good top deck for us. They did see 2, which is worth something. They know we have the end of the line. They saw it on R&D, let alone they see it in HQ. The last click boom, sorry. We wanted Gatekeeper plus Stego, but very expensive with Cat's Cradle. Yeah, it's a lot worse with Cat's Cradle for sure. And then with Amakua, like we need all that to set up. Like in theory, if we res a Gatekeeper, they just tunnel 1 server and that's not great for us. Last click boom, does Brent discard get 3/3 hand size? Sorry, what's last click boom? Oh, last click boomerang. Oh, okay, because they have a hand size problem. I thought we were talking about tag punishment. Yeah, like here they don't want to discard anything. Like you could maybe just play Mining Accident. I don't think you want to. So I guess they do install it. It's better than discarding anything. That's true. If they're discarding something, that's fine. So that's okay. It sets up for the diversion and we're going to respect it anyways. It forces us to ice up 2 things, which we want to do regardless. So we ice up 2 things. Amakua is on 1. Drawing up. They know 1 gamble's on the bottom of their deck. Bravado into Ablative. This can be risky. This could be another Jaguar. This was there earlier. We let them through here. With Amakua on 1, we actually could have just de-res the Jaguar to get the Ablative. It might have been worth something. The Amaku on 2 doesn't matter. It actually, this might have been one of the things that we could have got a bit more value from, is that if we bravadoed here and we de-res the Jaguar Rundy, which is a bit expensive for us, we can res the Bladed Barrier. The Bladed Barrier will fire. Oh, but we're not on threat. Okay, never mind. If we're on threat, we should definitely do that. But it's also nice to get this ablative res so that we can re-res it, resing this ice on HQ, but it's too expensive. How does the deck stick tags? That's the problem. It doesn't consistently. Its line to stick tags is to have a ping in front of a Hendrik, which makes this like lose-lose situation. Unfortunately, that means that you should probably just jack out and clear the tag, and that means our win condition doesn't exist. So we should just have distributed tracing. This deck would be very easy. We'd win that game trivially if we had a distributed tracing. Unfortunately, it doesn't. So that's an easy thing to change, right? Just cut the Hypoxias, cut whatever bad card you don't like. They're in 2 cards in hand. We have a Gaslight. We just have to purge here, which means they can't run through any of this stuff, and then they have to get their breakers down. Tang draws into the Carmen. Now the Carmen Jaguar is a bit expensive, but they're setting up for probably a diversion here, and just hoping that you can get through this. If this is a barrier, that's the worst case scenario, but not so much. I don't think I want to go through the rest of this too much. We put the Hendrik in their remote server, click for credits. That's a pretty bad turn. They go for the Jaguar here. It hits. We've done a lot of core damage so far. I think I prefer Riot Suppression. I don't think Riot Suppression does what we want the deck to do, which is give them a tag. But I don't like Hypoxia. I definitely don't like Hypoxia. I like Hypoxia better if we have better ways to do like tags easier. Like distributed tracing to Hypoxia is an incredibly expensive turn, but sometimes if you're this sort of deck, doing 1 core damage is important. They steal the Elevagao. They're going to steal something. And then things kind of fall apart. They hit the Hendrik, they take a core damage. Like they're on 2 core damage. At this point, if any of these cards were distributed tracing, the game is over. So I think it's just a simple change. Our opponent here face checked a bit aggressively into core damage and ended up taking core damage mostly to ice. We were not a deck that forced them to take core damage ice. They did that because they were slightly more aggressive. And I think that was a great way to play 419 because it did pressure our credits down. But the reason that we did this much core damage, I think, was exclusively through ice, which doesn't happen all the time. Imagine, you know, our opponent is on Orca or Lobby, right? They play Kit, they play Lobby, they can face check everything. So I think there's 2 problems that you have to struggle with, like giving the guaranteed core damage, which dupes does the easiest way to do it, and giving tags. And this deck can do half of them kind of in a cool way. Very interesting deck. And I think more people are going to play with the ping into like Hendrik thing, even maybe out of NBN, which I think is going to be pretty frightening if it shows up, as much as that's a hard time, sometimes a way to use 3 influence. That was 2nd or 3rd game for 4-9. Oh, Cody, it was you. Thanks for the review. Of course. It's a fun list to play, and I think it's a hard list to play. I think your aggression and like keeping the corporation in check and poking everywhere is like definitely what the deck is meant to be doing. We have more gameplay from Aaron coming up, playing it in a really, really like commanding way coming up on the channel in the next couple of weeks. So you have more to look forward to if you want to watch those replays, because they're really, really fun. But just getting Amakua down and face checking and saying like, okay, I'm going to eat some bad ice. It's okay. Getting those counters up and forcing is pretty interesting. There's 1 core through Hendrik. There's 1 core through Hendrik, but Cody ran the remote server last click, which means Hendrik hits the core damage, and then like any agenda hits the core damage. I think you're assuming it's a Rashida, so it does, like, I would run that too. But at the end of the day, like, we only need 2 core damage for the end of line play to matter. So you're right. It was 2 from ice, 1 from an uniced because of the Hermes bounce. Cool. Wow, it's 4:30. We've been streaming for a while. Again, the first 2 hours there, which is the thing. We've been busy on the channel. We're going to be more busy. We'll be back on Thursday, maybe with Patrick. We'll be back on Saturday with another NPC Montreal video. We're trying to do Saturday and Monday. I honestly don't know what's a good cadence for this sort of thing, because there's 2 streams a week and then try 2 videos a week, and it's hard to space them out. Mind you, this week we put out a good stream on Thursday. It was a really fun on-pair stream. And then there was a video on Friday, and then a video on like Saturday, it was on Monday, excuse me. Yeah, it was on Monday. So I don't know. I worry to put out too much content that stuff gets eaten by other content, and that's not a great spot to be in. But let me know how you think, how you interact with the Métropole Grid. Huge shout out again to a lot of folks who help support the channel. All these names here, and of course our daily cast patrons. A lot of time goes into this channel, and it would not be possible without the support for all these names here and more. I want to shout out, we got 2 new patrons just this week. Shout out to the names that these are daily cast patrons, to Aaron Vandergiesen and Eric Hale. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. It's incredibly appreciated. We're spending a lot of time doing this sort of stuff, and getting out 4 pieces of content a week is kind of wild. So we're hoping that we can stick that until Worlds, which is pretty great. Thanks for streaming the game. Gyro, thanks for the game as well. Bye. Pinnacle, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the stream. Other stuff to shout out. What's going on this week? There's a lot of tournament stuff. So there's a lot of like reports and deck lists published recently, if you can check those out. Wait, this is not it. Oh man, I updated this with Jenny's new icon. Okay, I forgot to update it. It's up on the hard drive, but I did re-render this to see how it goes. I heard that streams closely following videos were deprioritized the videos. There's a chance I think it's hard to understand how YouTube works. It's a bit of like, speculation and results oriented imagining. And I don't know. I don't think I know. And I don't think YouTube talks about it. I think I could look at my numbers, but I'm not the sort of guy who wants to do that. I generally just want to put out the best content I can, and then hopefully people find it in a way that makes sense. If you have feedback to say like, this doesn't get recommended to me, or like the last stream wasn't recommended, I got the video, anything like that, like let me know. But it's really hard to dig into it to figure out what is like the best for anything like that. So I don't know. Streams get good viewership. The videos, like the video we put up on Friday morning for the ban list did really well in terms of views, which is like nice. NPC stuff also has been doing pretty well. So we'll see. I think there's also notably a different audience for people hanging out watching Jnet and people who want to watch in-table play, which is very interesting as well. That's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back on Thursday.